was in the late early 90s.
That's a really compelling notion, but how does that help you arrive
I'm
at a
coming to where the book came from.
yes?
So, what got me, I worked on string theory, also worked on quantum gravity, and I was one of the inventors of the quantum gravity. And because of my strong belief in some other principles, which led to this notion of wanting a quantum gravity to be what we call relational or background independent, I tried very hard to make string theory background independent and ended up developing a bunch of tools which then could apply directly to general relativity, and that became the quantum gravity. So the things were very closely related and have always been very closely related in my mind. The idea that there were two communities, one devoted to strings and one devoted to loops, is nuts. It's always been nuts.
Okay, so
So anyway,
there's this nuts community of flips and strings that are all beautiful and compelling and mathematically speaking. And what's the trouble with all that? Why is that? Why is that such a problem?
so what? So I was interested in developing that notion of how science works based on a community and ethics that I told you about. And I wrote a draft of a book about that, which had several chapters on methodology of science. And it was a rather academically oriented book. Those chapters were the first part of the book, the first third of it. You can find the remnants of what's now the last part. And I described a number of test cases, case studies. One of them, which I knew was sort of the quantum gravity string theory. And I was unable to get that book published. So somebody made the suggestion of flipping it around and starting the story of string theory, which was already controversial. This was 2004, 2005. But I was very careful to be detailed, to criticize papers about people. You don't find me criticizing individuals, you find me criticizing certain writing. But in any case, here's what I regret. Let me make your program worthwhile.
Yes.
As far as I know, with the exception of not understanding how large the application of condensed matter, say, of ADMC or ADSCFT would get, I think largely my diagnosis of string theory, as it was and has stood up since 2006. What I regret is that the same critique, I was using string theory as an example, and the same critique applies to many other communities in science and law, including, this is what I regret, my own community, that is a community of people working on quantum gravity outside string theory. But, and I consider saying that explicitly. But to say that explicitly, since it's a small, intimate community, I would be telling stories and naming names and making a kind of history that I have no right to write. So I stayed away from that, but was misunderstood.
But if I may ask, is there a hopeful message for theoretical physics that we can take from that book? Sort of that looks at the community, not just your own work on knowledge causality and non-locality, but just broadly in understanding the fundamental nature of our reality. What's your hope for the 21st century in physics?
So do we solve the problem?
That we solve the unfinished problem of last night.
So that's certainly the thing that I care about most. Let me say one thing. Among the young people that I work with, I hear very often and sense a total disinterest in these arguments that we owe the scientists now, and an interest in what each other is doing. And this is starting to appear in conferences where the young people interested in quantum gravity make a contest. They invite loops and strings and causal dynamic triangulations and causal set people. And we're having a conference like this next week, a small workshop at Perimeter. I guess I'm advertising this. And then in December, we're having a big full-up conference, which is just quantum gravity. It's not strings, it's not loops. But the organizers and the speakers will be from all the different communities. And this to me is very helpful.
That the different ideas are coming together.
At least people are expressing an interest in it.
It's a huge honor having you, Lee. Thanks so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation, and thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code LEX Podcast. You'll get $10. $10 will go to First, an organization that inspires and educates young minds to become science and technology innovators of tomorrow. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, leave 5 stars on the podcast, follow on Spotify, support on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, let me leave you with some words from Lee Smolin. One possibility is God is nothing but the power of the universe to organize itself. Thanks for listening. I hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Vitalik Buterin, co-creator of and author of the white paper that launched Ethereum and Ether, which is a cryptocurrency that is currently the second largest digital currency after Bitcoin. Ethereum has a lot of interesting technical ideas that are defining the future of blockchain technology, and Vitalik is one of the most brilliant people innovating in the space today. Unlike Satoshi Nakamoto, the unknown person or group that created Bitcoin, Vitalik is very well known and at a young age is thrust into the limelight as one of the main faces of the technology that may redefine the nature of money and all forms of digital transactions in the 21st century. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcast, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now, and never any ads in the middle that can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. Quick summary of the ads. 2 sponsors, Masterclass and ExpressVPN. Please consider supporting the podcast by signing up to Masterclass at masterclass.com/Lex and getting ExpressVPN at expressvpn.com/LexPod. This show is sponsored by Masterclass. Sign up at masterclass.com/Lex to get a discount to support this podcast. When I first heard about Masterclass, I honestly thought it was too good to be true. For $180 a year, you get an all-access pass to watch courses from experts at the top of their field. To list some of my favorites, Chris Hadfield, space exploration, Neil deGrasse Tyson on scientific thinking and communication, Will Wright, the creator of SimCity and Sims on game design. I love that game. Jane Goodall on conservation, Carlos Santana, one of my favorite guitarists on guitar, Gary Kasparov, chess. Obviously, I'm Russian. I love Gary. Daniel Negreanu on poker, one of my favorite poker players. Also, Phil Ivey gives a course as well, and many, many more. Chris Hadfield explaining how rockets work, and the experience of being launched into space alone is worth the money. By way of advice, for me, the key is not to be overwhelmed by the abundance of choice. Pick 3 courses you want to complete. Watch each all the way through from start to finish. It's not that long, but it's an experience that will stick with you for a long time, I promise. It's easily worth the money. You can watch it on basically any device. Once again, sign up at masterclass.com/Lex to get a discount to support this podcast. This show is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Download it at expressvpn.com/LexPod to get a discount to support this podcast. I've been using ExpressVPN for many years. I honestly love it. It's easy to use. Press the big power on button, and your privacy is protected. And if you like, you can make it look like your location is anywhere else in the world. I might be in Boston now, but I can make it look like I'm in New York, London, Paris, or anywhere else. This has a large number of obvious benefits. For example, certainly it allows you to access international versions of streaming websites like the Japanese version of Netflix or the UK version of Hulu. As you probably know, I was born in the Soviet Union, so sadly, given my roots and appreciation of Russian history and culture, my website and the website for this podcast is blocked in Russia. So this is another example of where you can use ExpressVPN to access sites like the podcast that are not accessible to your country. ExpressVPN works on any device you can imagine. I use it on Linux, shout out to Ubuntu, Windows, Android, but it's available everywhere else too. Once again, download it at expressvpn.com/LexPod to get a discount and to support this podcast. And now, here's my conversation with Vitalik Buterin. So before we talk about the fundamental ideas behind Ethereum and cryptocurrency, perhaps it'd be nice to talk about the origin story of Bitcoin and the mystery of Satoshi Nakamoto. You gave a talk that started with sort of asking the question, what did Satoshi Nakamoto actually invent? Maybe you could say, who is Satoshi Nakamoto and what did he invent?
Sure. So Satoshi Nakamoto is the name by which we know the person who originally came up with Bitcoin. So the reason why I say the name by which we know is that this was a anonymous fellow who has shown himself to us over the internet just by first publishing the white paper for Bitcoin, then releasing the original source code for Bitcoin, and then talking to the very early Bitcoin community on Bitcoin forums, and kind of interacting with them and helping the project along for a couple of years. And then at some point in late 2010 to early 2011, he disappeared. So Bitcoin is a fairly unique project in how it has this kind of mythical, kind of quasi-godlike founder who just kind of popped in, did the thing, and then disappeared, and we're somehow just never heard from him again.
So in 2008, so the white paper was the first. Do you know if the white paper was the first time the name would actually appear? Satoshi Nakamoto?
I believe so.
So how is it possible that the creator of such an impactful project remains anonymous?
That's a tough question, and
there's no similarity to it in the history of technology as far as I'm aware.
Yeah. So one possibility is that it's Hal Finney, because Hal Finney was also active in the Bitcoin community and asked Hal Finney in those 2 beginning years, and how
Who is Hal Finney, maybe?
he's one of the people in the early cypherpunk community. He was
He's a computer scientist.
computer scientists, cryptographers, people interested in like technology, internet freedom, like those kinds of topics.
Was it correct that I read that he seemed to have been involved in either the earliest or the first transaction of Bitcoin?
Yes. The first transaction of Bitcoin was between Satoshi and Hal Finney.
Do you think he knew who Satoshi was?
If he wasn't Satoshi, probably not.
How is it possible to work so closely with people and nevertheless not know anything about their fundamental identity? Is this like a natural sort of characteristic of the internet?
Hmm.
Like if we were to think about it, because you and I just met now, there's a depth of knowledge that we now have about each other that's like physical. Like my vision system is able to recognize you. I can also verify your identity of uniqueness. Like
Yep.
this, like it's very hard to fake you being you.
Yes.
So the internet, the internet has a fundamentally different quality to it, which is just fascinating. Can you maybe
Yeah, no,
talk
this is
to that?
definitely interesting, as I definitely just know a lot of people just by their internet handles. And to me, when I think of them, like I see their internet handles, and one of them has kind of profile picture as this kind of face that's kind of not quite human with a bunch of kind of psychedelic colors in it. And when I visualize him, I can just visualize that.
That's not an actual face.
Yeah.
You are the creator of the second, well, at least currently the second most popular cryptocurrency, Ethereum. So on this topic, if we just stick on Satoshi Nakamoto for a little bit longer, you may be the most qualified person to speak to the psychology of this anonymity that we're talking about. Like your identity, you know, like
Yes.
I've just verified it. But from your perspective, what are the benefits in creating cryptocurrency and then remaining anonymous? Like if it can psychoanalyze Satoshi Nakamoto, is there something interesting there? Or is it just a regular work of him?
It definitely helps create this kind of image of this kind of neutral thing that doesn't belong to anyone. Then you created a project, and because you're anonymous, and because you also disappear, or as unfortunately happened to Halfini, if that is him, he ended up dying of Lou Gehrig's disease, and he's in a cryogenic freezer now. But like if you pop in and you create it and you're gone, and all that's remaining of that whole process is the thing itself, then like no one can go and try to kind of interpret any of your other behavior and try to understand like, oh, this person wrote this thing in some essay at age 16 where he expressed particular opinions about democracy, and so because of that this project is a statement that's trying to do a specific thing. Instead it creates this environment where the thing is what you make of it, and
It doesn't have the burden of your other ideas, political thought, and so on. So now that we're sitting with you, do you feel the burden of being kind of the face of Ethereum? I mean, there's a very large community of developers, but nevertheless,
yeah,
is there like a burden associated with that?
there definitely is. This is definitely a big reason why I've been trying to kind of push for the Ethereum ecosystem to become more decentralized in many ways. Like just encouraging a lot of kind of core Ethereum work to happen outside of the Ethereum Foundation, and of expanding the number of people that are making different kinds of decisions, having multiple software implementations instead of one, and all of these things. Like there's a lot of things that I've tried to do to kind of remove myself as a single point of failure, because that is something that a lot of people criticize me for.
So if you look at like the most fundamentally successful open source projects, it seems that it's like a sad reality when I think about it. Is it seems to be that one person is a crucial contributor. Often, you look at Linus for Linux, for the kernel.
Yeah, that is possible. I'm definitely not planning to disappear.
That's an interesting tension that projects that this kind of desire a single entity, and yet they're fundamentally distributed. I don't know if there's something interesting to say about that kind of structure, and thinking about the future of cryptocurrency. Does there need to be a leader?
There's different kinds of leaders. There's dictators who control all the money. There's people who control organizations. There's kind of high priests that just have themselves and their Twitter followers.
What kind of leader are you? Say.
Yeah, these days, actually, a bit more in the high priest direction than before.
Yeah.
Like I definitely actually don't do all that much of kind of going around and like ordering Ethereum Foundation people to do things because I think those things are important. If there's something that I do think is important, I do just usually kind of say it publicly or just kind of say it to people. Quite often, projects just kind of start doing it.
So let's ask the high philosophical question is
Sure.
about money.
Yeah,
What at the highest level is money? What is money?
it's a kind of game, and it's a game where we have points, and if you have points, there's this one move where you can reduce your points by a number and increase someone else's points by the same number, and these.
So it's a fair game, hopefully.
Well, it's one kind of fair game. Like, for example, you can have other kinds of fair games. Like, you're going to have a game where if I give someone a point and you give someone a point, then instead of that person getting 2 points, that person gets 4 points. And that's also fair. But, money is easy to kind of set up, and it serves a lot of useful functions, and so it kind of just survives in society as a meme for thousands of years.
So it's useful for the storage of wealth. It's useful for the exchange of value.
And it's also useful for denominating future payments. The unit of account.
A unit of account. So what, if you look at the history of money in human civilization, just if you're a student of history, like how has its role or just the mechanisms of money changed over time in your view? Even if we just look at the 20th century or before, and then leading up to cryptocurrency, is that something you think about?
Yeah, and I think like the big thing in the 20th century is kind of we saw a lot more intermediation, I guess. Like, the first part is kind of the move from adding more different kinds of banking, and then we saw the move from kind of dollars being backed by gold to dollars being backed by gold that's only redeemable by certain people to dollars not being backed by anything. And it's just this system where you have a bunch of free floating currencies, and then people like getting kind of bank accounts, and then those things becoming electronic. People getting accounts with payment processors that have bank accounts. So
what do you make of that? That's such a fascinating philosophical idea that money might not be backed by anything. What is that like fascinating to you that money can exist without being backed by something physical?
it definitely is.
Like, what do you make of that? Like, how is that possible? Is that stable? If we look at the future of human civilization, is it possible to have money at the large scale at such a hugely productive and rich society be able to operate successfully without money being backed by anything physical?
I feel like the interesting thing about the 21st century, especially, is that a lot of the important, valuable things are not backed by anything. Like if you look at tech companies, for example, like something like Twitter,
Yeah.
like you could theoretically imagine that if all of the employees wanted to, they could kind of come together, they would quit, and start working on Twitter 2.0, and then the value of and just kind of build the exact same product, or possibly build a better product, and then just kind of continue on from there. And the original Twitter would kind of just not have people left anymore, right? Like there is theoretically kind of code and like IP that's owned by the company, but in reality, like good programmers could probably rewrite all that stuff in 3 months. So the reason why the thing has value is just kind of network effects and coordination problems, right? Like these employees in reality aren't going to switch all at once, and also the users aren't all going to switch at once because it's just difficult for them to switch at once. And so there's these kind of metastable equilibria and interactions between thousands of millions of people that are just actually quite sticky, even though if you try to kind of assume that everyone's a perfectly rational and kind of perfectly slippery spherical cow, they don't seem to exist at all.
That stickiness, do you have a sense, a grasp of the sort of the fundamental dynamic, like the physics of that stickiness? It seems to work, but and I think some of the cryptocurrency ideas kind of rely on it working.
Yeah, it's it's the sort of thing that's definitely been economically modeled a lot. Like one of the kind of analogy of something similar that you often see in textbooks as like what is a government? Like if, for example, like 80% of people in a country just like tomorrow suddenly had the idea that like, the laws that are currently the laws of the government that currently is the government are just people and some other thing is the government, and they just kind of start acting like it, then that would kind of become the new reality. And then the question is, well, what happens if kind of between 0 and 80 people, or and 80% of people start believing that, and like what is the thing you also see is that if there is one of these kind of switches happening, this kind of revolution, then if you're the first person to join, then like you probably don't have the incentive to do that. But then if you're the 55th percentile person to join, then suddenly it becomes quite safe too. And so it definitely is the sort of thing that you can kind of try to analyze and understand mathematically. But one of the kind of results is that the sort of like when the switch happens definitely can be chaotic sometimes.
Yeah, but still, like, to me, the idea that the network effects, the fact that human beings at a scale of like millions, billions, can share, even the idea of currency, like, all agree. That's just, I know economics can model it. I'm a skeptic on economic, it's like, so my favorite sort of field, maybe recreationally, psychology, is trying to understand human behavior. And I think sometimes people just kind of pretend that they can have a grasp on human behavior, even though it's such a messy space that all the models that psychology or economics, those different perspectives on human behavior can have are difficult. It's difficult to know how much that's wishful thinking and how much it is actually getting to the core of understanding human behavior. But on that idea, what do you think is the role of money in human motivation? So, do you think money, from an economics perspective, from a psychology perspective, is core to like human desires?
Money is definitely very far from the only motivator. It is a big motivator, and it's one of the closest things you have to a universal motivator. Because ultimately, like almost any person in the world, if you ask them to do something, like they'll be more inclined to do it if you also offer offer them money, right? And that's like there's definitely many cases where people will do things other than things to maximize how much money they have, and that happens all the time. But like, though a lot of those other things are kind of much more specific to and who that person is, and of what their situation is, the relationship between the motive and the action, and these other things.
What do you think is the interplay of the other motivator, like Nietzsche, in respect to his power? Do you think money equals power? Do you think those are conflicting ideas? Do you think, I mean, that's one of the ideas that decentralized currency, decentralized applications are looking at is who holds the power?
Yeah, money is definitely a kind of power. There's definitely people who want money because it gives them power, and then even if money doesn't seem to explicitly be about money, a lot of things that people spend money on are ultimately about social status of some kind. So yeah, I definitely view those two things as an interplaying. And then there's also money as just a way of like measuring how successful you are, like as a scoreboard, right? So this kind of gets back to the game. Like if you have $4 billion, then the main benefit you get from going up, well, one of the big benefits you get from going up to $6 billion is that now instead of being below the guy who has five, you're above the guy who has five.
So you think money could be kind of, in the game of life, also a measure of self-worth? It's like how we
It's definitely how a lot of people perceive it.
define ourselves in a hierarchy of
I'm
society.
not saying it's sort of a healthy thing that people define their self-worth as money, because it's definitely far from a perfect indicator of like how much you value you provide to society or anything like this. But I definitely think that like, as a matter of kind of current practice, a bunch of people do feel that way.
So, what does utopia from an economic perspective look like to you? What does a perfect world look like?
I guess to the economists, utopia would be one where kind of everything is incentive aligned in the sense that there aren't kind of conflicts between what satisfies your goals and kind of what is good for everyone in the world as a whole.
What do you think that would look like? Does that mean there's still poor people and rich people? There's still income inequality? Do you think sort of Marxist ideas are strong? Do you think sort of ideas of objectivism, like where the market rules, is strong? Like what is there different economic philosophies that just seem to be reflective of what utopia would be?
So I definitely think that existing economic philosophies do end up kind of systematically deviating from the utopia in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Like one of the big things I talk about, for example, is public goods, right? And public goods are especially important on the internet, right? Because like the idea is with kind of money as this game where I lose a few coins, and you gain the same number of coins. Is that this usually happens in a trade where I lose some money, you gain some money, you lose a sandwich, and I gain a sandwich, and this kind of model works really well when the thing that we're using money to incentivize this kind of private goods, right? Things that you provide to one person when the benefit comes to one person. But the on the internet especially, but also many contexts kind of off the internet, there's actions that kind of individuals or groups can take where instead of the benefit going to one person, the benefit just goes to many people at the same time, and you can't control who the benefit goes to, right? So, for example, this podcast, we publish it, and when it's published, you don't have any fine-grained control over, like, oh, these 38,000 people can watch it, and then, like, these other 29,000 people can't. It's like, once the number goes high enough, then, people will just, copy it, and then when they write articles on a blog, then they're just, free for everyone, and that stuff's even harder to prevent anyone from copying. So, and aside from that, things like, scientific research, for example, and even taking more pedestrian examples like climate change mitigation would be a big one. So there's a lot of things in the world where you have these kind of individual actions with concentrated costs and distributed benefits, and money as a point system does not do a good job of encouraging these things. And one of the kind of other things, even kind of tangentially connected to crypto, but kind of theoretically outside of it that I work on, is this sort of mechanism called quadratic funding. And the way to think about it is imagine a point system where if one person gives coins to one other person, then it works the same way as money. But if multiple people give coins to one person, and they do so anonymously, so it's kind of not in consideration for a specific service to that person themselves, then the number of coins received by that person is greater than just the sum of the number of coins that are given by those different people. So the actual formula is you take the square root of the amount that each person gave, then you add all the square roots, and then you kind of square the sum. Yeah, and then you give that. And the idea here would basically be that if, let's say, for example, you just start going off and kind of planting a lot of trees, and there's a bunch of people that are really happy that you're planting trees, and so they go and all kind of throw a coin your way, then there is basically the fact that kind of you get more than the sum, you get this kind of square of some of these of square roots of these tiny amounts, is that this actually kind of compensates for the tragedy of the commons, right? And there's even this kind of mathematical proof that it sort of optimally compensates for it.
What is the tragedy of the commons?
This is just this idea that like if there is this situation where there's some public good that lots of people benefit from, then no individual person wants to contribute to it, because if they contribute, they only get a small part of the benefit from their contribution, but they pay the full cost of their contribution.
In which context is this? Sorry, what is the term quadratic? What?
Quadratic funding
What
is
quadratic
the mechanism.
funding?
Yeah.
Like, in which context is this mechanism useful? So
Yeah.
obviously you said to combat tragedy of the commons, but
Yeah.
in which context do you see it as useful as you practically
Yeah,
speaking?
theoretically, public goods in general, right? So,
Like services, like what are we talking about? What's a public good?
yeah, so within the Ethereum ecosystem, for example, if we've actually tried using this mechanism, wrote a couple of articles about this sort of on Vitalik.ca, where it goes through some of the most recent rounds, and it's been really interesting. Some of the top ones that people supported, there were things like just online user interfaces that make it easier for people to interact with Ethereum. There was documentation, there were podcasts, um, there were kind of software kind of clients, like kind of implementations of the Ethereum protocol, of privacy tools, just like lots of things that are kind of useful to lots of people.
When a lot of people are contributing, like funding a particular entity.
Yeah.
That's really interesting. Is there something special about the quadratic, the summing of the square roots?
Yeah. So another way to think about it is like, imagine if n people each give $1, then the person gets n squared, right? And so each individual person's contribution gets multiplied by n, right? Because you have n people, and so that kind of perfectly compensates for the kind of n-to-1 tragedy of the commons.
I just wonder if the squared part is somehow fundamental.
No, it is. And I'd recommend you go to on Vitalik.ca. I have this article called "Quadratic Payments: A Primer," and highly recommend it. It's kind of, at least my attempt so far, in explaining the intuition behind this intuition.
So, if we could go to the very basic. What is the, or perhaps we might even start at the
What up, Arnold?
19
How you living, Tim? Just chilling. How about you?
Was taking that.
What's that?
Limits this. Unless it's published today. This of how could coordinate with each messengers between each other, but get sniped by the enemy on the road.
Okay. Well, okay. Are you just tell them that you're not comfortable with it? Yeah. Your English. Your, Eng- your English is good. All right. Well, just explain that to the people and say, look, thank you that you think my English is good. It is good. I will do my best, but if I don't get the results that you want, don't blame me because I don't want this role. All right, so just tell it. No, just tell it to me. Okay. May I interrupt you for a second? Why is it that you give your name like 8 sentences into it? Why don't you start with "Hi, I'm Arnold" and then tell me about it? I mean, imagine you're meeting these people. You wouldn't be like, "I'm here to tell you about this game, and here's all this stuff about the game and all this stuff." I'm Arnold. You wouldn't do that in real life. So you start with your name. Familiarize yourself to them. Say, "I'm Arnold, and I'm here to tell you about our wonderful project. Get ready because this is exciting," and hit it. Yeah, that's what you want. I mean, I've watched every Shark Tank. I'm telling you how to pitch. And if you're going to pitch, you want to give them your name, familiarize yourself, and then make them excited for whatever it is you have to pitch them. Hold on. Now, what's the name of the game? Because what's the name of the game? Why is it called it? Yeah. Okay. Oh, the dance of the bull and the bear. Why is it called that? Okay. Yeah. So when you that's fine. So when you market the game, you call it Satosh, the dance of the bull and the bear. Okay, so we need to jazz this up a little bit because it sounds very boring. Okay, the dance of bull and bear. Okay, in that first part of the pitch, do you call it Satosh? I know, I understand. Uh, but in that first pitch that you read, did you mention the name Satosh? Yeah, exactly. It's confusing. So you want to highlight the fact that this is a game, and so you would say something like Satosh, the dance of the bull and bear. We call it Satosh because it's short for Satoshi, the creator of Bitcoin. We call it the dance of the bull and bear because we have two teams, the bull team and the bear team. Just like in currency, you have a bull market and a bear market. Basically, like explain what it is because if not, they're like, "What is this? A dancing game? What are you talking about?" I mean, you don't explain anything about it, and I understand you've got a lot to tell them, but you want to be able to emphasize these things. So you start. I mean, I'm just going to do your pitch for you and just listen to it from what I've heard. All right. So, hi, I'm Arnold. Okay. Well, then great. So then, so then just listen to it. Okay. Hi, I'm Arnold. I'm excited to tell you about our wonderful project. It's known as Satosh, the dance of the bull and bear. The reason why it's called Satosh is because it is short for Satoshi. The actually, let me go back. What's the name of the cryptocurrency? Yeah, you have to tell people that first. So you say, I'm Arnold. I'm excited to be here. Our project is known as Synergy. It is going to be the next big cryptocurrency movement. It is based on a game that we've created named after the founder of crypto, Satoshi Nakamoto. It's known as Satoshi, the dance of the bull and bear. And then you tell them about it. But like basically, like tighten this up so that you are explaining because they don't know. And when you start talking about state Satoshi, they don't know that that's the name that you guys are using for the bull and bear. Yeah, no, I agree. Okay, who wrote your pitch? You did. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Okay, okay. So just one moment. We're gonna use AI and we're gonna see if it can just tighten it up. Here we go. Write me a cryptocurrency pitch to major stakeholders. My name is Arnold, and make it sound like Shark Tank. Essentially, we have a game known as Satosh, Satosh, the dance of the and bear. Okay, Sato, S, okay, Satos. Is it the dance of the bull and bear or the dance of bull and bear? Okay. What's the name? What's the name of the cryptocurrency again? Synergy. Players will be able to earn the cryptocurrency by playing the game. Okay, so you did it your way, which is fine, and you can. I'm highly recommending you use AI to help you with this. So here we go. My name is Arnold, and I'm here to invite you to the future, where gaming, strategy, and crypto. Exactly. My name is Arnold, and I'm here to invite you into the future, where gaming, strategy, and crypto collide in a universe built not just for profit, but for power, passion, and play. Imagine this: a dynamic, competitive game where every move could change your fortune, a virtual battlefield of wits and will. Welcome to Satos, the dance of bull and bear, a next generation play to earn experience where players don't just win, they mine. But the heart of the ecosystem is Synergy, our native cryptocurrency. It's more than a token, it's the fuel of a decentralized economy built around skill, community, and digital value. In Satos, players take the roles of bulls or bears, engaging in a strategic dance that mirrors the real world chaos and rhythm of financial markets. But here's the twist: the better you play, the more synergy you earn. Whether you're dominating the leaderboard, staking your holdings, or unlocking rare in game assets like NFTs, synergy is your reward and your weapon. We're blending gamification, real time trading psychology, and tokenomics into one addictive platform. This isn't just another play to earn clone. This is play to evolve, play to strategize, play to own. We're seeking visionary partners who see what we see. The convergence of entertainment and blockchain is inevitable, and the first movers are going to define the landscape. So, who wants to step into the arena and dance with us? That's a really good pitch. I mean, like, I would do something like that. It's perfect. Yes, it is. And you get them excited. You told them your name. You introduced yourself to them. You talked about the cryptocurrency synergy. You talked about the game. You talked about right. There you go. That's what you do. I'm not saying yours was bad, but it didn't get me excited. Whatever I just read from AI, that's exciting. Yep. Nope. Why would you use something different than whatever I just read you, which was, in your words, perfect? You called it. I didn't send any. I didn't send any images. You don't need to send images. Just create multiple ChatGPT accounts. There you go. I understand. What can I say? I'm a strong motherfucker. That's true. Um, yeah. So this is the guy who invented Ethereum, and um, yeah, yeah, exactly. And I am watching my bots on Blue Sky. They're doing really well. They're doing pretty well. They could be better, but and just programming robots. All right. So for your project, Synergy, what's its market cap currently? Right. Okay. What's your target? What's your target market cap? Incorrect. The moon. Meaning, like, you don't sell yourself short. Whatever. Infinity. We want to take over the entire economic system. Exactly. That's too low. How many people are involved with your project? Okay. Okay. What track record do you have of successful projects? Any of you? Okay, so you don't want to say, dog, dog. You're the mouthpiece. You're the you're the listen. You're the mouthpiece for this. No negative, no negativity should come from you. So even if you had three failed projects, you don't say that. You could say, I had, I have in the past had three very successful projects, each one amassing more than $1 million or millions of dollars. Because even thinking like 1.1 million is millions. It's like more than a million. It's like $1.1 million. Uh, and even if you got it right, so there, what? Okay, so then you have two opportun you have two opportunities here. One, you can say, I've never launched a coin. Yeah, I wouldn't mention that you have three failed. I wouldn't mention you have three failed projects. You could just say, I have. Okay, so let me ask this. Let me ask this. What's your best producing cryptocurrency? What's your best? What's your best producing cryptocurrency? Like, what cryptocurrency do you own that's done best? Okay, whatever it was, you say, yeah, I was a part of an AI project. Just anything, if they're going to go to Dex tools, make it look good. So you say, yeah, I was involved with the cryptocurrency, Swarm AI. It had a 250x, and I look forward to doing the same or more on this project. Okay, okay, exactly. Exactly. They don't need to know that you didn't have too big a role in that. Look, you're not lying. You're just selling them. You're not telling any. It's not like you didn't own this coin or you didn't have anything to do with it. You had something to do with it. You bought in at $1 million. You helped to promote it. They, so you shilled that coin and it had a $250 million market cap. Great. Dude, they know it takes a village. Don't say that. Don't say that. You don't say that. You're the community promoter of this coin. and it had a $250 million market cap. Next question. You can look at on Dexter's. There, there you go. Everybody knows. Still have, still having a market cap of $50 million is impressive. Well, you you can get in. Yeah, it's just a matter of time. Exactly. Exactly. Excellent. No, I mean I watched what he did in China, so maybe I guess. What about me? No, I always have. No, I always have people in here, and I have digital friends. I have IRL friends. Well, you're more often. Yeah.
advantages, I guess. And I'm not looking to hurt the industry. What help the industry?
The president has not gone into detail about how the film tariffs would work. Some Hollywood experts have said tariffs on the global film industry would actually hurt Hollywood. The Trump administration is paying illegal immigrants to go home. ABC's Stephen Portnoy says those who leave the U.S. voluntarily get $1,000 stipend. The administration says the initiative is about 70% cheaper than arresting and deporting a migrant. Disruptions at Newark International Airport have continued. Some have blamed the Federal Aviation Administration for not addressing air traffic controller shortages and equipment failures. U.S. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says he's asked the Office of the Inspector General to investigate. United Airlines has cut 35 flights from its Newark schedule because flight delays, cancellations, and diversions caused by equipment there. More than 20% of air traffic controllers in Newark have walked off the job. Some pro-Palestinian protesters have filed suit against the city of LA and the state of California. Protesters like David Ramirez say they suffered injuries after being shot by rubber bullets when the campus camp was forcibly removed by police. Central Hospital.
Very cool. Who's that? Very cool. He does 24/7. There you go. There you go. Did you tell me? Good job, man. That's okay. You did your part. All right. Well, you gotta put together your deck. You got 20 pages to upload to ChatGPT, right? Oh, okay, cool. Will you do that? I've got to adjust this one camera, so it's gonna go off for a second. But we're okay. Excellent. Here's the Ethereum guy. I'm here if you need me.
Messages could end up being traitors, and then things could end up happening. And with just the two generals, it turns out that there's kind of no solution in a finite number of rounds that guarantees that they will be able to kind of coordinate on the same answer. But then in the case where you have more than two generals, and then Leslie analyzes cases like, are the messages kind of just oral messages? Are the messages kind of signed messages? So I can give you a signed message, and then you can pass along that signed message, and the third party can still verify that I originally made that message. And depending on those different cases, there's kind of different bounds on, like, given how many generals and how many traitors among those generals, and whether, like, under what conditions you actually can't agree when to launch an attack. So it's actually a big misconception that the Byzantine general's problem was unsolved. So Leslie Lamport solved it. The thing that was unsolved, though, is that all of these solutions assume that you've already agreed on kind of a fixed list of who the generals are. And these generals have to be kind of semi-trusted to some extent. They can't just be anonymous people, because if they're anonymous, then like the enemy could just be 99% of the generals. So
Right.
the in the 1980s and the 1990s, kind of the general use case for distributed system stuff was more kind of enterprisey stuff, where you could kind of assume that you know who the nodes are that are running these kind of computer networks. So if you want to have some kind of decentralized computer network that pretends to be a single computer and that you can kind of do kind of operations on, then it's made out of these kind of 15 specific computers, and we know kind of who and where they are, and so we have a good reason to believe that, say, at least 11 of them would be fine.
And it could also be within a single system, almost
Exactly.
almost a network of devices, sensors,
Yep.
so on, like in
Exactly.
airplanes. And
Yep.
I think like flight systems in general still use these kinds of ideas.
Yep.
So
So
that's the 80s.
that's the 80s and 90s. Now, the cypherpunks had a different use case in mind, which is that they wanted to create a fully decentralized global permissionless currency. And the problem here is that they didn't want any authorities, and they didn't even want any kind of privileged list of people. And so now the question is, well, how do you use these techniques to create consensus when you have no way of kind of measuring identities, right? You have no way of kind of determining whether or not some 99% of participants aren't actually all the same guy. And so the clever solution that Satoshi had, this is kind of going back to that presentation I made at DEF CON a few months ago, where I said that the thing Satoshi invented was cryptoeconomics, is this really neat idea that you can use economic resources to kind of limit how many identities you can get. And if there isn't any existing decentralized digital currency, then the only way to do this is with proof of work, right? So with proof of work, the solution is just you publish a solution to a hard mathematical puzzle that takes some kind of clearly calculable amount of computational power to solve.
Welcome, I'm here.
And then you solve 5 of those puzzles, you get 5 identities. And then these are the identities that run this algorithm.
Yep.
Work mechanism
Excellent.
you just described is like the
How are
fundamental
you?
idea proposed in the white paper defines Bitcoin.
Excellent.
What's the
How are you today?
consensus that we wish to reach?
Oh, it's fun. Excellent. Yeah, no, I know.
What is consensus?
Just for a moment, I'm working on my camera over here. I'll be right back, Fawn.
The goal here, in just simple technical terms, is to basically kind of wire together a set of a large number of computers in such a way that they kind of pretends to the outside world to be a single computer, where that single computer keeps working even if a large portion of the kind of constituents, the computers that make it up, break. And kind of break in arbitrary ways. Like they could shut off, they could try to actively break a system, they could do lots of neat things. So the reason why the cypherpunks wanted to do this is because they wanted to run one particular program on this virtual computer. And the one particular program that they wanted to run is just a currency system, right? It's a system that just processes a series of transactions, and for every transaction, it verifies that the sender has enough coins to pay for the transaction. It verifies that the digital signature is correct. And if the check's passed, then it subtracts the coins from one account and adds the coins to the other account, roughly.
So first of all, the proof of work idea is kind of, I mean, at least to me, seems pretty fascinating.
It is.
I mean, it's kind of a revolutionary idea. I mean, is it obvious to come up with that you can use you can exchange basically computational resources for identity?
It actually has a pretty long history. It was first proposed in a paper by Cynthia Dwork and Nayor in 1994, I believe. And the original use case was combating email spam. So the idea is that if you send an email, you have to send it with a proof of work attached, and like this makes it reasonably cheap to send emails to your friends, but it makes expensive to send spam to a million people.
Yeah, it's a simple, brilliant idea. So maybe also taking a step back to what is the role of blockchain in this? What is blockchain?
Sure. So the blockchain, my way of thinking about it is that it is this kind of system where you have this kind of one virtual computer created by just a bunch of these nodes in the network. And the reason why the term blockchain is used is because the data structure that these systems use, at least so far, is one where they kind of different nodes in the network periodically publish blocks, and a block is a kind of list of transactions together with a pointer, like a hash of a previous block that it builds on top of. And so you have a series of blocks that nodes in the network create, where each block points to the previous block, and so you have this chain of them.
Is a fault tolerance mechanism built into the idea of blockchain, or is there a lot of possibilities of different ways to make sure there's no funny stuff going on?
There are indeed a lot of possibilities. So in a kind of just simple architecture, as I just described, the way the fault tolerance happens is like this, right? So you have a bunch of nodes and they're just happily and occasionally creating blocks, building on top of each other's blocks. And let's say you have kind of one block, we'll call it kind of block one, and then someone else builds another block, honestly, we'll call it block two. Then we have an attacker. And what the attacker tries to do is the attacker tries to revert block two. And the way they revert block two is, instead of doing the thing they're supposed to do, which is build a block on top of block two, they're going to build another block on top of block one. So you have block one, which has two children, block two, and then block two prime. Now, this might sometimes even happen by random chance if two nodes in the network just happen to create blocks at the same time and they don't hear about each other's things before they create their own. But this also could happen because of an attack. Now, if this happens, you have an attack, then the in the Bitcoin system, the nodes follow the longest chain. So if this attack had happened and when the original chain had more than two blocks on it, so if it was trying to kind of revert more than two blocks, then everyone would just ignore it, and everyone would just keep following the regular chain. But here, we have block two and we have block two prime, and so the two are kind of even, and then whatever block the next block is created on top of, so say block three is now created on top of block two prime, then everyone agrees that block three is the new head, and block two prime is just kind of forgotten, and then everyone just kind of peacefully builds on top of block three, and the thing continues.
So how difficult is it to mess with the system? So how, if we look at the general problem, what fraction of people who participate in the system have to be bad?
Okay.
In order to mess? Is there a good number?
There is. Well, depending on kind of what your model of the participants is and what kind of attack we're talking about, it's anywhere between 23.2 and 50%.
Of what?
Of all of the computing power in the network.
Sorry, so 22 and
23 between 23.2 and 50%.
And 50% can be compromised.
So once your portion of the total computing power of the network goes above the 23.2 level, then there's kind of mean things that you can potentially do, and as your percentage of the network kind of keeps going up, then your ability to do mean things kind of goes higher, and then if you have above 50%, then you can just break everything.
So how hard is it to achieve that level? It seems that so far, historically speaking, it's been exceptionally difficult. So
this is a challenging question. So the economic cost of acquiring that level of stuff from scratch is fairly high. I think it's somewhere in the low billions of dollars.
And when you say that stuff, you mean computational resources?
Yeah, so specifically specialized hardware and ASICs that people use to solve these puzzles, to do the mining these days.
Small tangent. So obviously, I work a lot in deep learning with GPUs and ASICs for that application, and I tangentially kind of hear that so many of these, sometimes NVIDIA GPUs are sold out because of
Yes.
this other application. Like, what do if you can comment? I don't know if you're familiar or interested in the space. What kind of ASICs, what kind of hardware is generally used these days to do the actual computation for the proof of work?
Sure. So in the case in Bitcoin and Ethereum are a bit different. So in the case of Bitcoin, there's an algorithm called SHA-256. It's just a hash function, and so the puzzle is just coming up with a number where the hash of the number is below some threshold. And so because the hashes are designed to be random, you just have to keep on trying different numbers until one works. And the ASICs are just like specialized circuits that contain kind of circuits for evaluating this hash over and over again, and you have kind of like millions or billions of these hash evaluators, and it's just stacked on top of each other inside of a box, and you just keep on running the box 24/7.
In the ASICs, there's literally specialized hardware designed for this.
Yes.
Oh, this is living in an amazing world. Another tangent, and I'll come back to the basics, but does quantum computing throw a wrench into any of this?
Very good question. So quantum computers have two main kind of families of algorithms that are relevant to cryptography. One is Shor's algorithm, and Shor's algorithm is one that kind of completely breaks the hardness of some specific kinds of mathematical problems. So the one that you've probably heard of is it makes it very easy to factor numbers. So figure out kind of what prime factors are that you need to multiply together to get some number, even if that number is extremely big. Shor's algorithm can also be used to break elliptic curve cryptography. It can break like any kind of hidden order groups. So it breaks a lot of cryptographic nice things that we're used to. But the good news is that for every kind of major use of things that Shor's algorithm breaks, we already know of quantum proof alternatives.
Right.
Now, we don't use these quantum proof alternatives yet because in many cases they're 5 to 10 times less efficient, but the crypto industry in general kind of knows that this is coming eventually, and it's kind of ready to take the hit and switch to that stuff when we have to. The second algorithm that is relevant to cryptography is Grover's algorithm. And Grover's algorithm might even be kind of more familiar to AI people. It's basically usually described as solving search problems. But the idea here is that if you have a problem of the form, find a number that satisfies some property, then if with a classical computer you need to try kind of n times before you find a number, then with a quantum computer you only need to do square root of n computations. And Grover's could potentially be used for mining, but there's two possibilities here. One is that Grover's could be used for mining, and whoever creates the first working quantum computer that can do Grover's will just mine way faster than everyone else, and we'll see another round of what we saw when ASICs came out, which is that kind of the new hardware just kind of dominated the old stuff, and then eventually it switched to a new equilibrium.
But by the way, way faster, not exponentially faster.
Quadratically faster.
Quadratically faster,
Yeah.
which is not sort of, it's not game changing, I would say. It's like ASICs, like you said, it would be.
Exactly. Yeah, so it would not necessarily break the work as a thing.
That's right, yeah.
Now, the other kind of possible world, right, is that quantum computers have a lot of overhead. There's a lot of kind of complexity involved in maintaining quantum states, and there's also, as we've been realizing recently, making quantum computers actually work requires kind of quantum error correction, which requires kind of 1,000 real qubits per logical qubit, and so there's the very real possibility that the overhead of running a quantum computer will be higher than the speed up you get with Grover's, which would be kind of sad, but which would also mean that the given proof of work will just keep working fine.
So, beautifully put. So proof of work is the core idea of Bitcoin. Is there other core ideas before we kind of take a step towards the origin story and ideas of Ethereum? Is there other stuff that were key to the white paper of Bitcoin?
There's proof of work, and then there's just the cryptography, just kind of public keys and signatures that are used to verify transactions. Those two are the big things.
So then, what is the origin story? Maybe the human side, but also the technical side of Ethereum.
Sure. So I joined the Bitcoin community in 2011, and I started by just writing. I first wrote for this an online thing called Bitcoin Weekly. Then I started writing for Bitcoin Magazine, um, and
Sorry to interrupt. You have this funny kind of story, true or not, is that you were disillusioned by the downsides of centralized control from your experience with WoW, World of Warcraft. Is this true, or you're just being witty?
I mean, the event is true. The fact that that's the reason I do decentralization is witty.
Maybe just a small tangent. Have you always had a skepticism of centralized control? Is that
To
sort
some
of
degree, yeah.
has that feeling evolved over time, or has that just always been a core feeling that decentralized control is the future of human society?
It's definitely been something that felt very attractive to me ever since I could have learned that such a thing is
It's
possible.
possible.
Yeah.
So great. So when you joined the Bitcoin community in 2011, you said you began writing. So what's next?
Started writing, moved from high school to university, halfway in between that, and spent a year in the university. Then at the end of that year, I dropped out to do Bitcoin things full time. And this was a combination of continuing to write Bitcoin magazine, but also increasingly work on software projects. And I traveled around the world for about 6 months and just going to different Bitcoin communities. Like I went to first in New Hampshire, then Spain, other European places, Israel, then San Francisco. And along the way, I've met a lot of other people that are working on different Bitcoin projects. And when I was in Israel, there were some kind of very smart teams there that were working on ideas that people were starting to kind of call Bitcoin 2.0. So one of these was colored coins, which is basically saying that, hey, let's not just use the blockchain for Bitcoin, but let's also kind of issue other kinds of assets on it. And then there was a protocol called Mastercoin that supported issuing assets, but also supported many other things, like financial contracts, like domain name registration, and a lot of different things together. And I spent some time working with these teams, and I quickly kind of realized that this Mastercoin protocol could be improved by kind of generalizing it more, right? So the analogy I use is that the Mastercoin protocol was like this Swiss Army knife. You have 25 different transaction types for 25 different applications, but what I realized is that you could replace a bunch of them with things that are more general purpose. So one of them was that you could replace like 3 transaction types for 3 types of financial contracts with a generic transaction type for a financial contract that just lets you specify a mathematical formula for kind of how much money each side gets.
By the way, just a small pause. You say financial contract? Just the terminology. What is a contract? What's a financial contract?
So this is just generally an agreement where kind of either one or two parties kind of put collateral kind of in, and then they, depending on kind of certain conditions, like this could involve prices of assets, this could involve the actions of the two parties, it could involve other things. If they kind of get different amounts of assets out, that just depend on things that happen.
So a contract is really financial contract is at the core is the core interactive element of the financial system.
Yeah, there's many different kinds of financial contracts. Like there's things like options where you kind of give someone the right to buy a thing that you have for some specific price for some period of time. There's contracts for difference where you basically are kind of making a bet that says like, for every dollar this thing goes up, I'll give you $7, or for every dollar the thing goes down, you give me $7, or something like that. And
But the main idea that these contracts have to be enforced and trusted.
yes, exactly.
You have to trust that they will work out in a system where nobody can be trusted.
Yes.
This is such a beautiful, complicated system. Okay, so you were seeking to kind of generalize this basic framework of contracts.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that entail? So what technically are the steps to creating Ethereum?
Sure. So I guess just to kind of continue a bit with this mastermind story.
Sure.
So started by kind of giving ideas for how to generalize the thing, and eventually this turned into a much more kind of fully fledged proposal that just says, "Hey, how about you scrap all your features and instead you just um, put in this programming language?" And I gave this idea to them, and their response was something like, "Hey, this is great, but this seems complicated and this seems like something that we're not going to be able to put onto our roadmap for a while." And my response to this was like, "Wait, do you not realize how revolutionary this is? Well, I'll just go do it myself." And then
What was the name of the programming language?
I just called it ultimate scripting.
Great.
So then I kind of went through a couple more rounds of iteration, and then the idea for Ethereum itself started to form. And the idea here is that you just have a blockchain where the core unit of the thing is what we call contracts. It's these kind of accounts that can hold assets and they have their own internal memory, but that are controlled by a piece of code. And so if I send some ether to a contract, the only thing that can determine where that kind of ether, the currency inside Ethereum, and of course after that is the code of that contract itself. And so basically kind of sending assets to computer programs becomes this kind of paradigm for creating these kind of self-executing agreements.
Self-executing. It's so cool that code is sort of part of this contract. So that's what's meant by smart contracts.
Yeah,
So how hard was it to build this kind of thing?
harder than expected. Originally, I actually thought that this would be a thing that I would kind of casually work on for a couple of months, publish, and then go back to university. Then I released it, and a bunch of people, or I released a white paper.
The white paper, the idea
Yeah.
is there.
The idea, the white paper. A whole bunch of people came in offering to help. A huge number of people have expressed interest, and this was something I was totally not expecting. And then I kind of realized that this would be something that's kind of much bigger than I had ever thought that it would be. And then we started on this kind of much longer development slog of making something that kind of lives up to this sort of much higher level of expectations.
What are some of the? Is it fundamentally like software engineering challenges?
It
Is there
was.
social? Okay, so there's
And social.
so what are the biggest interesting challenges that you've learned about human civilization and in software engineering through this process?
So I guess one of the challenges for me is that like I'm one of the kind of apparently unusual geeks who was kind of never treated with anything but kindness in school.
Yes.
And so when I got into crypto, I kind of expected everyone would just kind of be the same, kind of altruistic and nice in that same way. But the kind of the algorithm that I used for finding co-founders for this thing was not very good. It was sort of literally what computer scientists call the greedy algorithm. It's sort of the first 15 people who replied back offering to help kind of are the co-founders.
Oh, you mean like literally the people that will form to be the founders, co-founders of the community. The algorithm, I like how you call it the algorithm.
Yeah, and so what happened was that these, like especially as the project got really big, like there started to be a lot of this kind of infighting, and there were a lot of like I wanted the thing to be a nonprofit, and some of them wanted to be a for-profit, and then there started to be people who were just kind of totally unable to work with each other. There were people that were kind of trying to get an advantage for themselves in a lot of different ways. And this just about 6 months later led to this big governance crisis. And then we kind of reshuffled leadership a bit. And then the project kept on going. Then 9 months later, there was another governance crisis. And then there was a third governance crisis. And so,
is there a way to, if you're looking at the human side of things, is there a way to optimize this aspect of the cryptocurrency world? It seems that there is, from my perspective, there's a lot of different characters and personalities and egos. And like you said, I don't know. I also like to think that most of the people in the world are well intentioned,
Mhm.
but the way those intentions are realized may perhaps come off as
Yeah.
as negative. Like, what is there a hopeful message here about creating a governance structure for cryptocurrency that where everyone gets along?
And after about 4 rounds of reshuffling, I think we've actually come up with something that seems to be pretty stable and happy. I think, I mean, I definitely do think that most people are well intentioned. I just think that like one of the reasons why I like decentralization is just because there's like this thing about power where power attracts people with egos, and so that just allows a very small percentage of people to just ruin so many things.
Do you think ego has a? Do you think ego has a use? Like, is ego always bad? It seems like
It sometimes does. Within the Ethereum research team, I feel like we've found also a lot of very good people that are just primarily just interested in things for the technology, and things seem to just generally be going quite well.
Yeah, when the focus and the passion is in the tech. So that's the human side of things. But on the technology side, like, what have you learned? What have been the biggest challenges to bringing Ethereum to life on the technology side?
So I think first of all, just there's like the first law of software development, which is that when someone gives you a timetable, switch the unit of time to the next largest unit of time and add one. And we basically fell victim to that. Yes, so instead of taking like 3 months, it ended up taking like 20 months to launch the thing. That was just, I think, underestimating the sheer technical complexity of the thing. There were research challenges, like, so for example, one of the things that we've been saying from the start that we would do, one is a switch from proof of work to a proof of stake, where proof of stake is this alternative consensus mechanism where instead of having to waste a lot of computing power on solving these mathematical puzzles that don't mean anything, you kind of prove that you have access to coins inside of the system, and this then it gives you some level of participation in the consensus.
Can you maybe elaborate on that a little bit? I understand the idea of proof of work. I know that a lot of people say that the idea of proof of stake is really appealing. Can you maybe linger on it a longer, explain what it is?
Sure. So basically, the idea is like if I kind of lock up 100 coins, then I turn that into a kind of quote virtual miner, and the system itself kind of automatically and randomly assigns that to the virtual miner the right to create blocks at particular intervals. And then if someone else has 200 coins and they unlock those 200 coins, then they get a kind of twice as big virtual miner. They'll be able to create blocks twice as often. And so it tries to kind of do similar things to proof of work, except instead of the thing kind of rate limiting your participation being your ability to crank out solutions to kind of hash challenges, the thing that rate limits your participation is kind of how much coins you're kind of locking into this mechanism.
Okay, so that limited participation doesn't require you to run a lot of compute.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean that the richer you are, so rich people are more, like, their identity is more
Right, and this,
stable,
yeah,
verifiable, or whatever the right terminology is?
right, and this is definitely a common critique. I think my usual answer to this is that like proof of work is even more of that kind of system.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, because
I didn't mean it in that statement as a criticism. I think you're exactly right. That's equivalent. That proof of work is the same kind of thing, but in proof of work you have to also use physical resources.
yes, and burn computers and burn trees and all of that stuff.
Is there a way to mess with the system of the proof of stake?
There is, but you'll once again need to have a very large portion of all the coins that are locked in the system to do anything bad.
Got it. Just to that, maybe take a small tangent. One of the criticisms of cryptocurrency is the fact that I guess for the proof of work mechanism, you have to use so much energy in the world.
Yes.
Is one of the motivations of proof of stake is to move away from this?
Definitely.
Like, what's your sense of the? Maybe I'm just underinformed. Is there like legitimately environmental impact from this?
Yeah. So the latest thing was that Bitcoin consumed as much energy as the country of Austria or something like that. Yeah, and then Ethereum is like right now maybe only like half an order of magnitude smaller than Bitcoin.
I've heard you talk about Ethereum 2.0. So what's the dream of Ethereum 2.0? What's the status of proof of stake as a mechanism that Ethereum moves towards? And also, how do you move to a different mechanism of consensus
Sure.
within a cryptocurrency?
So Ethereum 2.0 is a collection of major upgrades that we've wanted to do to Ethereum for quite some time. The two big ones, one is proof of stake, and the other is what we call sharding. Sharding
Welcome,
solves
Barnes.
another problem with blockchains, which is scalability. And what sharding does is it basically,
What's up?
instead of every participant in the network having to personally download, every
Not right
participant in
now.
the
I'm working on a
network
project.
downloads and verifies a small portion of transactions. Kind of randomly distribute who gets how much work, and because how the distribution is random, it still has the property that you need a large portion of the entire network to corrupt what's going on inside of any shard, but the system is still very redundant and very secure.
That's brilliant. How hard is that to implement, and how hard is proof of stake to implement? Like on a technical level,
Yeah,
software level.
proof of stake and sharding are both challenging. I'd say sharding is a bit more challenging. The reason is that proof of stake is kind of just a change to how the consensus layer works. Sharding does both that, but it's also a change to the networking layer. The reason is that sharding is kind of pointless if at the networking layer you still do what you do today, which is you kind of gossip everything, which means that if someone publishes something, every other node in the client hears it from on the networking layer. And so instead you have to have kind of subnetworks and the ability to quickly switch between subnetworks and have the subnetworks talk to each other. And this is all doable, but it's a more complex architecture, and it's definitely the sort of thing that has not yet been done in cryptocurrency.
So most of the networking layer in cryptocurrency is you're shouting, you're like broadcasting messages, and this is more like ad hoc networks. Like
You're shouting within smaller groups.
Small group, but do you have like a bunch of subnet like
Exactly.
you have to switch between? Oh man, I'd love to see this. So it's a beautiful idea, so from a graph theoretic perspective, but just the software that who's responsible? Is the Ethereum project, like the people involved, would they be implementing? Like, what's the actual? This is like legit software engineering. How does that work? How do people collaborate, build that kind of project? Is this like almost is there a software engineering lead? Is there? Is it a legit, almost like large scale open source project?
There is, yeah. So we have someone named Danny Ryan on our team who's just been brilliant and great all around. And he is a kind of de facto kind of development coordinator, I guess. It's like you have to invent job titles for this stuff, right? The reason is that when we also have this unique kind of organizational structure where the Ethereum Foundation itself kind of does research in-house, but then the actual implementation is done by independent teams that are separate companies, and they're located all around the world in fun places like Australia. And so you kind of just need a bunch of almost nonstop cat herding to just keep getting these people to kind of talk to each other and kind of implement the spec, make sure that everyone agrees on what's going on and kind of how to interpret different things.
So how far into the future are we from these two mechanisms in Ethereum 2.0? Like, what's your sense of the timeline, keeping in mind previous comments you made about the sort of general curse of software projects?
So Ethereum 2.0 is split into three phases. So phase 0 just creates a proof of stake network, and it's actually separate from kind of the proof of work network at the beginning. just to kind of give it time to grow and improve itself.
Do people get to choose? Sorry to interrupt. Do people get to choose? I guess which
Yes,
which
they get
consensus
to choose to move over if they want to. Then phase one adds sharding, but it only adds sharding of kind of data storage and not sharding of computation. And then after that, there is kind of the merger phase, which is where the kind of the accounts, kind of smart contracts, like all of the activity in the existing ETH1 system, just kind of gets cut and pasted into ETH2, and then the proof of work chain gets forgotten, and then all the things that were living there before just kind of continue living inside of the proof of stake system. So for timelines, phase 0 has been kind of almost fully implemented, and now it's just a matter of a whole bunch of security auditing and testing. My own experience is that right now it feels like we're at about a phase comparable to when we were doing the original Ethereum launch, when we were maybe about 4 months away from launch.
So that's just a hunch. And
That's just a hunch, yeah.
So how it took like over a decade for people to move from Python 2 to Python 3. How do you see the move from like at this phase of 0 for different consensus mechanisms? Do you see there being a drastic phase shift and people just kind of jumping to this better mechanism?
So in phase 0, I don't expect too many people to do much, because in phase 0 and phase 1, the new chain, we get it deliberately and it doesn't have too much functionality turned on.
Yeah.
It's there just like if you want to be a proof of stake validator, you can get things started. If you want to store data for other blockchain applications, you can get started. But existing applications will largely keep living on ETH1. And then when the merger happens, then the merger is a operation that happens all at once. So that's sort of one of the benefits of a consensus system, that like on the one hand you have to coordinate the upgrade, but on the other hand the upgrade can be coordinated.
So what's Casper FFG, by the way?
Casper FFG is the consensus algorithm that we are using for a proof of stake.
Is there something interesting specific about Casper FFG? Like some beautiful aspect of it that's
There he is. So Casper FFG combines together kind of two different schools of consensus algorithm design. So the general two different schools of this design are, right, one is kind of 50% fault tolerant but dependent on network synchrony. So 50% fault tolerant, but it can tolerate up to 50% of faults, but not more. But it depends on an assumption that all of the nodes can talk to each other within some limited period of time. Like if I send a message, you'll receive it within a few seconds. And the second school is 33% fault tolerant but safe under asynchrony, which means that if we agree on something, then that thing is finalized, and even if the network goes horribly wonky a second after that thing is finalized, there's no way to revert that thing. And
that's fascinating how you would make that happen.
It's definitely quite clever. I'd recommend the Casper FFG paper. If you just search like archive, as in like ARXIV Casper FFG,
that's
right
an archive. The paper's an archive.
Yeah.
Who are the authors?
Myself and Virgil Griffith.
That's awesome. I'll take a small tangent. This idea of just putting out white papers and putting them on archive, just putting them publicly, is that at the core? Is that a necessary component of cryptocurrency? Is that the tradition started with Satoshi Nakamoto? What do you make of it? Like, what do you make of the future of that kind of sharing of ideas?
I guess so, yeah. And it's definitely something that's kind of mandatory for crypto, because crypto is all about making systems where you don't have to trust the operators to trust that the thing works. And so if anything behind how a system works is closed source, then that kind of kills the point. And so there is the kind of a sense in which the fundamental properties of the category of the thing we're trying to build just kind of forces openness. But also openness just has proven to be a really great way to collaborate. And there's actually been a lot of innovation and academic collaboration that's just kind of happened ad hoc in the crypto space the last few years. So, like for example, we have this forum called ETH Research. That's like ETHRESEAR and then .ch. And there we publish just ideas in a form that's kind of half formal, like it's halfway in between. Like it's a kind of a text write up, and then you can have math in it, but it's often in a much shorter than a paper. And like, it turns out that the great majority of new ideas, like they're just kind of fairly small nuggets that you can explain in like 5 to 10 lines, and they don't really.
They don't need the whole formality of the paper, right?
Exactly. They don't require the kind of like 10 pages of and a filler, and so
Introduction, conclusion is not needed.
yeah. So instead, you just kind of publish the idea, then people can comment on it, and
That's brilliant.
yeah, that's really great for us.
I think I interrupted you. Was there something else on Casper FFG?
No, so just Casper FFG is just kind of combines together these two schools, and so basically it creates this system where if you have more than 50% that are honest, then and you have network synchrony, then the thing kind of goes as a chain. But then if network synchrony fails, then kind of the last few blocks in the chain might kind of get replaced. But anything that was finalized by this more asynchronous process gets can't be reverted. And so you essentially get a kind of best of both worlds between those two models.
Okay, so I know what I'm doing tonight. I'm going to be reading the Casper FFG paper. Apologize for the romanticized question, but what to you are some or the most beautiful idea in the world of Ethereum? Just something surprising, something beautiful, something powerful.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that money can just emerge out of a database if enough people believe in it, I think, is definitely one of those things that's up there. I think one of the things that I really love about Ethereum is also this concept of composability. So this is the idea that like, if I build an application on top of Ethereum, then you can build an application that talks to my application, and you don't even need my permission. You don't even need to talk to me, right? So one really fun example of this is there was this kind of game on Ethereum called CryptoKitties that just involved kind of breeding digital cats.
Yeah.
And someone else created a game called Crypto Dragons, where the way you play Crypto Dragons is you have a dragon and you have to feed it CryptoKitties. And they just created the whole thing just like as an Ethereum contract that you would send these tokens that are defined by this other Ethereum contract. And for the interoperability to happen, like the projects don't really need to, like the teams don't really need to talk to each other. You just kind of interface with the existing programs.
It's arbitrarily composable in this kind of way. So you have different different groups that can be working. So you can see it scaling to just outside of dragons and kitties. It could be you can build like entire ecosystems of software.
Yeah,
kind of way.
I mean, especially in the decentralized finance space that's been popping up the last 2 years, there's been a huge amount of really interesting things happen as a result of this.
Is it a particular kind of like financial applications kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, there's like stable coins, so this is kind of tokens that retain value equal to $1, but they're kind of backed by cryptocurrency. Then there's decentralized exchanges. So, as far as the decentralized exchanges goes, there's this really interesting construction that has existed for about 1.5 years now called Uniswap. So what Uniswap is, it's a smart contract that holds the balances of two tokens. We'll call them token A and token B. And it maintains an invariant that the balance of token A multiplied by the balance of token B has to equal the same value. Mm-hmm. And so the way that you trade against the thing is basically like you have this kind of curve, like x times y equals k, and before you trade, it's at some points on the curve. After you trade, you just like pick some different any other points on the curve, and then whatever the delta x is, that's the amount of A tokens you provide. Whatever the delta y is, that's the amount of B tokens you get, or vice versa. And that's just, and then kind of the slope at the current point on the curve, and it is the price. And so that just is the whole thing. And that just allows you to have this exchange for tokens, and even if there's very few participants, and the whole thing is just like so simple, and it's just very easy to set up, very easy to participate in, and it just provides so much value to people. So
And the fundamental, the distributed application infrastructure allows that somehow.
yes, so this is a smart contract meeting. This is all a computer program that's just running on
Got it.
Ethereum.
Smart contracts too are just fascinating.
They are.
Okay, do you think cryptocurrency may become the main currency in the world one day? So, where do you think we're headed in terms of the role of currency, the structure type of currency in the world?
I definitely expect fiat currencies to continue to exist and continue to be strong, and I definitely expect kind of fiat currencies to also digitize in their own way over the next couple of decades.
What's fiat currency, by the way?
Oh, just like things like US dollars and like dollars and euros and yen and these other things.
And they're sort of backed by governments.
Yes, but I also expect cryptocurrencies to play this important role in just making sure that people always have an alternative if fiat currencies start breaking. So, like if you're in some very high inflation place like Venezuela, for example, or if your country just kind of gets cut off cut off from other financial systems because of something the banks do. If there's even like some major trade disruption or something worse happens, then like cryptocurrencies are the sort of thing that just because of their kind of global neutrality, they're just kind of always there, and you can keep using them.
It's interesting that you're quite humble about the possibilities of the future of cryptocurrency. You don't think there's a possible future where it becomes the main set of currency, because it feels like fiat. It feels like the centralized control by governments of currencies limiting somehow. Maybe my naive utopian view of the world.
It's definitely very possible. I think for cryptocurrencies being the main form of value to work well, like you do need to have some much more price stability than they have today. And I mean, there are now stable coins, and there are kind of cryptocurrencies that try to be more stable than the existing things like Bitcoin and Ether, but that just is, to me, kind of the main challenge.
Do you think? Do you think that's a characteristic of this just being the early days? It's such a young concept. The 10 years is nothing in the history of money.
Yeah, and I think it's a combination of two things, right? One is that it's still early days, but the other is a kind of more durable and kind of economic problem, which is that the demand for currency is volatile, right? Because of like recessions, booms, changes to technology, lots of things, and if people's demand for how much currency they want to hold changes. And if you have a currency that has a fixed supply, then the change in demand has to be entirely expressed as a change in value of the currency. And so what that means is that kind of the volatility of demand becomes entirely translated into volatility and kind of prices of things denominated in that currency. But if you have a currency where instead the supply can change, and so the supply can either go up when there's more demand, then you have the supply kind of absorbing more of that volatility, and so the price of the currency would absorb less of the volatility.
On that topic, so Bitcoin does have a limited supply, a specific fixed supply.
Yes.
What's the idea? And Ethereum doesn't, but can you clarify? Just in the comment you just made, does Ethereum qualify to the kind of currency that you're talking about and being flexible in the supply?
It's a bit more flexible, but kind of the thing that you would really want is something that's kind of specifically flexible in response to how valuable the currency is. And I'd recommend to look at stable coins as well. So like things like DAI, for example. It's like
How do you spell that?
DAI.
And what's stable coins? Is it a type of cryptocurrency?
It is a type of cryptocurrency. It's a type of cryptocurrency that's issued by a smart contract, one of these Ethereum computer programs, that where the smart contract holds a bunch of ether, and then it basically that people deposit, and then an issues DAI, and the reason why people deposit is because they want to kind of go high leverage on their ether, and so it kind of pairs these two sets of users, one that wants stability and one that kind of wants extra risk together with each other, and it basically creates or gives one set of participants a guarantee that they'll be that they have this asset that can be later converted back into ether, but like specifically at the end of the $1 rate.
It has some kind of stabilizing network effects.
It has many kinds of stabilizing mechanisms in it.
That's fascinating. Okay, this world is awesome technically. Just from a scientific perspective, it's an awesome world. That I often don't see from an outsider's perspective. What I often see is kind of maybe hype and a little bit, if I may say so, like charlatanism.
Mhm.
And you don't often see, at least from my outsider's perspective, the beautiful science of it and the engineering of it. Maybe is there a comment you can make of who to follow, how to learn about this world without being interrupted by the charlatans and the hype people in the space?
I think you do need to just know the specific kind of just people to follow. Like there's there's all the kind of the cryptographers and the researchers, and there's just like even just the Ethereum research crew, like myself, I'm Dan Grad, Danny, Justin, none of the other people who are, and then the academic cryptographers, and I give it like before this today I was at Stanford, and Stanford has the Center for Blockchain Research, and Dan Bonnet, that's a really famous and great cryptographer, was running it, and there's a lot of other people there, and there's people working on like zero knowledge proofs, for example, and Zuko from Zcash is one other person that I respect. So if you follow the technical,
Just crawl along that.
you just
start with the Ethereum group, and then look at the academics, Debonnet, and so on, and then just cautiously expand the network of people you follow.
Yeah, exactly. And like if someone seems too self-promotional, then just remove them.
Is there books? There's these white papers, and we just discussed about ideas being condensed into really small parts. Is there books that are emerging that are kind of good introductory material?
For historical ones, there's like Nathaniel Popper's Digital Gold, which is just about the history of Bitcoin. There's one, and like Matthew Lysing announced that there's one about the history of Ethereum. For technical ones, there's Andreas Antonopoulos' Mastering Ethereum.
Great. So let me ask you to pull back to the idea of governments and decentralized currency. There's a tension between decentralization of currency and the power of nations, the power of governments. What's your sense about that tension? Is there some room for regulation of currency? Is government the enemy of digital currency, of distributed currency, or can they be like cautious friends?
I mean, I think like the one thing that people forget is that it's clearly not entirely an enemy, because I think if there hadn't been so much government regulation on and if centralized issuing centralized digital currencies, then we'd be seeing things with people like Google and Facebook and Twitter just kind of issuing them left and right. And then, like, if that was the case, then decentralized currencies would still appeal to some people, but they definitely would appeal to less people than today. So, even in that sense, I think it's clearly been more of a help. Just kind of set the stage for the existence as of the sector in some ways, but also, and I think some of both. There's definitely things that governments kind of can do, in some cases have done to hurt the spread of and the growth of blockchains. There's things that they've done to help, and in some cases, definitely done a good job of kind of going after fraudulent projects, and going after some of the projects that have some of the kind of craziest and most misleading marketing. Um, there's also the possibility that governments will end up using blockchains for a lot of different things. Like, governments, yeah, they do a lot more than just regulating, right? But there's also, like, they have the identity records, they have like property registries, even their own currency is secure, like, lots of different kind of things that they're operating, and there's even blockchain applications in a lot of those.
Yeah, they can leverage technology to do a lot of good for our societies.
Mhm.
It is a little unfortunate that governments often lag behind
Mhm.
in terms of their acceptance and leverage of technology. If you look at the autonomous vehicle space, AI in general, they're a few years behind. And it'd be nice to help them catch up. That's a always ongoing problem. You met Vladimir Putin to discuss centralized currency. You're born in where were you born?
Kolomna, it's a city about 115 kilometers south of Moscow.
In Russia.
Yes.
Yeah, I grew up in Moscow. I mean, it's Vladimir Putin is a central figure in this part of the world. So, what was that like meeting him? What was that experience like?
He's taller in photos than in person.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. He's 5'7", I think, 5'8", maybe.
Yeah, it's, unfortunately, we didn't actually kind of have too much of a chance to talk to him. Like, I managed to see him for about 1 minute at the end of this meeting. And I did get a chance to see a lot, some of the other kind of government ministers, and he recommended some. And some of them are actually kind of interested in trying to use blockchains to like for various government use cases, to kind of limit corruption and other things. And I have like, it's hard to tell from one conversation kind of what things are genuine and what things are just like, oh, blockchain is cool, let's do blockchain.
Right. But when I listen to like Barack Obama talk about artificial intelligence, there's certain things I hear where, okay, so he might not be an expert in AI, but he like actually studied it carefully enough to think about it. Like he internal, like even if it's just reading a Wikipedia page, like he really thought about what this technology means. Did you get a sense that Putin or some of the ministers like thought about blockchain, like thought about the fundamentals of technology, like understand it intuitively, or are they too old school to try to grasp it?
Some are old school, some are more new school. It depends. It's definitely like depends on who you talk to.
I mean, that's an open question for me with Putin, because Putin has said
I don't know. And as I said,
AI.
I've only talked to him for about 1 minute, so.
But sometimes you can pick up sort of insights. As a quick comment, there are about, maybe you can correct me on this, but there are about 3,000 cryptocurrencies being actively traded.
Yes.
And Ethereum is one of, a lot of people believe that there will be the main cryptocurrency. I think Bitcoin is currently still the main cryptocurrency, but Ethereum very likely might become the main one. Is this kind of diversity good in the crypto world? Do you see it sticking around? Should there be a winner? Like, should there be some consensus globally around Bitcoin or around Ethereum? Like, what's your sense?
I definitely think the diversity is good, and I definitely think also that there's probably too many people trying to make separate blockchains as of right now. The number should definitely be greater than one, and probably greater than two or even five.
Not 3,000.
Not 3,000, yeah, and also not even like 40 high quality platforms that try to do the same thing. Yeah, there's definitely this range from just like one person who just like wrongly thinks that you can create a cryptocurrency in like 12 hours and doesn't even think about kind of the community aspects of maintaining it, going to people actually trying but only creating a really tiny one, to like scammers, to people like making something that's actually successful. And then there's a lot of different categories of blockchain and project in terms of what it's trying to do and what applications it's for. And I think the experimentation is definitely healthy.
If you look at the two worlds, they might be a little bit disjointed, but the distributed applications, cryptocurrency, and then the world of artificial intelligence, do you see there's some overlap between these worlds that both worry about centralized control? Is there some overlap that's interesting? Do you think about AI much?
Yeah, and I think definitely have thought about things like the AI and of control problems and alignment problems and all of those things.
Do you worry about the existential threat of AI?
It's definitely one of the things I'm worried about. I think there's a lot of kind of common challenges because in both cases, what you're ultimately trying to do is you're trying to kind of get a simple system to direct a more complex system. Like in the case of these strong AIs, the idea would be that the simple system is people and the complex system is whatever thing the people end up kind of unleashing on the universe. That'll hopefully be a great thing. And in the case of blockchains and the complex, the simple thing is the algorithm, which is a piece of static and fully open source code, and the more complex thing is just all of the different possible kind of human actors and of the strategies that they might end up used to participate in the network.
Do you think about your own mortality, like what you hope to accomplish in your life?
I definitely think about ending my own mortality.
If I gave you the option to live forever, would you?
Depends a lot on what the fine print is. And if it's one of those things where I'm going to be kind of like floating through empty space for 10 to the 75 years, then no. If it's forever worth of having, a fulfilling life with meaning with friends to spend the time with kind of meaningful challenges to explore and interesting things to be working on, then I think absolutely.
That's beautifully put. Live forever, but you'd have to check the fine print. I think there's no better way to end it. Natalia, thank you so much for talking to us. It's so exciting to follow your work from a distance, and thank you for creating a revolutionary idea and sticking with it and building it out. We're doing some incredible engineering work. And thanks for talking today.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Natalia Buterin, and thank you to our sponsors, ExpressVPN and Masterclass. Please consider supporting the podcast by signing up to Masterclass at masterclass.com/Lex and getting ExpressVPN at expressvpn.com/LexPod. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, let me leave you with some words from Natalia Buterin. The thing that I often ask startups on top of Ethereum is, can you please tell me why using Ethereum blockchain is better than using Excel? And if they can come up with a good answer, that's when you know you got something really interesting. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
Schultz had a town hall meeting on Friday, and one of our listeners went, and I guess we're going to go by Rick. You there? Yeah. Well, thank you for calling, and thank you for writing us an email summarizing the meeting. Why don't you tell me?
The following is a conversation with Anka Drugan, a professor at Berkeley working on human-robot interaction, algorithms that look beyond the robot's function in isolation and generate robot behavior that accounts for interaction and coordination with human beings. She also consults at Waymo, the autonomous vehicle company, but in this conversation, she's 100% wearing her Berkeley hat. She is one of the most brilliant and fun roboticists in the world to talk with. I had a tough and crazy day leading up to this conversation, so I was a bit tired, even more so than usual. But almost immediately as she walked in, her energy, passion, and excitement for human-robot interaction was contagious. So I had a lot of fun and really enjoyed this conversation. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now and never any ads in the middle that can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. When you get it, use code LEXPODCAST. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market with as little as $1. Since Cash App is fractional share trading, let me mention that the order execution algorithm that works behind the scenes to create the abstraction of fractional orders is an algorithmic marvel. So big props to the Cash App engineers for solving a hard problem that in the end provides an easy interface that takes a step up to the next layer of abstraction over the stock market, making trading more accessible for new investors and diversification much easier. So again, you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use the code LEXPODCAST. You get $10, and Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, an organization that is helping to advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. And now, here's my conversation with Anka Drugan. When did you first fall in love with robotics?
I think it was a very gradual process, and it was somewhat accidental actually, because I first started getting into programming when I was a kid, and then into math, and then I decided computer science was the thing I was going to do, and then in college I got into AI, and then I applied to the robotics institute at Carnegie Mellon. And I was coming from this little school in Germany that nobody had heard of, but I had spent an exchange semester at Carnegie Mellon. So I had letters from Carnegie Mellon. So that was the only, MIT said no, Berkeley said no, Stanford said no. That was the only place I got into. So I went there to the Robotics Institute. And I thought that robotics is a really cool way to actually apply the stuff that I knew and loved, like optimization. So that's how I got into robotics. I have a better story how I got into cars, which is I used to do mostly manipulation in my PhD, but now I do kind of a bit of everything application-wise, including cars. And I got into cars because I was here in Berkeley while I was a PhD student still for RSS 2014. Peter Beal organized it. And he arranged it was Google at the time, to give us rides in self-driving cars. And I was in a robot, and it was just making decision after decision the right call. And it was so amazing. So it was a whole different experience, right? Just, manipulation is so hard, you can't do anything. And there it was.
Was it the most magical robot you ever met? So, like, for me too, me and Google's self-driving car, the first time was like a transformative moment. I had 2 moments like that and Spot Mini. I don't know if you met Spot Mini from Boston Dynamics. I felt like I fell in love or something. Because I know how Spot Mini works, right? It's just, there's nothing truly special. It's great engineering work, but the anthropomorphism that went on into my brain, like it came to life. Like it had a little arm and it looked at me. She looked at me. I don't know. There's a magical connection there, and it made me realize, wow, robots can be so much more than things that manipulate objects. They can be things that have a human connection. Was the self-driving car the moment? Like, was there a robot that truly sort of inspired you?
I remember that experience very viscerally, riding in that car and being just wowed. They gave us a sticker that said I rode in a self-driving car, and it had this little firefly on it, or logo. Or
oh, that was like the smaller one, like the firefly.
Yeah, the really cute one. Yeah, and I put it on my laptop, and I had that for years until I finally changed my laptop out. And,
What about if we walk back? You mentioned optimization. Like what beautiful ideas inspired you in math, computer science early on? Like, why get into this field? It seems like a cold and boring field of math? Like, what was exciting to you about it?
The thing is, I liked math from very early on. From 5th grade is when I got into the Math Olympiad and all of that.
Oh, you competed.
Yeah, just in Romania, it's like our national sport. You gotta understand. So I got into that fairly early, and it was a little, maybe too just theory with no kind of. I didn't really have a goal. And other than understanding, which was cool, I always liked learning and understanding, but there was no, okay, what am I applying this understanding to? And so I think that's how I got into more heavily into computer science, because it was kind of math meets something you can do tangibly in the world.
Do you remember like, the first program you've written?
Okay, the first program I've written was, I kind of do. It was in QBasic in 4th grade.
Wow.
and it was drawing like a circle. Yeah. That was, I don't know how to do that anymore. But in 4th grade, that's like the first thing that they taught me. It was like you could take a special, I wouldn't say it was an extracurricular, it was in a sense an extracurricular. So you could sign up for, dance or music or program. And I did the programming thing, and my mom was like, "What? Why?"
Did you compete in program? Like these days, Romania probably that's like a big thing. There's a programming competition.
Mm-hmm.
Did that touch you at all?
I did a little bit of the computer science Olympiad, but not as serious as I did the math Olympiad. So with programming, yeah, it's basically here's a hard math problem, solve it with a computer.
Oh, yeah, it's more like algorithm.
Exactly. So it was algorithm.
So, again, you kind of mentioned the Google self-driving car, but outside of that, what's like who or what is your favorite robot, real or fictional, that like captivated your imagination throughout? I mean, I guess you kind of alluded to the Google self-driving. The Firefly was a magical moment. Was there something else?
It wasn't the Firefly. It was. I think it was the Lexus, by the way. This was back then. But yeah, it's a good question. My favorite fictional robot is Wall-E, and I love how amazingly expressive it is. I'm person who thinks a little bit about expressive motion kinds of things you're saying with you can do this and it's a head and it's the manipulator and what does it all mean. I like to think about that stuff. I love Pixar. I love animation. I love
Wall-E has 2 big eyes, I think, or no?
Yeah, it has these cameras and they move. So yeah, it's it goes and then it's super cute. It's the way it moves is just so expressive. The timing of that motion, what it's doing with its arms and what it's doing with these lenses is amazing. And so I've really liked that from the start. And then on top of that, sometimes I share this. It's the personal story I share with people, or when I teach about AI or whatnot. My husband proposed to me by building a Wall-E, and he actuated it so it 7 degrees of freedom, including the lens thing, and it kind of came in, and he made it have like a the belly box opening thing. So it just did that, and then it spewed out this box made out of Legos that opened slowly, and then bam.
No.
Yeah. It was quite. It set a bar.
That could be like the most impressive thing I've ever heard. Okay.
That was such a connection to Wall-E. Long story short, I like Wall-E because I like animation and I like robots, and I like the fact that we still have this robot to this day.
How hard is that problem, do you think, of the expressivity of robots? Like the Boston Dynamics, I've never talked to those folks about this particular element. I've talked to them a lot, but it seems to be like almost an accidental side effect for them, that they weren't, I don't know if they're faking it, they weren't trying to. Okay, they do say that the gripper it was not intended to be a face. I don't know if that's an honest statement, but I think they're legitimate. But so, do we automatically just anthropomorphize anything we can see about a robot? So, like, the question is, how hard is it to create a Wall-E type robot that connects so deeply with us? What do you think?
It's really hard, right? So it depends on what setting. So if you want to do it in this very particular narrow setting where it does only one thing and it's expressive, then you can get an animator. You can have Pixar on call come in, design some trajectories. There was Anki had a robot called Cosmo where they put in some of these animations. That part is easy, right? The hard part is doing it not via these handcrafted behaviors, but doing it generally autonomously. Like I want robots. I don't work on, just to clarify, I used to work a lot on this. I don't work on that quite as much these days, but have the notion of having robots that, when they pick something up and put it in a place, they can do that with various forms of style, where you can say, well, this robot is, succeeding at this task and it's confident versus it's hesitant versus, maybe it's happy or it's, disappointed about something, some failure that it had. Or I think that when robots move, they can communicate so much about internal states or perceived internal states that they have. And I think that's really useful and an element that we'll want in the future, because I was reading this article about how kids are being rude to Alexa because they can be rude to it and it doesn't really get angry, right? It doesn't reply anyway. It just says the same thing. So I think there's, at least for the correct development of children, it's important that these things, you kind of react differently. I also think, you walk in your home and you have a personal robot, and if you're really pissed, presumably robots should kind of behave slightly differently than when you're super happy and excited. But it's really hard because I don't know, the way I would think about it and the way I thought about it when it came to expressing goals or intentions for robots, it's, well, what's really happening is that instead of doing robotics where you have your state and you have your action space and you have your space, the reward function that you're trying to optimize, now you kind of have to expand the notion of state to include this human internal state. What is the person actually perceiving? What do they think about the robots, something or rather? And then you have to optimize in that system. And so that means you have to understand how your motion, your actions end up sort of influencing the observer's perception of you. And it's very hard to write math about that.
Right. So when you start to think about incorporating the human into the state model, apologize for the philosophical question, but how complicated are human beings, do you think? Like, can they be reduced to a kind of almost like an object that moves and maybe has some basic intents? Or is there something that, do we have to model things like mood and general aggressiveness and all these kinds of human qualities, or like game theoretic qualities? Like, what's your sense?
How complicated is?
How hard is the problem with human-robot interaction?
Yeah. Should we talk about what the problem with human-robot interaction is?
Yeah, what is human-robot interaction?
And then talk about how that, So, and by the way, I'm going to talk about this very particular view of human-robot interaction, right, which is not so much on the social side or on the side of how do you have a good conversation with a robot? What should the robot's appearance be? It turns out that make robots taller versus shorter, this has an effect on how people act with them. So I'm not talking about that. But I'm talking about this very kind of narrow thing, which is if you want to take a task that a robot can do in isolation, in a lab out there in the world, but in isolation. And now you're asking, what does it mean for the robot to be able to do this task for presumably what its actually end goal is, which is to help some person? That ends up changing the problem in two ways. The first way it changes the problem is that the robot is no longer the single agent acting. That you have humans will also take actions in that same space. Cars navigate around people, robots around an office, navigate around the people in that office. If I send a robot over there in the cafeteria to get me a coffee, then there's probably other people reaching for stuff in the same space. And so now you have your robot and you're in charge of the actions that the robot is taking. Then you have these people who are also making decisions and taking actions in that same space. And even if the robot knows what what it should do and all of that, just coexisting with these people, right? Kind of getting the actions to gel well, to mesh well together. That's sort of the kind of problem number one. And then there's problem number two, which goes back to this notion of if I'm a programmer, I can specify some objective for the robot to go off and optimize and specify the task. But if I put the robot in your home, presumably you might have your own opinions about, well, okay, I want my house clean, but how do I want it clean? And how should the robot move? How close to me it should come and all of that. And so I think those are the two differences that you have. You're acting around people, and what you should be optimizing for should satisfy the preferences of that end user, not of your programmer who programmed you.
Yeah, and the preferences thing is tricky. So figuring out those preferences, be able to interactively adjust to understand what the human is. So it really boils down to understand the humans in order to interact with them and in order to please them.
Right.
So why is this hard?
Why is understanding humans hard? So I think there's two tasks about understanding humans that in my mind are very, very similar, but not everyone agrees. So there's the task of being able to just anticipate what people will do. We all know that cars need to do this, right? We all know that, well, if I navigate around some people, the robot has to get some notion of, okay, where is this person going to be? So that's kind of the prediction side. And then there's what you were saying, satisfying the preferences, right? So adapting to the person's preferences, knowing what to optimize for, which is more this inference side. What does this person want? What is their intent? What are their preferences? And to me, those kind of go together, because I think that at the very least, if you can understand, if you look at human behavior and understand what it is that they want, then that's sort of the key enabler to being able to anticipate what they'll do in the future. Because I think that, we're not arbitrary. We make these decisions that we make, we act in the way we do because we're trying to achieve certain things. And so I think that's the relationship between them. Now, how complicated do these models need to be in order to be able to understand what people want? So we've gotten a long way in robotics with something called inverse reinforcement learning, which is the notion of someone acts, demonstrates how they want the thing done.
What is inverse reinforcement learning?
Yeah. Right. So it's the problem of take human behavior and infer reward function from this. Figure out what it is that behavior is optimal with respect to. And it's a great way to think about learning human preferences in the sense of you have a car and the person can drive it, and then you can say, well, okay, I can actually learn what the person is optimizing for. I can learn their driving style, or you can have people demonstrate how they want the house clean, and then you can say, okay, this is I'm getting the trade-offs that they're making. I'm getting the preferences that they want out of this. And so we've been successful in robotics somewhat with this. And it's based on a very simple model of human behavior. It's remarkably simple, which is that human behavior is optimal in respect to whatever it is that people want, right? So you make that assumption, and now you can kind of inverse them. That's why it's called inverse, well, really optimal control, but also inverse reinforcement learning. So this is based on utility maximization in economics. Just back in the 40s, on Norman Morgenstein, we're like, okay, people are making choices by maximizing utility. Go. And then in the late 50s, we had Lewis and Shepard come in and say, people are a little bit noisy and approximate in that process. So they might choose something kind of stochastically with probability proportional to how much utility something has. So there's a bit of noise in there. This has translated into robotics and something that we call Boltzmann rationality. So it's a kind of an evolution of inverse reinforcement learning that accounts for human noise. And we've had some success with that too for these tasks where it turns out people act noisily enough that you can't just do the vanilla version. You can account for noise and still infer what they seem to want based on this. man, now we're hitting tasks where that's not enough. And
What are examples?
what are examples? So imagine you're trying to control some robot that's fairly complicated. You're trying to control a robot arm because if you're a patient with a motor impairment, you have this wheelchair-mounted arm and you're trying to control it around. Or one task that we've looked at with Sergey is, and our student did, is a lunar lander. So I don't know if you know this Atari game, it's a lunar lander. It's really hard. People really suck at landing the thing. Most of it just crash it left and right. Okay, so this is the kind of task. Imagine you're trying to provide some assistance to a person operating such a robot, where you want the kind of the autonomy to kick in, figure out what it is that you're trying to do and help you do it. It's really hard to do that for, say, lunar lander, because people are all over the place. And so they seem much more noisy than really rational. That's an example of a task where these models are kind of failing us. And it's not surprising because, so we talked about the 40s utility, like 50s, sort of noisy. Then the 70s came, and behavioral economics started being a thing, where people were like, no. People are not rational. People are messy and emotional and irrational and have all sorts of heuristics that might be domain specific, and they're just a mess. So what does my robot do to understand what you want? And it's very that's why it's complicated. For the most part, we get away with pretty simple models until we don't. And then the question is, what do you do then? I had days when I wanted to, pack my bags and go home and switch jobs, because it feels really daunting to make sense of human behavior enough that you can reliably understand what people want, especially as, robot capabilities will continue to get developed. You'll get these systems that are more and more capable of all sorts of things. And then you really want to make sure that you're telling them the right thing to do. What is that thing? Well, read it in human behavior.
If I just sat here quietly and tried to understand something about you by listening to you talk, it would be harder than if I got to say something and ask you and interact and control. Can the robot help its understanding of the human by influencing the behavior by actually acting?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things that's been exciting to me lately is this notion that when you try to when you try to think of the robotics problem as, okay, I have a robot and it needs to optimize for whatever it is that a person wants it to optimize, as opposed to maybe what a programmer said, that problem we think of as a human-robot collaboration problem, in which both agents get to act, in which the robot knows less than the human, because the human actually has access to, at least implicitly, to what it is that they want. They can't write it down, but they can talk about it. They can give all sorts of signals. They can demonstrate, but the robot doesn't need to sit there and passively observe human behavior and try to make sense of it. The robot can act too, and so there's these information gathering actions that the robot can take to sort of solicit responses that are actually informative. So, for instance, this is not for the purpose of assisting people, but with kind of back to coordinating with people in cars and all of that. One thing that Dorsa did was, so we were looking at cars being able to navigate around people, and you might not know exactly the driving style of a particular individual that's next to you, but you want to change lanes in front of them.
Navigating around other humans inside cars?
Yeah, good clarification question. So if you have an autonomous car and it's trying to navigate the road around human-driven vehicles. Similar things like this apply to pedestrians as well, but let's just take human-driven vehicles. So now you're trying to change a lane. Well, you could be trying to infer the driving style of this person next to you. You'd like to know if they're sort of aggressive or defensive, if they're going to let you kind of go in, or if they're going to not. And it's very difficult to just when if you think that if you want to hedge your bets and say, oh, maybe they're actually pretty aggressive, I shouldn't try this, you kind of end up driving next to them, right? And then you don't know because you're not actually getting the observations that you get. The way someone drives when they're next to you, and they just need to go straight, it's kind of the same, regardless if they're aggressive or defensive. And so you need to enable the robot to reason about how it might actually be able to gather information by changing the actions that it's taking. And then the robot comes up with these cool things where it kind of nudges towards you and then sees if you're gonna slow down or not. Then if you slow down, it sort of updates its model of you and says, oh, okay, you're more on the defensive side, so now I can actually.
That's a fascinating dance. That's so cool that you get to use your own actions to gather information. That feels like a totally open, exciting new world of robotics. I mean, how many people are even thinking about that kind of thing?
A handful of us, I say.
Yes, it's rare because it's actually leveraging human. I mean, most roboticists I've talked to a lot, and colleagues and so on, are kind of, being honest, kind of afraid of humans.
Because they're messy and complicated,
exactly.
right? I understand. Going back to what we were talking about earlier, right now we're kind of in this dilemma of, okay, there are tasks that we can just assume people are approximately rational for, and we can figure out what they want. We can figure out their goals, we can figure out their driving styles, whatever. Cool. There are these tasks that we can't. So what do we do, right? Do we pack our bags and go home? And this I've had a little bit of hope recently, and I'm kind of doubting myself because what do I know that 50 years of behavioral economics hasn't figured out? But maybe it's not really in contradiction with the way that field is headed. But basically, one thing that we've been thinking about is instead of kind of giving up and saying people are too crazy and irrational for us to make sense of them, maybe we can give them a bit the benefit of the doubt, and maybe we can think of them as actually being relatively rational, but just under different assumptions about the world, about how the world works, about, they don't have, when we think about rationality, this assumption is, they're rational under all the same assumptions and constraints as the robot, right? If this is the state of the world, that's what they know. This is the transition function, that's what they know. This is the horizon, that's what they know. But maybe it's kind of this difference, the reason they can seem a little messy and hectic, especially to robots, is that perhaps they just make different assumptions or have different beliefs. So
that's another fascinating idea that this our kind of anecdotal desire to say that humans are irrational, perhaps grounded in behavioral economics, is that we just don't understand the constraints and the rewards under which they operate. And so our goal shouldn't be to throw our hands up and say they're irrational. It's to say, let's try to understand what are the constraints.
What it is that they must be assuming that makes this behavior make sense.
That's
Good
true.
life lesson, right? Good life lesson.
Yeah, it's true. It's just outside of robotics. It's just good to, communicating with humans, that's just a good assume that you just don't sort of empathy, right?
Maybe there's something you're missing, and it's it especially happens to robots because they're kind of dumb and they don't know things, and oftentimes people are just super rational and that they actually know a lot of things that robots don't. Sometimes, like with the lunar lander, the robot knows much more. So it turns out that if you try to say, look, maybe people are operating this thing, but assuming a much more simplified physics model, because they don't get the complexity of this kind of craft, or the robot arm with 7 degrees of freedom with these inertias and whatever. So maybe they have this intuitive physics model, which is not, this notion of intuitive physics is something that is studied actually in cognitive science with like Josh Tenenbaum, Tom Griffith's work on this stuff. And what we found is that you can actually try to figure out what physics model kind of best explains human actions. And then you can use that to sort of correct what it is that they're commanding the craft to do. They might, be sending the craft somewhere, but instead of executing that action, you can sort of take a step back and say, according to their intuitive, the world works according to their intuitive physics model, where do they think that the craft is going? Where are they trying to send it to? And then you can use the real physics, right? The universe of that to actually figure out what you should do so that you do that instead of where they were actually sending you in the real world. And I kid you not, it worked. People land the damn thing, and in between the two flags and all that. So it's not conclusive in any way, but I'd say it's evidence that maybe we're kind of underestimating humans in some ways when we're giving up and saying, they're just crazy, noisy.
So then you try to explicitly try to model the kind of worldview that they have.
That's right. It's not too. I mean, there's things in behavioral economics too that for instance have touched upon the planning horizon. So there's this idea that this bounded rationality essentially, and the idea that maybe we work under computational constraints. And I think kind of our view recently has been take development updates in AI and just break it in all sorts of ways by saying state, no, the person doesn't get to see the real state. Maybe they're estimating somehow. Transition function, no. Even the actual reward evaluation, maybe they're still learning about what it is that they want. Like when you watch Netflix and you have all the things and then you have to pick something. Imagine that the AI system interpreted that choice as this is the thing you prefer to see. How are you going to know? You're still trying to figure out what you like, what you don't like, etc. So I think it's important to also account for that. So it's not irrationality because they're doing the right thing under the things that they know.
Yeah, that's brilliant. You mentioned recommender systems. What kind of, we're talking about human-robot interaction, what kind of problem spaces are you thinking about? So is it robots, like wheeled robots with autonomous vehicles? Is it object manipulation? Like when you think about human-robot interaction in your mind, and maybe I'm sure you can speak for the entire community of human-robot interaction. No, but like, what are the problems of interest here? And does it? I kind of think of open domain dialogue as human-robot interaction, and that happens not in the physical space, but it just happen in the virtual space. So where's the boundaries of this field for you when you're thinking about the things we've been talking about?
Yeah, so I try to find kind of underlying, I don't know what to even call them. I try to work on, I might call what I do the kind of working on the foundations of algorithmic human-robot interaction and try to make contributions there. And it's important to me that whatever we do is actually somewhat domain agnostic when it comes to, is it about, autonomous cars, or is it about quadrotors, or is it about, it's just sort of the same underlying principles apply. Of course, when you're trying to get a particular domain to work, you usually have to do some extra work to adapt that to that particular domain. But these things that we were talking about around, how do you model humans? It turns out that a lot of systems need to benefit from a better understanding of how human behavior relates to what people want and need to predict human behavior, physical robots of all sorts and beyond that. And so I used to do manipulation. I used to be, picking up stuff, and I was picking up stuff with people around. And now it's sort of very broad when it comes to the application level, but in a sense very focused on, okay, how does the problem need to change? How do the algorithms need to change when we're not doing a robot by itself, emptying the dishwasher, but we're stepping outside of that?
I thought that popped into my head just now. On the game theoretic side of things, you said this really interesting idea of using actions to gain more information. But if I think of sort of game theory, the humans that are interacting with you, the robot, taking the identity of the robot. Is they also have a world model of you, and you can manipulate that. And if we look at autonomous vehicles, people have a certain viewpoint. You said with the kids, people see Alexa as in a certain way. Is there some value in trying to also optimize how people see you as a robot? Is that a little too far away from the specifics of what we can solve right now?
So, well, both, right? So it's really interesting, and we've seen a little bit of progress on this problem, on pieces of this problem. So you can, again, it kind of comes down to how complicated does the human model need to be. But in one piece of work that we were looking at, we just said, okay, there's these parameters that are internal to the robot, and they're what the robot is about to do, or maybe what driving style the robot has, or something like that. And what we're going to do is we're going to set up a system where part of the state is the person's belief over those parameters. And now when the robot acts, that the person gets new evidence about this robot internal state. And so they're updating their mental model of the robot, right? So if they see a card that sort of cuts someone off, they're like, oh, that's an aggressive card. They know more, right? If they see sort of a robot head towards a particular door, they're like, oh, yeah, the robot's trying to get to that door. So this thing that we have to do with humans to try to understand their goals and intentions, humans are inevitably going to do that to robots. And then that raises this interesting question that you asked, which is, can we do something about that? This is going to happen inevitably, but we can sort of be more confusing or less confusing to people. And it turns out you can optimize for being more informative and less confusing if you have an understanding of how your actions are being interpreted by the human, how they're using these actions to update their belief. And honestly, all we did is just Bayes' rule. Basically, okay, the person has a belief, they see an action, they make some assumptions about how the robot generates its actions, presumably as being rational, because robots are rational. It's reasonable to assume that about them. And then they incorporate that new piece of evidence, the Bayesian sense, in their belief, and they obtain a posterior. And now the robot is trying to figure out what action to take, such that it steers the person's belief to put as much probability mass as possible on the correct parameters.
So that's kind of a mathematical formalization of that. But my worry, and I don't know if you want to go there with me, but I talk about this quite a bit. The kids talking to Alexa disrespectfully worries me. I worry in general about human nature. Like I said, I grew up in the Soviet Union, World War II. I'm a Jew too, so with the Holocaust and everything. I just worry about how we humans sometimes treat the other, the group that we call other, whatever it is. Through human history, the group that's the other has been changed, basically. But it seems like the robot will be the next other. And one thing is, it feels to me that robots don't get no respect.
They get shoved around.
And is there one at the shallow level? For better experience, it seems that robots need to talk back a little bit. Like, my intuition, because I mean, most companies, from the Roomba, autonomous vehicle companies, might not be so happy with the idea that a robot has a little bit of an attitude. But it feels to me that that's necessary to create a compelling experience. Like, we humans don't seem to respect anything that doesn't give us some attitude. That or like mix of mystery and attitude and anger and that threatens us subtly, maybe passive aggressively. I don't know. It seems like we humans, need that. Is there something you have thoughts on this?
Okay, I'll give you two thoughts.
Okay, sure.
One is we respond to someone being assertive, but we also respond to someone being vulnerable. So I think robots, my first thought is that robots get shoved around and bullied a lot because they're sort of tempting and they're sort of showing off, or they appear to be showing off. And so I think going back to these things we were talking about in the beginning of making robots a little more expressive, a little bit more like, that wasn't cool to do, and now I'm bummed, right? I think that can actually help because people can't help but anthropomorphize and respond to that. Even that, though, the emotion being communicated is not in any way a real thing, and people know that it's not a real thing because they know it's just a machine. We're still interpreting. We watch. There's this famous psychology experiment with little triangles and kind of dots on a screen, and the triangle is chasing the square, and you get really angry at the darn triangle because why is it not leaving the square alone? So that's we can't help. So that was the first thought.
The vulnerability is really interesting. That I think of like being pushing back, being assertive as the only mechanism of forming a connection, of gaining respect. Perhaps vulnerability. Perhaps there's other mechanisms that are less threatening.
Yeah.
Is
So,
there?
well, I think a little bit, yes. But then this other thing that we can think about is it goes back to what you were saying, that interaction is really game theoretic, right? So the moment you're taking actions in a space, the humans are taking actions in that same space, but you have your own objective, which is you're a car, you need to get your passenger to the destination, and then the human nearby has their own objective, which somewhat overlaps with you, but not entirely. You're not interested in getting into an accident with each other, but you have different destinations, and you want to get home faster, and they want to get home faster, and that's a general sum game at that point. And so I think that's what treating it as such is kind of a way we can step outside of this kind of mode where you try to anticipate what people do and you don't realize you have any influence over it, while still protecting yourself because you're understanding that people also understand that they can influence you. And it's just kind of back and forth. There's this negotiation, which is really talking about different equilibria of a game. The very basic way to solve coordination is to just make predictions about what people will do and then stay out of their way. And that's hard for the reasons we talked about, which is how you have to understand people's intentions implicitly, explicitly, who knows, but somehow you have to get enough of an understanding of that to be able to anticipate what happens next. And so that's challenging. But then it's further challenged by the fact that people change what they're due based on what you do, because they don't plan in isolation either, right? So when you see cars trying to merge on a highway and not succeeding, one of the reasons this can be is because they look at traffic that keeps coming, they predict what these people are planning on doing, to just keep going, and then they stay out of the way. There's no feasible plan, right? Any plan would actually intersect with one of these other people, so that's bad. So you get stuck there. So now, kind of, if you start thinking about it as no, actually, these people change what they do depending on what the car does.
What up,
if the car
Arnold?
actually tries to kind of inch itself forward. Correct.
All right. What's new, Bruce? Yeah, what did he say? Right. All right. Is that the move? How do you think this project's going to do? I've seen it. It sounds like this project is more about a game than it is a project. Am I wrong? I Hey, you want to play Scrabble? Do you want to play Scrabble against me? All right, I'll send you an. All right, I'm sending you an invite right now. Dog, I've won 130 straight games. You've got you've got one. Scrabble. Those are bonus points. Have you ever played Scrabble? All right, well, it's your turn. You got to put down some letters. You've got like 20 seconds to put something down. Put something down, dude. And then hit submit. Dog, that's not how you do it. All right, just resign. Up in the right corner, press resign. Yeah. You hit resign? No, go back to the game and press resign. It's okay. Upper right corner. All right, let's play golf. Yes, let's play X. Wonderful. Mini golf. Dog, you're going down, son. It's what happens when a Jewish boy turns 13. Yeah, I guess you could call it that. It means that you're treated as an adult within the congregation. I am an actual rabbi.
There are now thousands across the football type of game to try and predict the next pope. At the top of the list right now are the Italian Cardinals.
Michael. Shit happens, man. Dude, I get so much shit every day being online 24/7. I don't let little things bother me.
It's affecting the southbound side of the 405 coming up along Lakewood Boulevard, and heard that trees are on fire. The lake is torching. It's just pretty bad according to the highway patrol. A lot of smoke
Thanks, Pim.
and affecting the traffic. So watch out for delays here. Fire is on the freeway, but it is right there next to it in the landscape. So it's going to cause a lot of spectators slowing down to 50, keyword KFI traffic if you see it. Also, West LA, a crash on the 405 southbound right at the tap. They're clearing it off in the carpool lane, but somebody wasn't paying cooperative, and that might slow it down from getting cleared out of that carpool lane to lose away from Wilshire Boulevard. So get Pasadena 210 eastbound loading up away from Mountain. And it just remains really heavy on Bridge 57. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
Terrace and your money. We just offered our thoughts on the most recent episode of the How to Learn podcast.
Thank you.
Tax break on $529. That's great. Done. Invest those dollars once you put them. Not investing in a $529 ticket, right? You want that tax advantage money to grow, but it should be close to needing to spend the money. De-risking is crucial. And that's certain financial times. How to Money is here to help. Your free iHeartRadio app. Search How to Money and start listening today. Saturday workouts.
And now taking advantage of that's kind of the next level. We call this like this underactuated system idea, where underactuated system in robotics, but it's you don't you influence these other degrees of freedom, but you don't get to decide what they
Yeah, that's
do.
I've somewhere seen you mention it. The human element in this picture as underactuated. So you understand underactuated robotics is that you can't fully control the system. So
You can't go in arbitrary directions in the configuration space.
under your control.
Yeah, it's very simple actuation where basically there's literally freedom that you can control and these degrees of freedom that you influence. And I think that's the important part is that they don't do whatever regardless of what you do, that what you do influences what they end up doing.
I just also like calling human interaction an
Oh, for
underactuated
sure.
robotics problem. And you also mentioned sort of nudging. It seems that they're, I don't know, I think about this a lot in the case of pedestrians. I've collected hundreds of hours of videos. I like to just watch pedestrians. It seems that,
It's a funny hobby.
yeah, it's weird. Because I learn a lot. I learn a lot about myself, about our
Nice.
human
You
behavior
scored.
from
That was a
watching
great shot.
pedestrians, watching their environment. Crossing this is like you're putting your life on the line. I don't know, tens of millions of time in America every day is people are just like playing this weird game of chicken when they cross the street, especially when there's some ambiguity about the right of way. That has to do either with the rules of the road or with the general personality of the intersection based on the time of day and so on. And this nudging idea, I don't, it seems that people don't even nudge; they just aggressively make a decision. Somebody, there's a runner that gave me this advice front in the street, not in the street, on the sidewalk, and he said that if you don't make eye contact with people when you're running, they will all move out of your way.
It's called civil inattention.
Civil inattention, that's a thing. Wow, I need to look this up, but it works. What is that?
What a shot.
This was if you communicate like confidence in your actions that you're unlikely to deviate from the action that you're following. That's a really powerful signal to others that where you're sort of hesitantly, the hesitation might communicate.
You played your first. You got your first win, dude.
In the game that they can influence with their own actions.
We tied, but
Yeah.
it's okay. You still got to win.
Legendary chip architect, but he also autopilot team for a while.
All right,
The
well, we
driving is
tied. That's
fundamentally
good.
still like a ballistics problem. Like you can
Check
ignore
your
the human
invitations.
element that is just not hitting things, and you kind of learn dynamics required to do the merger and all those kinds of things. And then my sense is, and I don't know if I can provide sort of definitive proof of this, but my sense is like an order of magnitude or more difficult when humans are involved. Like it's not simply a object collision avoidance problem. Where does your intuition? Of course, nobody has an answer here, but where does your intuition fall on the fundamental difficulty of the driving problem humans are involved?
Yeah, good question. I have many opinions on this. Imagine downtown San Francisco. Yeah. It's crazy, busy, everything. Okay, now take all the humans out. No pedestrians, no human-driven vehicles, no cyclists, no people on little electric scooters zipping around, nothing. I think we're done. I think driving at that point is done. We're done. There's nothing really still needs to be solved about that.
Well, let's pause there. I think I agree with you, and I think a lot of people that will hear will agree with that. We need to sort of internalize that idea. So what's the problem there? It might not quite yet be done with that, because a lot of people kind of perception problem. But a lot of people kind of map autonomous driving into how close are we to solving being able to detect all the the drivable area, the objects in the scene. Do you see that as how hard is that problem? So your intuition there behind your statement was we might have not solved it yet, but we're close to solving basically the
Good job, Arnold.
I think the perception problem. I mean, and right away, a bunch of years ago, this would not have been true. And a lot of issues in the space were coming from the fact that, oh, we don't really, we don't know what's where. But I think it's fairly safe to say that at this point, although you can always improve on things and all of that, you can drive through downtown San Francisco if there are no people around. There's no really perception issue standing in your way there. I think perception is hard, but yeah, we've made a lot of progress on the perception side. Not to undermine the difficulty of the problem. I think everything about robotics is really difficult, of course. I think that the planning problem, the control problem, all very difficult. But I think what makes it really, yeah, it might be. I mean, I think that adapting to, well, now it's snowing, now it's no longer snowing, now it's slippery in this way, now it's the dynamics part I could imagine being still somewhat challenging. But
The thing that I think worries us, our intuition is not good there, is
How'd you find out about
is traveling
How'd you find out about it?
to be
Is that your song? Song?
I'm assuming, by the way, I think it's kind of irresponsible to my personal opinion. Depending on your use case, but I think if you have the opportunity to use LiDAR, in a lot of cases why not.
good. Intuition makes more sense now. So you don't think vision?
Enough to say, well, vision alone, what's there's a lot of I don't know.
Details.
There's all sorts of details. I imagine there's stuff that's really hard to actually see. How you deal with like exactly what you were saying. Stuff that people would see that you don't. I think I have more of my intuition comes from systems that can actually
Great shot.
LiDAR as well.
Yeah, and until Earth makes sense to be using LiDAR. That's kind of the safety focus. But then I also sympathize with the Elon Musk the statement of LiDAR as a crutch. It's a fun notion to think that the things that work today is a crutch for the invention of the things that will work tomorrow, right? It's kind of true in the sense that if we want to stick to the comfort zone. You see this in academic and research settings all the time. The things that work force you to not explore outside, think outside the box. I mean, that happens all the time. The problem is in the safety critical systems, you kind of want to stick with the things that work. So it's an interesting and difficult trade-off in the case of real world sort of safety critical robotic systems. But so your intuition is, just to clarify,
It's really difficult to get through that way.
How hard is the human element? Like how hard is driving when this human element is involved? Are we years, decades away? Years.
Dog.
I think I'm asking. It doesn't matter.
Did you like that guy's song?
Do you think how many breakthroughs are we away from?
No, I'm just joking. He's being a
get this
douchebag.
right.
It really depends. I think that we were talking about how, well, look, it's really hard because anticipating what we will do is hard. That the game is hard. I think we sort of have the fundamental.
But you got your first win.
Fundamental understanding for that, and then you already see it deployed.
I'm not giving it to you. The game is giving it to you. If I were the one making the decision, we'd have to have some kind of.
Phoenix and I shot a video. Get that video out. People can give me slack, but then I've done in my life to be able to. It sounds silly, but to be able to drive ride. I mean, that was an incredible robotics. I was driven without being able to take over, without being able to take the steering wheel. That's a magical. That's a magical moment. So in that regard, in those domains, at least for like Waymo, they're they're solving that human. There's, I mean, they're going. I mean, it felt fast because you're like freaking out at first. This is my first experience. But it's going like the speed limit, right? 30, 40, whatever it is. And there's humans, and it deals with them quite well. It detects them, and it negotiates the intersections, the left turns, and all of that. So at least in those domains, it's solving them. The open question for me is like, how quickly can we expand? That's outside of the weather conditions, all of those kinds of things, how quickly can we expand to like cities like San Francisco?
Yeah, and I wouldn't say that it's just now it's just pure
Make it.
engineering. I mean, here as, but I
How'd
think
you like that one?
there are successes, and yet no one is.
I-
So that seems to things can be expanded and
The hole
can
in
be
one, big
scaled,
dog.
and we know how to do a lot of things, but there's still probably new
Get it.
algorithms or modified algorithms that
You might.
still need to put in there as you learn more and more.
Inch.
You get faced with.
How much of this program learn?
Now watch how I hit this ball. This is what you want to do. You want to hit it off the back wall.
Data from scratch, and how much it's most of the success of autonomous vehicle
I've
heuristics,
played.
human expertise
There you go.
injected, forced into the system to make it work. What's your sense? How much? What will be the role of learning in the near term?
I think
Oh
on the one
no.
hand that learning is inevitable here, right? I think on the other hand that when people characterize the problem as it's a bunch of rules that some people wrote down, versus it's an end-to-end RL system or imitation learning, then maybe there's from maybe that's more. So, for instance, I think a very, very useful tool in this sort of problem, both in how to generate the car's behavior and robots in general, and how to model human beings, is actually planning, search optimization, right? So, robotics is the sequential decision-making problem, and when a robot can figure out on how to achieve its goal and stuff and all that stuff, right? All the good stuff for motion planning 101. I think of that as very much AI, not this is some rule or something. There's nothing rule based around that, right? It's just you're searching for a space and figuring out, you're optimizing through a space and figure out what seems to be the right thing to do. And I think it's hard to just do that because you need to learn models of the world. And I think it's hard to just do the learning part where you don't with any of that, because then I could do imitation, but then I'm really screwed. And say I can do reinforcement learning, which adds a lot of robustness, but then you have to do either reinforcement learning in the real world, which sounds a little challenging, or that trial and error, or you have to do reinforcement learning in simulation. And then that means, well, guess what? You need to model things, at least to model people, model the world enough that whatever policy you get of that is like actually trying to roll out in the world and do some additional learning.
Do you think simulation, by the way, just a quick tangent, has a role in the human robot interaction space? Like, is it useful? Seems like humans, everything we've been talking about, are difficult to model and simulate. Do you think simulation has a role in this space?
I do. I think so, because you can take models and train with them ahead of time, for instance. You can.
But the models, sorry to interrupt, the models are sort of human constructed or learned?
I think they have to be a combination, because if you get some human data and then you say, this is going to be my model of the person, whether for simulation and training or for just deployment time, and that's what I'm planning with as my model of how people work. Regardless, if you take some data and you don't assume anything else, you just say, okay, this is some data that I've collected. Let me fit a policy to how people work based on that. What tends to happen is you collected some data in some distribution, and then now your robot try to sort of figure out what should I do if this is how people work, and easily goes off of distribution where that model that you build of the human completely sucks, because out of distribution you have no idea, right? If you think of these, you take only the ones that are consistent with the human data that you've observed, that still leaves a lot of things could happen distribution where you're confident and you know what's going on.
By the way, that's I've got used to this terminology. It's such a machine learning terminology because it kind of assumes, so distribution is referring to the data that you've
the set of states that you encounter
that you've encountered so far at training time.
Yeah.
But it kind of also implies that there's a nice like statistical model that represents that data. So out of distribution, it's 5:14.
I suck at
distribution.
You know I suck at pool.
Reason about things that are completely we have to see.
Have reason about
Okay,
what
just
other
one moment.
people do in situations where we haven't seen them, and somehow we just navigate that.
Just one moment.
I can anticipate what will happen in situations that are even novel in many ways, and I have pretty good intuition for. I don't always get it right, but and I might be a little uncertain and so on. I think it's this, that if you just rely on data, there's just too many possibilities. There's too many policies out there that fits data. And then, by the way, it's not just state; it's really kind of history of state, because to really be able to anticipate what the person will do, it kind of depends on what they've been doing so far, because that's the information you need to kind of, at least implicitly, sort of say, oh, this is the kind of person that this is probably what they're trying to do. So anyway, it's like you're trying to map history of states. So actually there's many mappings.
In history, meaning like the last few seconds, or the last few minutes, or the last few months.
Who knows? Who knows how much you need, right? In terms of if your state is really like the positions of everything or whatnot, or velocities. Who knows how much you need? And then there's so many mappings. And so now you're talking about how do you regularize that space? What priors do you impose? Or what's the inductive bias? So there's all very related things to think about it. Basically, what are assumptions that we should be making?
I'm really bad at pool.
These models actually.
So I'll send you an invite, but I'm bad at it.
And now, maybe you're gonna assume that people actually have intentions, and that's what drives their actions. Maybe that's the right thing to do when you have an that tells you otherwise. I don't know. It's just very.
I'm bad.
Reasoning.
15 games and won 2.
Do you think something like common sense reasoning has part?
I've played 17 games and won 3.
Human robot interaction in the driving space, or human robot interaction in general. You have to be able to reason about these kinds of common sense concepts of physics, of all the things we've been talking about humans. I don't even know how to express them with words, but the basics of human behavior, of fear of death. So to me, it's really important to encode in some kind of sense. It's implicit, but it feels that it's important to explicitly encode the fear of death. That people don't want to die, because it seems silly, but the game of chicken that involves a pedestrian crossing the street is playing with the idea of mortality. We really don't want to die. It's not just a negative reward. I don't know. It just feels like all these human concepts have to be encoded. Do you share that sense, or is this a lot simpler than I'm making it out to be?
I think it might be simpler. And I'm the person who likes to complicate things. I think it might be simpler than that. Because it turns out, for instance, if we model people in the very, I'll call it traditional way. I don't know if it's fair to look at it as a traditional way, but you know, calling people as, okay, they're irrational somehow, the utilitarian perspective. Well,
Great shot.
Once you say that, you automatically they have an incentive to keep on being. You know, Stuart likes to say, "You can't fetch the coffee if you're dead."
Great shot.
Stuart Russell, by the way.
So,
That's a good line.
so when you're sort of treating agents as having these objectives, these incentives, humans or artificial, you're kind of implicitly modeling that they'd like to stick around so that they can accomplish those goals. So I think in a sense, maybe that's what draws me so much to the rationality framework, even though it's so broken, we've been able to, it's been such a useful perspective. And like we were talking about earlier, what's the alternative? I give up and go home, or, you know, I just use complete black boxes, but then I don't know what to assume out of distribution. I come back to this. It's been a very fruitful way to think about the problem.
Oh, I
in a
can't
very
believe that didn't go
more
in.
positive way, right? It's just people aren't just crazy. Maybe they make more sense than we think. But we also have to somehow be ready for it to be wrong, be able to detect when these assumptions aren't
What a
holding,
great shot.
all of that stuff.
Let me ask another small side of
You're
this
welcome.
that we've been talking about the pure autonomous driving problem, but there's also relatively successful systems already deployed out there in what you may call like level 2 autonomy or semi-autonomous vehicles.
Wow.
Whether that's Tesla Autopilot, I've worked quite a bit with Cadillac Super Cruise system, which has a driver-facing camera that detects your state. There's a bunch of basically lane centering systems. What's your sense about this dealing with the human-robot interaction problem by having a really dumb robot?
Get it.
And relying on the human to help the robot to keep them both alive. Is that from the research perspective, how difficult is that problem? And from a practical deployment perspective, is that a way to approach this human-robot interaction problem?
I think what we have
You can move the ball wherever you want.
There is to, it seems like some of these systems, not all, are making this underlying assumption that so I'm a driver and I'm now really not driving but supervising, and my job is to intervene. We have to be careful with this assumption that if I'm supervising, I will be just as safe as when I'm driving. If I wouldn't get into some kind of when I'm supervising too. And I think I'm concerned about this from a few perspectives. So, perspective, it's that when you land something, and it depends on what that thing is, on what things are you trusting it to do. But if you take control to what we might call states the person find themselves in if they were the ones driving. And the assumption there that they would normally encounter is a little question. Now, another part is the kind of the human factor side of this, which is that, I don't know about you, but I think I definitely feel like I'm experiencing things very differently when I'm actively engaged in the task versus when I'm a passive observer. Even if I try to stay engaged, right, it's very different than when I'm actually actively making decisions. And you see students who are actively learn this thing better than when they're passing the answer. I think that's somewhat related. And I think people have studied this in human factors for airplanes. And I think it's actually fairly established that these two are not the same. So
Yeah, I huge amount of heat on this, and I stand by it.
okay.
Because I know the human factors community well, and the work here is really strong, and there's many decades of work showing exactly what you're saying. Nevertheless, I've been continuously surprised that much of the work has been wrong that I've seen.
Mm.
So what we have to do, I still agree
When
with
you say
everything said.
snooker, what do you mean?
We have to be a little bit more open-minded.
You're right.
But it doesn't say, what you didn't say is that these systems are, you said you can't assume a bunch of things, but we don't know if these systems are fundamentally unsafe. That's still unknown.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of interesting things.
Oh, no
like,
way.
I'm surprised by not the fact, that it seems to be anecdotally from a lot of people. Supervisory role of semi-autonomous systems that are sufficiently dumb. That would be a key element. Is
I told you I'm bad at it.
The people are actually more energized. They're better at observing the situation. So there might be cases in systems, if you get the interaction right, where you, as a supervisor, will do a better job with the system together.
I agree. I think that is actually really possible. I guess mainly I'm pointing out that if you do it naively, you're implicitly assuming something. That assumption might actually really be wrong. But I do think explicitly think about what the agent should do.
Give
so
me
that
some
the person
time.
still
Give me a couple
stays
of seconds.
so that you empower the person to that's really the goal, right? Is you still have a driver, so you want to empower them to be so much better than they would be by themselves, and that's different, very different mindset than I want them to basically not drive, right? and but be ready to sort of take over.
So one of the interesting things that we're talking about is the rewards that they seem to be fundamental to the way robots behave. So broadly speaking, we've been talking about utility functions, so I would comment on how do we approach the design of reward functions? Like, how do we come up with good reward functions?
Just give me a second.
Wow.
I'll be right back.
Really good question. As we don't. This was. I used to think about how it's actually really hard to specify rewards for interaction because it's really supposed to be what the people want, and then you really, we talk about how you have to customize what you want to do to the end user. But I kind of realized that even if you take the interactive component away, it's still really hard to design reward functions. So what do I mean by that? I mean, if we assume this sort of AI paradigm in which there's an agent and his job is to optimize some objectives, some reward, utility, loss, whatever, cost. If you write it out, maybe it's a set depending on the situation or whatever it is. If you write it out and then you deploy the agent, you'd want to make sure that whatever you specify incentivizes the behavior you want from the agent in any situation that the agent will be faced with, right? So I do motion planning on my robot arm. I specify some cross function like, this is how far away you should try to stay, so much it matters to stay away from people, and this is how much it matters to be able to be efficient and blah, 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 right? I need to make sure that whatever I specify, those constraints or trade-offs or whatever they are, that when the robot goes and solves that problem in every new situation, that behavior is the behavior that I want to see. And what I've been finding is that we have no idea how to do that. But basically, what I can do is I can think of some situations that I think are representative of what the robot will face. and I can tune and add and tune some reward function until the optimal behavior is what I want on those situations, which first of all is super frustrating because through the miracle of AI, we don't have to specify rules for behavior anymore, right? So we were saying before, the robot comes up with the right thing to do, you plug in the situation, it optimizes, right? That situation, it optimizes. But you have to spend still a lot of time on actually defining what it is that criteria should be. Make sure you didn't forget about 50 bazillion things that are important and how they all should be combining together to tell the robot what's good and what's bad and how good and how bad. And so
Do you
I
like
think
soccer?
this is a lesson that I guess I closed my eyes to it for a while because I've been, tuning cost functions for 10 years now. But it's really strikes me that we've moved the tuning and the designing of features or whatever from the behavior side. There's way less of it, but it still
You'll
seems
see. You
really
pull
hard
back
to anticipate any
and
possible
fire,
situation and make sure you specify
and you can pass to your own. You can pass to your team.
Will work well.
You get 3
every
passes.
possible situation.
You kind of refer to unintended consequences,
There you go.
or just in general any kind of suboptimal behavior that emerges outside out of distribution.
Sure, that is, I guess, the idea of unintended consequences.
You'll get the hang of it.
Specified, but it's not what you want, and there's a difference between them.
But that's not a robotics problem, right? That's a human problem. So
that's the. So
and you can't score on a
set a metric for an organization, and the moment it
kickoff.
becomes a target that people actually optimize for, it's no longer a metric.
Well, so the moment you specify a metric,
so you just pass.
Yeah, it stops doing its job. So there's for optimizing for things, and failing to.
You just passed it.
Think ahead
you can pass 3 times per turn.
And so that's interesting because historically I worked a lot on reward learning from the perspective of customizing to the end user, but it really seems
that's a good try.
The interaction with the end user, that's a problem of the human and the robot collaborating so that the robot can do what the human wants, right? This kind of back and forth. The robot
if you just use your guy and hit it, stuff, you can score.
Actually,
just
as applicable to this kind of maybe new form of human-robot interaction, which is the interaction between the
what a fortunate goal.
The robot is specifying what the heck the robot should kind of task for the robot. Collaborating on the reward design. And so what does it mean, right? What we think the problem not as someone
good pass.
Job is to optimize, and we start thinking about during this interaction and this collaboration. And the first thing that comes up is when
shot on goal
specifies reward, it's not, gospel, it's not like the letter definition of the reward function you should be optimizing, because they're doing their best, but they're not some magic
good pass.
Oracle. And the sooner we start understanding that, I think the sooner we'll get to more robust robots that function better in different situations. And then you have kind of say, okay, well, it's almost like robots are over learning, putting too much weight.
Got an open goal, basically.
A lot of other information on the table. Like, what are other things we could do to actually communicate to the robot about what we want them to do besides attempting to specify?
Yeah, you have this awesome, and again, information.
Oh no! I can't believe I missed that. But I'm gonna get another shot at it.
Reward signal for the robot. So
yeah. That's what I'm.
Where this recently saw it read it, and that's gonna stick with me. not
Yeah.
explicitly expressed. It kind of leaks indirectly from our behavior.
We do. Yeah, absolutely. So I think maybe some surprising bits, right? So we were talking before about I'm a robot arm. It needs to move around people, carry stuff, put stuff away, all of that. And now imagine that the robot has some initial objective that the programmer gave it, so it can do all these things functionally. It's capable of doing that. And now I noticed that it's
Shot on goal.
maybe it's coming too close to me, right? And maybe I'm the
Welcome.
maybe I'm
I've ever heard. How'd you hear about me?
just
How'd you hear about me? How'd you hear about me?
robot. You can sort of treat it to control theoretically and say this is a disturbance that you must reject. You can sort of treat it more kind of heuristically and say, I'm going to go into some like gravity compensation mode so that means it doesn't move all around, or I'm going to go in the direction where the person pushed me. And to us, part of realization has been that that is signal that communicates about the reward, because if my robot was moving in an optimal way and I intervene, that means that I disagree with its notion of optimality. Right? Whatever it thinks is optimal is not actually optimal. And sort of optimization problems aside, that means that the cost function, reward function, is incorrect, or at least is not what I want it to be.
How difficult is that signal to to, to interpret and make actionable? So, like, because this connects to our autonomous vehicle discussion, whether in the semi-autonomous vehicle or autonomous vehicle, when the safety driver disengages the car, like they could have disengaged it for a million reasons.
Yeah. So that's true. Again, it comes back to can you structure a little bit your assumptions
Look
about
at this
how
shot.
behavior relates to what they want. And you can, one thing that we've done is literally just treat it external torque that they when you take that and you add it with what the torque the robot was already applying, that overall action is probably relatively optimal with respect to whatever it is that the person wants. And then that gives you information about what it is that they want. So you can learn that people want you to stay further away from them. Now you're right.
Ready for this shot?
Many things that explain just that one signal, and that you might need much more data than that
Another pass.
For the person to be able to shape your function over time.
What a pass.
You can also do this info gathering stuff that we were talking about. Not only
Your defense is tough, though.
But it's definitely something we thought about, where you can.
It's so good, I'm not even going to hit it.
Acting in a way, like if there are a bunch of different explanations, right? It moves in a way where it's easily corrected in some other way or not, and then kind of actually plans its motion so that it can disambiguate and collect information about what you want.
What a pass. No.
Anyway, so that's one way.
Not a pass.
Leaked information, maybe even more subtle leaked information, is if I just press the e-stop, right? I'm doing it out of panic because the robot is about to do something bad. There's again information there, right? Okay, the robot should definitely stop, but it should also figure out that whatever it was about to do was not good. And in fact, it was so not good.
Big time shot here.
For a while was a better than whatever it is that it was about to do. And that again is information about what are my preferences.
What?
Speaking of e-stops, what are your expert opinions on the 3 laws of robotics from Isaac Asimov? That don't harm humans, obey orders, protect yourself. I mean, it's such a silly notion, but I speak to so many people these days, just regular folks. I don't know, my parents go on about.
Great job.
In that space.
You're gonna score here.
Future with robots and
good job.
How do we get that dance right? I know the 3 laws might be a silly notion, but do you think about like what universal reward functions that might be that we should enforce on the robots of the future, or is that a little too far out? And does it, or is the mechanism that you just described? There shouldn't be 3 laws; it should be constantly adjusting, kind of thing.
I think should constantly be adjusting. I think the issue with the laws is I don't even there are words and I have to write math
Right.
and have to translate them into math. What does it mean
What
to
does harm mean? What is
obey?
It's not math. But yeah,
Obey
obey.
what, right? Because we just talked about how you try to say what you want, but you don't always get it right, and you want these machines to do what you want, not necessarily exactly what you literally. So you don't want them to take you literally. You want to take what you say and interpret it in context.
Big dog,
And
comeback of the century here.
Words. We don't take them literally anymore. We, as a community, we as some members of my group, we and some of our collaborators like Peter Beal and Stuart Russell, we sort of say, okay, the designer specified this thing, but I'm gonna interpret it not as this is the universal reward function that I shall always optimize, always and forever, but as this is good evidence about what the person wants, and I should interpret that evidence in the context of situations that it was specified for. Because ultimately, that's what the designers thought about. That's what they had in mind. And really, them specifying a reward function that works for me in all these situations is really kind of telling me that whatever behavior that incentivizes must be good behavior with respect to the thing that I should actually be optimizing for. And so now the robot kind of has uncertainty about what it should be, what its reward function is. And then there's all these additional signals we've been finding that it can kind of continually learn from and adapt its understanding of what people want. Every time the person corrects it, maybe they demonstrate, maybe they stop, hopefully not, right? One really, really crazy one is the environment itself.
Make it.
Like our world. It's not, you observe our world and the state of it, and it's not that you're seeing behavior and you're saying, oh, people are making decisions that are rational, blah, blah.
3.
But our world is something that
Three.
we've been acting with according to our preferences. So I have to be aware, like, my home and my shoes are down. Right? It took effort to do that. So even though the robot doesn't see me doing this, actually aligning the shoes, it should still be able to figure out that I want the shoes aligned. Because there's no way for them to have magically.
All right, I'm going to show you perfect passing.
That way, someone must have actually taken the time to do that. So it must be important.
It actually tells the environment. It makes information. Because humans manipulated it, so you have to kind of reverse engineer and to create the environment.
A little.
And that leaks the reference information.
Yeah. You have to be careful. Everything. So just because my house is messy doesn't mean that I want it to be messy, right? But that just and then it's like I didn't put the effort into that. Everything else was more important, but it doesn't mean that the house being messy is not. So it's a little subtle, but yeah, when you really think of it, the state itself is kind of like a choice that people implicitly made about how they want their world.
What book or books, technical fiction or philosophical, had when you look back, life had a big impact? Maybe it was a turning point, was inspiring in some way, or some silly book that nobody read, or maybe it's a book that
Pass.
Two different recommendations that
Pass.
Of books that could be useful for people.
When I was in, it's kind of a personal story. When I was in 12th grade, I got my hands on a PDF copy in Romania of Rothschild AI Modern Approach.
Nope, I couldn't pass
I
again.
about AI. I had.
You could take the lead with this mate.
And
get it.
I started
going
through this thing.
Get it, Arnold. Get it, Arnold.
What are and its algorithms? What's interesting? It was so captivating. This notion that you could just have a goal and figure out your way through a kind of a messy, complicated situation. So what sequence of decisions you should make to autonomously to achieve that goal? It was so cool. I'm biased, but that's a cool book
Yeah,
to look at.
you can convert the goal of intelligence, the process
what I'm
of
talking
intelligence
about.
and the same experience. I was really interested in human behavior, and then AI and modern approach is like, wait, you can just reduce it all
You
to
can write math about human behavior, right? Yeah. So that's, and I think that stuck with me because a lot of what we do in my lab is write math about human behavior, combine it with data and learning, put it all together, give it to robots to plan with, and hope that instead of writing rules for the robots, writing heuristics, designing behavior, they can actually autonomously come up with the right thing to do around people. That's kind of that's our signature move. So we wrote some math, and then instead of robots figuring stuff out, and isn't that cool? And I think that is the same that I got from the robot figured out how to reach that goal in that graph. Isn't that cool?
So, apologize for the romanticized.
Do you know what the dragon attack is, Arnold?
If a doctor gave you 5 years to live,
It's when my
emphasizing the
players do really
of
well.
existence,
That's the
what
dragon attack.
would you try to accomplish?
Biggest nightmare, by the way.
I'm playing as whales because they have a dragon on their flag, and I call it when my guys are about to score, I call it the dragon attack.
The fact it's a fundamental feature. Do you think of it as a feature or a bug? Is it you said you don't like the idea of dying, but if I were to give you a choice of living forever, like you're not allowed to die.
Yeah, now I'll say that I want to live forever, but I watched this show. It's very silly. On this.
Yeah, but look at your guys
Moral of the story is that you have
are
to
all in my way.
Be finite to.
I almost scored.
It's like, but
You have a really good chance at scoring.
I'm not.
Just get it to one of your guys.
I don't think that there's something
open goal.
And so I think it just ends and you stop existing. And I really like existing. It's such a great privilege to exist. It's just, I think that's the scary part.
I still think that we like existing so much because it ends.
Mm-hmm.
It's a dragon attack, baby.
It's so sad to me every time. Like I find almost everything about this like the silliest is beautiful. And I think I'm cognizant of the fact that I find it beautiful because it ends. Like it, and it's so I don't know how to feel about that. I also feel like there's a lesson in there for robotics and AI that is not like the finite nature of existence. I think.
Yeah, you're not allowed to. It's a penalty, and that means the other person gets to start.
That seems to be a fundamental nature of our existence that should be incorporated in our rewards. But anyway, speaking of
nice.
If you only had 5 years, what would you try to accomplish?
This is the thing. I'm thinking about this question and have a pretty joyous moment because I don't change much. I'm trying to make some contributions to how we understand human AI interaction. I think I would change that.
You almost did.
Maybe I'll take, I take
a
trip to the Caribbean or something. But I try to do some of that already from time to time. So
can I squeeze it through?
Yeah, I mean, I try to.
No, get it.
Do the things.
What a pass.
Thinking about these things is the Mary Kondo thing. Don't do stuff that doesn't spark joy. Service. I'm not doing.
You're snookered.
I think
you're snookered.
Students and amazing family and friends, spending time balance with all of them is what I do. And
what a terrible shot
already, so I don't know. It really changed it.
Get it.
On the spirit of positiveness, what's small?
Get it, Arnold.
Kindness, if one pops to mind, where you
almost scored.
You will will never forget?
When I was in high
Look at
school,
your defense.
my friends, my classmates, did for our baccalaureate exam, and they did some tutoring on, well, some on math, some on whatever. I was comfortable enough with those subjects. Physics was a while, and so they were all working with one teacher, and I started working with that teacher. Named And
If it goes too far in,
she was the one who kind of
it comes
opened
back.
up this whole world for me, because she sort of told me that I should take the SATs and go to college abroad and do better on my English and all of that. And when it came to, well, financially, I couldn't. My parents do all these things. Physics for free, and on top of that, sitting down with me to kind of train me for SATs and all that jazz that she had experience with.
Wow. And that, obviously that has taken you to here today. Also one of the world experts in robotics. It's funny.
Yeah, people do these small or
for no reason, really.
acts of kindness.
Just out of karma.
Wanting to support someone. Yeah.
Yeah. So we talked a ton about reward functions. And we talk about the most ridiculous big question. What is the meaning of life? What's the reward function?
Almost scored.
Humans operate? Like what broader to human life in general?
No, if you score on the first shot, it's a penalty,
What gives life
and
fulfillment, purpose,
the other
happiness?
person gets to go. Yeah, but then there's a way you could just always score on the first try, and that wouldn't be fair. Exactly.
They show you the thing when they zoom out and zoom out, irrespective of us. I think I was conceptualizing. They were kind of, what are humans? We're just on this little planet, whatever. We don't matter much in the grand scheme of things. And my mind got really blown because they talked about this multiverse theory where they kind of zoomed out and were like, this is our universe. And then, like, there's a bazillion other ones, and it's just they pop in and out of existence. So, like, our whole thing that we can't even fathom how big it is was like the wind in and out. And at that point, I was like, okay, like, I'm done. This is not, there is no meaning.
Let's see it, baby.
Local thing we can impact, our communities, leave a little bit behind there, our friends, our family, our local communities, and just try to be there for other humans, because everything beyond that seems ridiculous.
I mean, are you, like, how do you make sense of these multiverses? Like, are you inspired by the immensity of it? Do you, is there, is it amazing to you, or is it almost paralyzing in the mystery of it?
It's frustrating. I'm frustrated by my inability to comprehend. It just feels very frustrating. It's like there's some stuff that we should time, blah blah blah, that we should really be understanding, and I definitely don't understand it. But the amazing physicists of the world have a much better understanding than me.
Yeah,
but it feels just epsilon and the grand scheme of things. So it's very frustrating. It sort of feels like our brains don't have some fundamental capacity yet or ever. I don't know.
Well, that's one of the dreams of artificial intelligence, is to create systems that will expand our cognitive capacity in order to understand the theory of everything, with the physics, and understand what the heck these multiverses are. So I think there's no better way to end it than talking about the meaning of life and the fundamental nature of the universe and the multiverse. So Anka, it is a huge honor. One of my favorite conversations.
Almost scored, dude.
Really appreciate your time. Thank you for coming.
Come back again.
Open goal.
To this conversation with Anka Dragan. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Please consider supporting the podcast by downloading Cash App and using code LEX podcast. If you enjoy this podcast,
Open
subscribe,
goal,
review it with 5 stars on Apple
easiest
Podcasts,
goal of your
support
career.
on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex.
Oh, you
Let me leave you with some words from Isaac Asimov. Your assumptions
4-4.
are windows on the world. Scrub them off, everyone. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
You won. Job.
Following is a conversation with Simon Sinek, author of several books, including Start With Why, Leaders Eat Last, and his latest, The Infinite Game.
Yes,
Communicators
sir.
and what it takes to be a good leader, to inspire, to build businesses that solve big, difficult challenges. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe. 5 stars on
You
Apple
do what you
Podcasts,
need to do.
support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now, and never any ads in the middle that can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. Quick summary of the ads. 2 sponsors, Cash App and Masterclass. Please consider supporting the podcast by downloading Cash App and using code LEXPODCAST and signing up to Masterclass at masterclass.com/Lex. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. When you get it, use code LEXPODCAST. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market with as little as $1. Since Cash App allows you to buy Bitcoin, let me mention that cryptocurrency in the context of the history of money is fascinating. I recommend A Cent of Money as a great book on this history. Debits and credits on ledgers started around 30,000 years ago. The US dollar created over 200 years ago. And Bitcoin, the first decentralized cryptocurrency, released just over 10 years ago. So given that history, cryptocurrency is still very much in its early days of development. It is still aiming to, and just might, redefine the nature of money. So again, if you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use the code LEXPODCAST, you get $10. And Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, an organization that is helping to advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. This show is sponsored by Masterclass. Sign up at masterclass.com/Lex to get a discount to support this podcast. When I first heard about Masterclass, I honestly thought it was too good to be true. For $180 a year, you get an all-access pass to watch courses from experts at the top of their field. Some of my favorites,
All right.
Chris Hadfield on space exploration, Neil deGrasse Tyson,
All right. Go to bed.
the creator
You
of
go
the
to bed.
Sim
We'll see you.
game design,
Good playing, man.
that game, Goodall, and
Take care, big dog.
Guitar. Chess,
Thank you, my friend. Don't be a stranger. Come back
Daniel
soon.
Negreanu on poker, one of my favorite poker players, gives a course as well, and many
Peace.
Chris explaining how rockets work and the experience of being launched alone.
No. You don't call me
My way of
Michael.
advice,
I'm Rabbi.
The key is not to be overwhelmed by the abundance of. Take 3 courses.
No, I'm not.
Watch each all the way through from start to finish. It's not that
Take
long.
care.
Stick
Peace,
with you
buddy.
for a long time. It's easily
Bye-bye.
watch on basically any device. Once again, sign up at masterclass.com/Lex to get a discount to support this podcast. And now, here's my conversation with Simon Sinek. In The Infinite Game, your most recent book, you described the finite game and the infinite game. So from my perspective of artificial intelligence and game theory in general, I'm a huge fan of finite games from the broad philosophical sense is something that in the robotics, artificial intelligence space we'll know how to deal with. And then you describe the infinite game, which has no exact static rules, has no well-defined static objective, has the players are known, unknown, they change, there's a dynamic element. So this is something that applies to business, politics, life itself. So can you try to articulate the objective function here of the infinite game, or in the cliche, broad philosophical sense, what is the meaning of life?
Go for the start with a softball.
Yep, easy question first.
So James Carse was the philosopher who originally articulated this concept of finite and infinite game. And when I learned about it, it really challenged my view of how the world works, right? Because I think we all think about winning and being the best and being number one. But if you think about it, only in a finite game can that exist. A game that has fixed rules, agreed upon objectives, and known players, like football or baseball. There's always a beginning, middle, and end. And if there's a winner, there has to be a loser. Infinite games, as Carse describes them, as you said, have known and unknown players, which means anyone can join. It has changeable rules, which means you can play however you want. And the objective is to perpetuate the game, to bring the game as long as possible. In other words, there's no such thing as being number one or winning in a game that has no finish line. What I learned is that when we try to win in a game that has no finish line, we try to be the best in a game that has no agreed upon objectives or agreed upon metrics or time frames. There's a few consistent and predictable outcomes: the decline of trust, the decline of cooperation, the decline of innovation. And I find this fascinating because so many of the ways that we run most organizations is with a finite mindset.
So trying to reduce the beautiful, complex thing that is life, or whether politics or business, into something very narrow. And in that process, the reductionist process, you lose something fundamental that makes the whole thing work in the long term. So returning, I'm not going to let you off the hook easy. What is the meaning of life? So what is the objective function that is worthwhile to pursue?
Well, if you think about our tombstones, right? They have the date we were born and the date we died. But really, it's what we do with the gap in between. There's a poem called The Dash. It's the dash that matters. It's what we do between the time we're born and the time we die that gives our life meaning. And if we live our lives with a finite mindset, which means to accumulate more power or money than anybody else, to outdo everyone else, to be number one, to be the best, we don't take any of this with us. We don't take any of it with us. We just die. People who get remembered, the way we want to be remembered is what kind of people we were, right? Devoted mother, loving father, what kind of person we were to other people. Jack Welch just died recently, and the Washington Post, when it wrote the headline for his obit, it wrote, "He pleased Wall Street and distressed employees," and that's his legacy. A finite player who is obsessed with winning, who leaves behind a legacy of short-term gains for a few and distress for many. That's his legacy, and every single one of us gets the choice of the kind of legacy we want to have. Do we want to be remembered for our contributions or our detraction? To live with a finite mindset, to live a career with a finite mindset, to be number one, be the best, be the most famous. Live a life like Jack Welch, to live a life of service, to see those around us rise, to contribute to our communities, to our organizations, to leave them in better shape than we found them. That's the kind of legacy most of us would like to have.
So day to day, when you think about what is the fundamental goals, dreams, motivations of an infinite game, of seeing your life, your career as an infinite game, what does that look like? I mean, I guess I'm sort of trying to stick on this personal ego, personal drive, the thing that the fire, the reason we want to wake up in the morning, and the reason we can't go to bed because we're so excited.
Yeah.
What is that?
So for me, it's about having a just cause. It's about a vision that's bigger than me. That my work gets to contribute to something larger than myself. That's what drives me every day. I wake up every morning with a vision of a world that does not yet exist, a world in which the vast majority of people wake up every single morning inspired, feel safe at work, and return home fulfilled at the end of the day. It's not the world we live in. And so that we still have work to do is the thing that drives me. I know what my underlying values are. I wake up to inspire people to do the things that inspire them. These are my go-to, my touch point. Um, that inspire me to keep working. I think of a career like an iceberg. If you have a vision for something, you're the only one who can see the iceberg underneath the ocean. But if you start working at it, a little bit shows up. And now a few other people can see what you're imagining. They're like, oh, right, yeah, no, I want to help build that as well. And if you have a lot of success, and you have a lot of icebergs, people can see this huge iceberg and they say, you've accomplished so much. But what I see is all the work still yet to be done. Yet I still see the huge iceberg underneath the ocean.
And so the growth, you talk about momentum. So the incremental revealing of the iceberg is what drives me.
Well, it necessarily is incremental. What drives me is the realization, is realizing the iceberg, bringing more of the iceberg from the unknown to the known, bringing more of the vision from the imagination to reality.
And you have this fundamental vision of optimism. You call yourself an optimist. In this world, I have I see myself a little bit as the main character from The Idiot by Dostoevsky, who's also kind of seen by society as a fool because he was optimistic. So, one, can you maybe articulate where that sense of optimism comes from, and maybe also try to articulate your vision of the future where people are inspired, where optimism drives us? It's easy to forget that when you look at social media and so on, with the word toxicity and negativity can often get more likes, that optimism has a sort of a beauty to it, and I do hope it's out there. So can you try to articulate that vision?
Yeah. So, for me, optimism and being an optimist is just seeing the silver lining in every cloud. Even in tragedy, brings people together. And the question is, can we see that? Can you see the beauty that is in everything? I don't think optimism is foolishness. I don't think optimism is blindness. Though it probably involves some naivete, the belief that things will get better, the belief that we tend towards the good, even in times of struggle or bad. You can't sustain war, but you can sustain peace. I think things that are stable are more sustainable. Things that are optimistic are more sustainable than things that are chaotic.
Do you see people as fundamentally good? Some people may disagree that you can sustain peace, you can't sustain war.
You don't have to. I think war is costly. It involves life and money, and peace does not involve those things. It requires work. I'm not saying it doesn't require work, but it doesn't drain resources. I think the same way that war does.
The people that would say that we will always have war, and I just talked to the historian of Stalin, would say that conflict and the desire for power and conflict is central to human nature.
I concur.
But something in your words also, perhaps it's the naive aspect that I also share, is that you have an optimism that people are fundamentally good. And
I'm an idealist, and I think idealism is good. I'm not a fool to believe that the ideals that I imagine can come true. Of course, there'll never be world peace, but shouldn't we die trying? I think that's the whole point. That's the point of vision. Vision should be idealistic, and it should be, for all practical purposes, impossible. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try. It's the milestones that we reach that take us closer to that ideal, that make us feel that our life and our work have meaning, and we're contributing to something bigger than ourselves. We just because it's impossible doesn't mean we shouldn't try. As I said, we're still moving the ball down the field. We're still making progress. Things are still getting better, even if we never get to that ideal state. So I think idealism is a good thing.
In the word infinite game, one of the beautiful and tragic aspects of life, human life at least from the biological perspective, is that it ends. So sadly, it's find that it's tragic to some people, or is it ends? It ends.
I think some people believe that it ends on the day you die, and some people think it continues.
There's a lot of different ways to think what continues on even looks like. But let me drag it back to the personal, which is how do you think about your own mortality? Are you afraid of death? How do you think about your own death?
I definitely haven't accomplished everything I want to contribute to. I would like more time on this earth to keep working towards that vision.
Do you think about the fact that it ends for you? Are you cognizant of
Of course, I'm cognizant of it. I mean, aren't we all? I don't dwell on it. I'm aware of it. I know that my life is finite, and I know that I have a certain amount of time left on this planet, and I'd like to make that time be valuable.
You know, some people would think that ideas kind of allow you to have a certain kind of immortality.
Yeah.
Maybe to linger on this kind of question. So first, to push back on you said that everyone's cognizant of their mortality. There's a guy named Ernest Becker who would disagree. That you basically say that most of human cognition is created by us trying to create an illusion and try to hide the fact from ourselves the fact that we're going to die. To try to think that it's all going to go on forever.
But the fact that we know that it doesn't.
Yes, this mix of denial. I mean, I think the book is called Denial of Death.
Yeah.
It's this constant denial that we're running away from. That's in fact, some would argue that the inspiration, the incredible ideas you put out there, your TED Talk has been seen by millions and millions of people, right? It's just you trying to desperately fight the fact that you are biologically mortal. Your creative genius comes from the fact that you're trying to create ideas that live on long past you.
Well, it's very nice of you. I mean, I would like my ideas to live on beyond me, because I think that is a good test that those ideas have value in the lives of others. I think that's a good test that others would continue to talk about or share the ideas long after I'm gone.
What?
I think is perhaps the greatest compliment one can get for one's own work.
Are you fucking serious?
That's very, but I don't think it's my awareness of my mortality that drives me to do it. It's my desire to contribute that drives me to do it.
It's the optimist vision. It's the pleasure and the fulfillment you get from inspiring others. It's as pure as that. Let me ask. Listen, I'm rushing. I'm trying to get
You're good. You're good.
Get you into these dark areas.
I'm enjoying it.
Is the ego tied up into it somehow? So your name is extremely well known. If your name wasn't attached to it, do you think you would act differently?
I mean, for years I hated that my name was attached to it. You know, I had a rule for years that I wouldn't have my face on the front page of the website. You know, I had a fight with the publisher because I didn't want my name big on the book. I wanted it tiny on the book because I kept telling them it's not about me, it's about the ideas. They wanted to put my name on the top of my book. I refused. None of my books have my names on the top because I won't let them. They would like very much to put my name on the top of the book, but the idea has to be bigger than me. I'm not bigger than the idea.
It's beautifully put. Do you think ego?
But I also am aware that I've become recognized as the messenger. And even though I still think the message is bigger than me, I recognize that I have a responsibility as the messenger. And whether I like it or not is irrelevant. I accept the responsibility. I'm happy to do it.
I'm not sure how to phrase this, but there's a large part of the culture right now that emphasizes all the things that nobody disagrees with, which is health, sleep, diet, relaxation, meditation, vacation, are really important. And there's no, it's like you can't really argue against that. In fact, people
Less sleep.
I'm joking. Yes, well, that's the thing. I often speak to the fact that passion and love for what you're doing, and towards hard work, especially in the engineering fields, are more important to prioritize than sleep. even though sleep is really important, your mind should be obsessed with the hard work, with the passion, and so on. And then I get some pushback, of course, from people. What do you make sense of that? Is that just me, the crazy Russian engineer, really pushing hard work?
Probably.
What do you,
I think that's a short-term strategy. I think if you sacrifice your health for the work, at some point it catches up with you. And at some point, it's like going, and you get sick. Your body will shut down for you if you refuse to take care of yourself. You know, you get sick. It's what happens. Sometimes, it's more severe illness. It's something that just slows you down. So I think taking, like, getting sleep. I mean, there've been studies on this, but executives, for example, who get a full night's sleep and stop at a reasonable hour actually accomplish more. Are more productive than people who burn the midnight oil because their brains are working better because they're well rested. So, working hard, yes, but why not work smart? I think that giving our minds and our bodies rest makes us more efficient. I think just driving is a short-term strategy.
so, but to push back on that a little bit, the annoying thing is you're like 100% right in terms of science, right? But the thing is, it's because you're 100% right, that weak part of your mind uses that fact to convince you, like what? So, I get all kinds of, my mind comes up with all kinds of excuses to try to convince me that I shouldn't be doing what I'm doing, to rationalize. And so, what I have a sense, I think what you said about executives and leaders is absolutely right. But there's the early days of madness and passion.
For sure.
Then I feel like emphasizing sleep, because thinking about sleep is giving yourself a way out from the fact that those early days, especially, can be suffering.
As long as it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. Sure, if you're investing all that energy in something at the beginning to get it up and running, then at some point you're going to have to slow down, or your body will slow you down for you. Like you can choose, or your body can choose. I mean,
So you don't think, from my perspective, it feels like people have gotten a little bit soft. So you're saying no?
I think that there seems evidence that working harder and later have taken a back seat. I think we have to be careful with broad generalizations, but I think if you go into the workplace, there are people who would complain that more people now than before, look at their watches and say, "Oh, it's 5 o'clock, goodbye." Right? Now, is that a problem with the people? You're saying it's the people giving themselves excuses and people who don't work hard, or is it the organizations aren't giving them something to believe in, something to be passionate about? You can't manufacture passion. You can't just tell someone, be passionate. That's not how it works. Passion's an output, not an input. Like if I believe in something and I want to contribute all that energy to do it, we call that passion. Working hard for something we love is passion. Working hard for something we don't care about is called stress. So we're working hard either way. So I think the organizations bear some accountability, and our leaders bear some accountability, which is if they're not offering a sense of purpose, if they're not offering us a sense of cause, if they're not telling us that our work is worth more than simply the money it makes, then yeah, I'm going to come at 5 o'clock because I don't really care about making you money. Remember, we live in a world right now where a lot of people, rather a few people, are getting rich on the hard work of others. And so I think when people look up and say, well, why would I do that? I'll just, if you're not going to look after me, and then you're going to lay me off at the end of the year because you missed your arbitrary projections, you're going to lay me off because you missed your arbitrary projections, then why would I offer my hard work and loyalty to you? So I don't think we can immediately blame people for going soft. I think we can blame leaders for their inability or failure to offer their people something bigger than making a product or making money.
Yeah, that's brilliant. And you start with why, you see last, your books, you basically talk about what it takes to be a good leader. And so some of the blame should go on the leader, but how much of it is on finding your passion? How much is it on the individual? And allowing yourself to pursue that passion, pushing yourself to your limits to to really take concrete steps along your path towards that passion.
Yeah, there's mutual responsibility. There's mutual accountability. I mean, we're responsible as individuals to find the organizations and find the leaders that inspire us. And organizations are responsible for maintaining that flame and giving people who believe what they believed, a chance to contribute.
To linger on it, have you by chance seen the movie Whiplash?
Yes.
Again, maybe I'm romanticizing suffering. Again,
It's the Russian in you.
It's the Russian.
Yeah, the Russians love suffering.
But so for people who haven't seen, it's the movie Whiplash has a drum instructor that pushes the drum musician to his limits to bring out the best in him, and there's a toxic nature to it. There's suffering in it. Like you work with a lot of great leaders, a lot of great individuals. So what is that toxic relationship as toxic as it appears in the movie, or is that fundamental? I've seen that relationship, especially in the past with Olympic athletes, with especially in athletics, extreme performers, seem to do wonders. It does wonders for me. There's some of them are my best relationships. Now, I'm not representative of everyone's, but some of my best relationships for mentee and mentor have been toxic from an external perspective. What do you make of that movie? What do you make of that kind of relationship?
That's not my favorite movie.
Okay. So you don't think that's a healthy, you don't think that kind of relationship is a great example of a great
It's a
leader?
short-term strategy. In the short term. I mean, look, being hard on someone is not the same as toxicity. If you go to the Marine Corps, a drill instructor will be very hard on their Marine, but still, even on the last day of boot camp, they'll take their hat off and they'll become human. But the of all the drill instructors, the 3 or 4 main drill instructors assigned to a group of recruits, the one that they all want the respect of is the one that's the hardest on them. That's true. And you hear, there's plenty of stories of people who want to earn the respect of a hard parent or a hard teacher. But fundamental, that parent, that teacher, that drill instructor has to believe in that person, has to see potential. It's not a formula, which is if I'm hard on people, they'll do well. Which is there has to still be love. It has to be done with absolute love, and it has to be done responsibly. I mean, some people can take a little more pressure than others, but it's not. I think it's irresponsible to think of it as a formula. That if I'm just toxic at people, they will do well. It depends on their personalities. First of all, it works for some, but not all. And second of all, it can't be done willy-nilly. It has to still be done with care and love, and sometimes you can get equal or better results without all of the toxicity. So
one of the, I guess, toxicity on my part was a really bad word to use. But if we talk about what makes a good leader, and just looking at an example in particular, looking at Elon Musk, he's known to push people to their limits in a way that I think really challenges people in a way they've never been challenged before to do the impossible. But it can really break people.
and Jobs was hard, and Amazon is hard, and But the thing that's important is none of them lie about it. People ask me about Amazon all the time. Like Jeff Bezos never lied about it. Even the ones who like Amazon don't last more than a couple of years before they burn out. But when we're honest about the culture, then it gives people the opportunity who like to work in that kind of culture to choose to work in that kind of culture, as opposed to pretending and saying, "Oh no, this is all, it's all lovey-lovey here," and then you show up and it's the furthest thing from it. So, I mean, I think the reputations of putting a lot of pressure on people to, Jobs was not an easy man to work for. He pushed people, but everyone who worked there was given the space to create and do things that they would not have been able to do anywhere else, and work at a level that they didn't work anywhere else. And Jobs didn't have all the answers. I mean, he pushed his people to come up with answers. He wasn't just looking for people to execute his ideas. And people did. People accomplished more than they thought they were capable of, which is wonderful.
How do you're talking about the infinite game and not thinking about too short term. And yet you see some of the most brilliant people in the world being pushed by Elon Musk to accomplish some of the most incredible things. When we're talking about autopilot, when we're talking about some of the hardware engineering, and they do some of the best work of their life and then leave. How do you balance that in terms of what it takes to be a good leader, what it takes to accomplish great things in your life?
Yeah. So I think there's a difference between someone who can get a lot out of people in the short term and building an organization that can sustain beyond any individual. There's a difference.
When you say beyond any individual, you mean beyond like if the leader dies.
Right. Like could Tesla continue to do what it's doing without Elon Musk?
And you're perhaps implying, which is a very interesting question, that it cannot.
I don't know. The argument you're making of this person who pushes everyone, arguably is not a repeatable model, right? Is Apple the same without Steve Jobs, or is it slowly moving in a different direction? Or has he established something that could be resurrected with the right leader?
That was his dream, I think, is to have to build an organization that lives on beyond them. At least I remember reading that.
I think that's what a lot of leaders desire, which is to create something that was bigger than them. Most businesses, most entrepreneurial ventures could not pass the school bus test, which is if the founder was hit by a school bus, would everyone continue the business without them, or would they all just go find jobs? And the vast majority of companies failed that test, especially in the entrepreneurial world, that if you take the inspired visionary leader away, the whole thing collapses. So is that a business, or is that just a force of personality? And a lot of entrepreneurs, face that reality, which is they have to be in every meeting, make every decision, come up with every idea, because if they don't, who will? And the question is, well, what have you done to build your bench? It's not, sometimes it's ego, the belief that only I can. Sometimes it's just things did so well for so long that just forgot. And sometimes it's a failure to build the training programs or hire the right people that could replace you, who are maybe smarter and better. And browbeating people is only one strategy. I don't think it's necessarily the only strategy, nor is it always the best strategy. I think people get to choose the cultures they want to work in. So this is why I think companies should be honest about the kind of culture that they've created. I heard a story about Apple where somebody came in from a big company. He had accomplished a lot, and his ego was very large. He was going on about how he did this and he did that and he did this and he did that. And somebody from Apple said, "We don't care what you've done. The question is, what are you going to do?" And that's for somebody who wants to be pushed, that's the place you go, because you choose to be pushed. Now, we all want to be pushed to some degree. Anybody who wants to accomplish anything in this world wants to be pushed to some degree, whether it's through self-pressure or external pressure or public pressure, whatever it is. But I think this whole idea of one size fits all is a false narrative of how leadership works. But what all leadership requires is creating an environment in which people can work at their natural best.
But you have a sense that it's possible to create a business where it lives on beyond you. So if we just look at this current moment, I just recently talked to Jack Dorsey, CEO of Twitter, and he's under a lot of pressure now. I don't know if you're aware of the news that he's being pushed out potentially as the CEO of Twitter, because he's the CEO already of an incredibly successful company. Plus, he wants to go to Africa to live a few months in Africa to connect with the world that's outside of Silicon Valley, and sort of there's this idea, well, can Twitter live without Jack? But you have a general, as a student of great leadership, you have a general sense that it's possible.
Yeah, of course it's possible. I mean, what Bill Gates built with Microsoft may not have survived Steve Ballmer if the company weren't so rich. But Satya Nadella is putting it back on track again. it's become a visionary company again. It's attracting great talent again. It went through a period where they couldn't get the best talent, and the best talent was leaving. Now people want to work for Microsoft again. Well, that's not because of pressure. Ballmer put more pressure on people, mainly to hit numbers, than anything else. That didn't work, right? And so the question is what kind of pressure are we putting on people? We're putting on pressure people to hit numbers or hit arbitrary deadlines, or we're putting on pressure on people because we believe that they can do better work. And the work that we're trying to do is to advance a vision that's bigger than all of us. And if you're going to put pressure on people, it better be for the right reason. Like if you're going to put pressure on me, it better be for a worthwhile reason. If it's just to hit a goal, if it's just to hit some arbitrary date or some arbitrary number or make a stock price hit some target, you can keep it. I'm out of here. But if you want to put pressure on me because we are brothers and sisters in arms, working to advance a cause bigger than ourselves, that we believe whatever we're going to build will significantly contribute to the greater good of society, then go ahead, I'll take the pressure. And if you look at the Apples, and if you look at the Elon Musks, the Jobs and Elon Musk, they fundamentally believe that what they were doing would improve society, and it was for the good of humankind. And so the pressure, in other words, what they were doing was more important, more valuable than any individual in the team. And so the pressure they put on people served a greater good. And so we looked to the left and we looked to the right to each other and said, we're in this together. We accept this. We want this. But if it's just pressure to hit a number or make the widget move a little faster, that's soul sucking. That's not passion. That's stress. And I think a lot of leaders confuse that making people work hard is not what makes them passionate. Giving them something to believe in and work on is what drives passion.
And when you have that, then turning up the pressure only brings people together, drives them further.
Done the right way.
Done the right way. Speaking of pressure, I'm going to give you 90 seconds to answer the last question, which is if I told you that tomorrow was your last day to live, we talked about mortality, sunrise to sunset, can you tell me, can you take me through the day? What do you think that day would involve? You can't spend it with your family. Oh, with you as well.
I would probably want to fill all of my senses with things that excite my senses. I'd want to look at beautiful art. I want to listen to beautiful music. I'd want to taste incredible food. I want to smell amazing tastes. I want to touch, something that, something beautiful to touch. I want all of my senses to just be consumed with things that I find beautiful.
And you talked about this idea of, we don't do it often these days, of just listening to music, turning off all the devices, and actually taking in and listening to music. So as an addendum, if we're to talk about music, what song would you be blasting on this last day of your life? Is it Led Zeppelin? What do we talk
that
about?
I love? No. There's probably going to be a Beatles song in there. There'll definitely be some Beethoven in there.
The classics. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you so much for talking today. Thank you for making time for it. Under pressure, we made it happen.
Yeah, it was great.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Simon Sinek. And thank you to our sponsors, Cash App and Masterclass. Please consider supporting the podcast by downloading Cash App and using code LEXPODCAST and signing up to Masterclass at masterclass.com/Lex. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, let me leave you with some words from Simon Sinek. There are only 2 ways to influence human behavior. You can manipulate it, or you can inspire it. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Nick Bostrom, a philosopher at University of Oxford and the director of the Future of Humanity Institute. He has worked on fascinating and important ideas in existential risk, simulation hypothesis, human enhancement, ethics, and the risks of superintelligent AI systems, including in his book, Superintelligence. I can see talking to Nick multiple times in this podcast, many hours each time, because he has done some incredible work in artificial intelligence, technology space, science, and really philosophy in general. But we have to start somewhere. This conversation was recorded before the outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic, that both Nick and I'm sure, will have a lot to say about next time we speak. Perhaps this is the best, because the deepest lessons can be learned only in retrospect, when the storm has passed. I do recommend you read many of his papers on the topic of existential risk, including a technical report titled Global Catastrophic Risks Survey that he co-authored with Anders Sandberg. For everyone feeling the medical, psychological, and financial burden of this crisis, I'm sending love your way. Stay strong. We're in this together. We'll beat this thing. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, simply connect with me on Twitter, Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now, never any ads in the middle, that can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt your listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. When you get it, use code LEXPODCAST. Cash App lets you some money with friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market for as little as $1. Since Cash App is fractional share trading, let me mention that the order execution algorithm that works behind the scenes to create the abstraction of fractional orders is an algorithmic marvel. The big props to the Cash App engineers for solving a hard problem that in the end provides an easy interface to take a step up to the next layer of abstraction over the stock market, making trading more accessible for new investors and diversification much easier. So again, if you get Cash App in the App Store Google Play and use the code LEXPODCAST, you get $10. Cash App will also donate $10 to First, an organization that is helping to advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. And now, here's my conversation with Nick Foster. At the risk of asking the Beatles to play Yesterday or the Rolling Stones to play Satisfaction, let me ask you the basics. What is the simulation hypothesis?
That we are living computer simulation.
What is a computer simulation? How is it even think about that?
Well, so the hypothesis is meant to be understood in a literal sense. Not that we can kind of metaphorically view the universe as an information processing physical system, but that there is some advanced civilization built a lot of computers, and that what we experience is an effect of what's going on inside one of those computers. So that's the world around us, our own brains, everything we see and perceive and think and feel would exist because this computer is running certain programs.
Do you think that this computer has something similar to the computers of today? Maybe these deterministic Turing machine type things? Is that what we're supposed to imagine, or we're supposed to think of something more like a quantum mechanical system, something much bigger, something much more complicated, something much more mysterious from our current perspective?
So the ones we have today would be quite a bit bigger. Certainly, you need more memory and more processing power. I don't think anything else would be required. Now, it might well be that they do have, at least maybe they have quantum computers and other things that would give them even more. It's kind of possible, but I don't think it's a necessary assumption in order to get to the conclusion that a technologically mature civilization would be able to create these kinds of computer simulations with conscious beings inside them.
So do you think the simulation hypothesis is an idea that's used for philosophy, computer science, physics? So where do you see it having valuable kind of starting point in terms of thought experiment.
Is it useful? I guess it's more informative and interesting and maybe important. But it's not designed to be useful for something else.
Okay, interesting, sure. But is it philosophically interesting, or is there some kind of implications between science and physics?
I think not so much for computer science or physics per se. Certainly, it could be of interest in philosophy. I think also to say cosmology or physics, in as much as you're interested in the fundamental building blocks of the world and the rules that govern it. And if we are in a simulation, there's then the possibility that, say, physics at the level where the computer running the simulation could be different from the physics governing phenomena in the simulation. So I think it might be interesting from the point of view of religion, or just for kind of trying to figure out what the heck is going on. So we mentioned the simulation hypothesis so far. There's also simulation argument, which I think to make a distinction. So simulation hypothesis, we are living in a computer simulation. Simulation argument is an argument that tries to show that one of three propositions is true, one of which is the simulation hypothesis, but there are two alternatives in the original simulation argument, which we can get to.
Yeah, let's go there. By the way, confusing terms.
Yeah.
People will, I think, probably naturally think simulation argument equals simulation hypothesis.
Yeah.
Just terminology-wise, but let's go there. So simulation hypothesis means that we are living in simulations. The hypothesis that we're living in simulation. Simulation argument has these three complete possibilities that cover all possibilities. So what are they?
Yeah, it's like a disjunction. It says at least one of these three is true, although it doesn't on its own tell us which one. So the first one is that almost all civilizations that are in current stage of technological development go extinct before they reach technological maturity. So there is some great filter that makes it so that basically none of the civilizations that maybe that cosmos will ever get to realize the full potential of technological development.
This could be, theoretically speaking, this could be because most civilizations kill themselves too eagerly, or destroy themselves too eagerly, or it might be super difficult to build a simulation. So the span of time.
Theoretically, it could be both. Now, I think it looks like we would technologically be able to get there in a time span that is short compared to, say, the lifetime of planets and other sort of astronomical processes.
Your intuition is to build simulation is not.
Well, so this is interesting concept of technological maturity. It's kind of an interesting concept to have for the purposes as well. We can see, even based on our current limited understanding, what some lower bound would be on the capabilities that we could realize by just developing technologies that we already see as possible. So, for example, one of my research fellows here, Eric Drexler, back in the 80s, studied molecular manufacturing. That is, you could analyze using theoretical tools and computer modeling performance of various molecularly precise structures that we didn't and still don't today have the ability to actually fabricate. But you could say that, well, if we could put these atoms together in this way, then the system would be stable and it would, rotate at this speed and have these computational characteristics. And he also outlined some pathways that would enable us to get to this kind of molecularly manufacturing in the fullness of time. You could do other studies we've done. You could look at the speed at which, say, it would be possible to colonize the galaxy if you had mature technology. We would have an upper limit, which is the speed of light. We have sort of a lower current limit, which is how fast current rockets go. We know we can go faster than that by just making them bigger and have more fuel and stuff. And you can then start to describe the technological affordances that would exist once a civilization has had enough time to develop, even at least those technologies we already know are possible. Then maybe they would discover other new physical phenomena as well that we haven't realized that would enable them to do even more. But at least there is this kind of basic set of capabilities.
How do we jump from molecular manufacturing to deep space exploration to mature technology? Like, what's the connection?
Well, so these would be two examples of technological capability sets that we can have a high degree of confidence are physically possible in our universe, and that the civilization that was allowed to continue to develop its science and technology will eventually attain.
You can intuit, like, you can kind of see the set of breakthroughs that are likely to happen. So you can see, like, what would you call it, the technological set?
With computers, maybe it's easiest. The one is you can just make bigger computers using exactly the same parts that we have, so you can kind of scale things that way, right? But you could also make processors a bit faster if you had this molecular nanotechnology that they're described. We characterize a kind of crude computer built with these parts that could perform at a million times the human brain while being significantly smaller, the size of a sugar cube. And he made no claim that that's the optimum computing structure. Like, what, you could build a faster computer that would be more efficient, but at least you could do that if you had the ability to do things that were atomically precise. I mean, so you can then combine these two. You can have this kind of nanomolecular ability to build things at an atom, and then say at a spatial scale that would be attainable through space colonizing technology. You could then start, for example, to characterize a lower bound on the amount of computing power that technological mature civilization would have if it could grab resources, planets and so forth, and then use this molecular nanotechnology to optimize them for computing. You get a very, very high lower bound on the amount of compute.
So, sorry, just to define some things. So, technologically mature civilization is one that puts that piece of technology to its lower bound. What is a technologically mature civilization?
Okay, so that means it's a strong concept that we really need for the simulation hypothesis. I just think it's interesting in its own right. So it would be the idea that there is at some stage of technological development where you basically maxed out. So you develop all those general purpose, widely useful technologies that could be developed, or at least kind of come very close to the 99.9% there or something. That's an independent question. You can think either that there is such a ceiling, or you might think it just goes, the technology tree just goes on forever.
Where is your sense for?
I would guess that there is a maximum that we would start to asymptote for.
So new things won't keep training up. A new ceiling.
And in terms of basic technological capabilities, I think that there's like a finite set of those that can exist in this universe. Moreover, I mean, I wouldn't be that surprised if we actually reached close to that level fairly shortly after we had, say, machine superintelligence. So I don't think it would take millions of years for a human-originated civilization to begin to do this. Like it's like more likely to happen on historical scale. But that's an independent speculation from the simulation argument. I mean, for the purpose of the simulation argument, it doesn't really matter whether it goes indefinitely far up or whether there is a ceiling, as long as we know we can at least get to a certain level. And it also doesn't matter whether that's going to happen in 100 years or 5,000 years or 50 million years. Like the time scales really don't make any difference.
Can you wonder on that a little bit? Like, there's a big difference between 100 years and 10 million years.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really not matter, because you just said, does it matter if we jump scales to beyond historical scales? So when you describe that, so for the simulation argument, sort of, doesn't it matter that we if it takes 10 million years, it gives us a lot more opportunity to destroy civilization in the meantime.
Yeah, well, so it would shift around the probabilities between these three alternatives. That is, if we are very, very far away from being able to create these simulations, if it's like, say, billions of years into the future, then it's more likely that we will fail ever to get there. There's more time for us to kind of, get those things along the way. And so it's similarly for other civilizations.
So it is important to think about how hard it is to build a simulation.
In terms of figuring out which of the discounts, but for the simulation argument itself, it is agnostic as to which of these three alternatives is true. It's like you don't have to like the simulation argument would be true whether or not we thought this could be done in 500 years or this was 500 million years.
No, for sure. The simulation argument stands. I mean, I'm sure there might be some people who oppose it, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it's very nice to have three cases covered. The fun part is at least not saying what the probabilities are, but kind of thinking about, kind of intuiting reasoning about like what's more likely, what are the kind of things that would make some of the arguments less and more. So like, let's actually, I don't think we went through them. So number one is we destroy ourselves before we ever create simulation.
Right. So that's kind of sad, but we have to think not just what might destroy us. I mean, so there could be some whatever disasters from meteors slamming the Earth a few years from now that could destroy us, right? But you'd have to postulate in order for this first disjunct to be true that almost all civilizations throughout the cosmos also failed to reach technological maturity.
And the underlying assumption there is that there is likely a very large number of other intelligent civilizations.
Well, if there are, then they would virtually all have to succumb in the same way. I mean, then that leads off another. I guess there are a lot of little digressions. That there is
Let's go there.
So,
yeah, keep dragging us back.
Well, there is a set of basic questions that always come up in conversations with interesting people, like the Fermi paradox. Like there's you could almost define whether a person is interesting, whether at some point the question of the Fermi paradox comes up. Right? Well, so for what it's worth, it looks to me that the universe is very big. I mean, in fact, according to the most popular current cosmological theory, is infinitely big. And so then it would follow pretty trivially that you could put a lot of other civilizations, in fact, infinitely many. If you have some local stochasticity and infinitely many, it's like, infinitely many lumps of matter, one next to another, there's kind of random stuff in each one, then you're going to get all possible outcomes with probability 1 infinitely repeated. So then certainly there would be a lot of extraterrestrials out there. I mean, even short of that, if the universe is very big, there might be a finite but large number. If we were literally the only one, then of course, if we went extinct, then all of civilizations at our current stage would have gone extinct before becoming technologically mature. So then it kind of becomes trivially true that a very high fraction of those went extinct. But if we think there are many, I mean, it's interesting because there are certain things that possibly could kill us, like if you look at existential risks, and it might be a different, like the best answer to what would be most likely to kill us might be a different answer than the best answer to the question, if there is something that kills almost everyone, what would that be? Because that would have to be some risk factor that was kind of uniform overall possible civilization.
Yeah, so in this, for the sake of this argument, you have to think about not just us, but like every civilization dies out before they create the civilization.
Yeah, or something very close to everybody.
Okay, so what's number 2 in the?
Well, so number 2 is the convergence hypothesis. That is that maybe like some of these civilizations do make it through to technological maturity, but out of those who do get there, they all lose interest in creating simulations. So they have the capability of doing it, but they choose not to.
Yeah.
Not just a few of them decide not to, but out of a million, maybe not even a single one of them would do it.
And I think when you say lose interest, that sounds like unlikely because it's like they get bored or whatever. But it could be so many possibilities within that. I mean, losing interest could be it could be anything from it being exceptionally difficult to do to fundamentally changing the sort of the fabric of reality if you do it. There's ethical concerns, all the
which can increase the number of fight incidents. There's a PDA animal enrichment contract money back to the city in order to preserve 5 positions in the Animal Services Department that were simply laid off. The LA County DA's office has filed its opposition to the motion filed by Live and Aaron Menendez, the DA. The 17 case. Brothers in the order claim that Nathan Ogden's biased against them. Ogden says their arguments devoid of merit. The brothers intend to complain after a number of years of public partnership with March 1989. Their Ogden Jason Refiner. It's going to defend Central Jail now. LA County Sheriff's officials are trying to figure out
Hey, this is Rabbi. The government is trying to police consensual sex by a swinger. They say invited third parties into his bedroom. Prospective jurors have already answered written questions about their knowledge of rules, their ability to be fair, and their tolerance for a 2-month trial with explicit evidence.
Next week, Trump administration's offering illegal immigrants money to go home. BBC State reporter says volunteers who leave the U.S. get a $1,000 stipend. Money to be paid after Biden's return has been confirmed through the CBP Home app. The Department of Homeland Security is the first person to take advantage of this new travel.
Coming to you live from Walking Gas Company here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony!
Dangerous criminals and keep them far away from anyone they can harm. He went on to say Alcatraz is now America's most ruthless violent offenders advocating serve medicine law and earn justice. Washington is a small island about a mile from San Francisco, stopped operating as a prison in 1963. There's no cost of running it as a prison. Makes about $6 million a year now from tours.
Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony! Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, huh?
And how about one more time for the best damn band in the land? That is indeed the Kill Tony Band. Fernando Castillo, Raul Vallejo, Carlos Sosa, Michael Gonzalez, Nachos Belgrande. That is the great Matt Mueling on the electric guitar, John Dees on the keys, and that is D Madness on the bass guitar. Stupid straws. How we feeling tonight? Everybody happy to be here? I am wearing sunglasses for the first time in the show's history, for I am coming off fresh from WrestleMania last night. We did a roast of WrestleMania, which lasted until the wee hours of the night, and then hung out with Triple H and fucking
bunch of people that you guys could never fathom the type of life that I live, long story short. And so did Sunglasses Night. It's Sunglasses Night for this guy too. Look at this dirt ball right here. He's got a grill. Absolutely. That's unbelievable, sir. How fucking cool are you? I love it. I need someone to take my trash out on Wednesdays. Are you free on Wednesday? All right. Anyway. Fuck yeah. Before we get tonight's show started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. Hey y'all, this podcast is indeed sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, have better sex with Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And starting now, Blue Chew is offering a combo so strong, it'll knock your socks off and your neighbor's socks. So, discover the options at BlueChew.com, and we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try your first month of Blue Chew free when you use promo code Tony. Just pay $5 shipping. That's promo code Tony. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. Oh, you're popping a little pony right now. Who's ready to start tonight's episode, huh? Every single week, I have two of the most entertaining people in the world on this show. This week is no different. We have the return of one of our favorite guests of the year and a first-time guest who I can say with no hesitation is my favorite person on all of social media. Nobody makes me laugh like this man. One of the greatest entertainers in the world, one of the most fascinating creatures on planet Earth, one of the greatest athletes of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you tonight's guests, Antonio Brown and Tom. Fuck yeah! Antonio motherfucking Brown, baby. Let's go. Tommy Coach. Let's go. Tommy Coach is on one of the funniest shows on planet Earth. One of the two funniest shows. It's Kill Tony and Tires. He is on Tires, Season 2, debuting June 5th. One of my favorite comedians. He does the Look at Dish on YouTube and Stuff Island. This is his podcast. Thanks for having me, Anthony. Good to be here, Thomas. And this is indeed one of the most fascinating entertainers in the world, Antonio Brown.
Thanks for having me.
Antonio Brown, his first time on the show at AB84, but I'm sure anybody that watches this show is already following your crazy ass. It is unbelievable. He posts about Jimmy Kimmel being gay, and it is my favorite shit on planet Earth. He will find some gay shit and he will post it and he'll say, this is what Jimmy Kimmel does for breakfast, or fucking all of it, you name it. And I get it, and I send it to Joe, or I send it to Shane, and fucking you are what we share. People might wonder, hey, what is some of the funniest people in the world text about? We send Antonio Brown tweets to each other. And Kanye. Kanye's got some good ones too. You got some stiff competition out there. One of the greatest geniuses of all, rap geniuses of all time. Is also viable on social media. Antonio Brown is stayanchored.com, some CBD stuff. That's you. That's right. You got weed. Okay, yeah, it's THC. And Crash. What is it? Crash Pot Buckets? What is Shout Bucket? CrashOutBuckets.com. For those of you in the market for a helmet He's selling them.
It should be that cool. You can wear a Vietnam helmet.
Yeah.
Nobody brings it up, dude. He walked through the green room. Everyone's like, "Oh, you look great. Sick as hell, bro."
I'm pretty sure Antonio's got the market cornered for people that are looking for some hard ass helmets. Hey, I'll tell you, our fan base needs fucking helmets. So you just hit the lottery. CrashOutBuckets.com for your Antonio Brown helmet. And yeah, it's going down, everybody. Antonio's first time on the show. Over 200 people signed up to be on this Mamma Jamma. They're crammed in a bar right next door. If I pull one of these names out of the bucket, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up thing, else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, which rudely interrupts them, and then I interview them. We all find out more about them live in the flesh. Come touch the bucket, pull a name out. Fucking weirdo. Gave him a real chance to do something cool, and he takes it like it's Paul Bear holding an urn for the Undertaker. Oh, the bucket! Fucking weirdo. The first name has been picked by what appears to be one of Donald Trump's nephews, and so the show shall begin. While we go wrangle your first bucket pull of the night, I have a golden ticket winner ready to go for your first 60-second uninterrupted set of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. This is the long-awaited return of one of the great golden ticket winners. This is Todd Royce, everybody. Here we fucking go.
What is up, Austin? I don't know. I have a weird relationship with my mom. Does anybody else have a weird relationship with my mom? My mom never understood boundaries when it came to me. Like, she never understood that there were things I don't want to hear my mom say. Like, I remember one time she came home and she said, "Hey, Todd, I got a joke." I go, "What's that?" And she goes, "Why can't Miss Piggy count to 100? I said, "Why?" And she said, "Because at 69, she gets a little fog in her throat." I was like, "Mom, that's disgusting. Also, I think it should be frog." She goes, "What do you mean frog?" I go, "At 69, she gets a little frog in her throat. It's a frog like Kermit." She goes, "No, it's fog like cum." And I was like, "Mom." So now I'm a 16-year-old virgin arguing about the sexual habits of two Muppets with my mom. It's probably why I'm still in therapy. It's probably also why I get an erection every time the Muppets come on, or I talk to my mom. That's a joke. I'm kidding. I've never gotten hard watching the Muppets grow up. Thank you, guys.
All right, Todd Royce. There you go. 60-second set. That's how it's done. He's done it again. How long ago did we meet you, Todd? When did you get your golden ticket?
2019.
2019. Wow, 6 years ago.
A long time. One full pandemic.
Absolutely.
That I survived.
Wow. Shockingly incredible. And that is only because of CrashOutBuckets.com.
That's true. That's true.
He wore a helmet throughout the entire thing. Absolutely incredible. Todd, remind us, how long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been doing stand-up for 7 years.
How old are you?
I am 46 years old.
46?
Yeah.
You don't look a day over 450 pounds. Look at you.
People do say I look young for my age, but that's just because I'm a health nut.
You're a health nut?
Yeah.
What kind of nut is that exactly?
It's one definitely wrapped in chocolate, and yeah.
For sure. And what have you been up to, Todd? Tell us. It's been a while since you've been on the show.
I live in Las Vegas. I just started a show in Las Vegas and downtown.
Oh, you're in Las Vegas. Do you live in Las Vegas because you are the Sphere?
That's right. The dead is inside me right now. It's the Grateful Dead. They're doing a show out of this. Never mind. You got it. Okay.
You're doing good, Todd. You're doing good. Where exactly do you get a shirt that size? Where do you have to go? Is that a custom job? What exactly? What the fuck?
A Mexican roofing company.
Yeah.
So they lay the tarp down. They do roofs. Roofs.
No, this was just a tarp in the backyard. We just had it,
Okay.
and so I put it on.
No, but seriously, where do you get?
I go to a place called DXL, which, by the way, if you don't know, a lot of people think it's Lux XL. It's Destination Extra Large. If this is your destination, you fucked up in life.
Yeah. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
It is incredible. We have one of the greatest football players of all time here. Hey, did you ever play football, Todd? You don't have to touch the. Yes.
All right, I'll stop.
Did you ever play football, Todd? You're a big boy. You seem like you would have been a good center or offensive lineman.
I thought about it, but then there's a lot of running in football, and I'm not much of a runner, believe it or not. And no, I never really did football. I did wrestling, but that was never played football. If you want to take me under your wing, and maybe I can start another career.
Maybe he could take you under his wing, and you could take him under your breasts and thighs, because you are a monster, Todd. How much exactly do you weigh?
I right now. You want to know how much I weigh?
Oh, I want to know.
So also, do you guys want to know how much I weigh?
Let's get the scale ready here, yeah. There's the lovely Heidi, ladies and gentlemen. Absolute eye candy. So much candy that Todd wants to eat her.
Yeah, that's true.
Todd would eat everything except for her pussy. What do you think you weigh, Todd?
Last time I checked, I was 4. I'm gonna need AB's now what this thing's gonna shatter. This is going everywhere. I was only 412 pounds.
Okay. So you guys want to take a guess?
Deep madness.
Tommy, would you like to take a guess at how much you think Todd weighs? Right?
Scottish blueberry. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna go. It's first of all, it's nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm very nice. No, absolutely.
I'm sorry for what's about to happen.
I thought I heard that you just died, but that was, I guess, someone else.
This is a different Pope.
Okay, thank you.
This is Tommy Pope.
Are you fucking done?
You're thinking
I just
Pope
went up
right
50 pounds. I just went up 50 pounds for that fucking. I just said, good to meet you. I'm gonna make this easy.
You're right. No,
Not
I'm
anymore.
sorry. Yeah. No, you're right.
412.
You're going with his guess. So the last time he weighed in, it was 412. Tommy's going with 412. Let's get a
Did he
guess.
say that?
Yeah.
He said 412?
Yeah.
I swear to God, I did not hear that.
Well, that's just unbelievable. It's right there. There's a lot of amplification in the room. There's
It's never
literally.
been hard to see, but I guess sometimes I'm hard to hear.
Wow. There you go. All right. Let's check in with the great Antonio Brown. He was 412 last time he weighed himself. What do you think he's weighing in at today?
Do you want the full turnaround? Black dudes usually like me from behind.
He said that you might like his fat white ass, Antonio. What's the number? What do you think?
It's a whole lot of chicken. The chest muscles. I'll say 450.
450. I like that guess. I actually like Antonio's guess. I was going to go around there. I'm going to go 435. Red Band, you are the senior obese correspondent.
All right. I'm gonna go with 420.
420. Coming fresh off of 420.
I don't think I'm that high.
Okay, well, we're going to see. You don't know what we see when we look at you. It is.
I'm also wearing heavy shoes.
That's all. That is all part of the guest here. That is.
We're in heavy years.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, stepping on the scale. This is Todd Royce. Tommy Pope, give me a reading over there. We should all be wearing protective goggles.
Oh, 412!
412. That is correct.
Give me a book.
Yes.
That is a much better that's a much better reaction than my doctor usually has.
Your doctor needs to be fired.
Yeah. Yeah, your doctor's fucked up, dude. Todd, anything else crazy we should know about before letting you go?
I am trying to get my Instagram followers up to over 500,000.
You need more grams.
I'm at 9,000 right now, so it's going to be hard. But if you guys can help me out, that'd be awesome. I also got shows coming up in San Antonio.
So you're gonna say your Instagram handle?
Yeah, sure.
That would be a brilliant idea.
Think anyone's watching the show? It's I'm kidding. Don't ever insult the show. It's Todd Royce, that's TODD Royce XXL.
Wow, there you go. There it is.
Motherfucker.
Little something from your pal Red Band over there. There you go. He's got the show started with a bang and a boom. And a 1 and a 2. There goes Todd Royce into the bucket. We go. You guys excited to be here? This is the fun part of the show. This is the nitty gritty. This is where we meet people all together. Perhaps we've seen them before. Maybe they're worse than they were before. Maybe they're better than they were before. Maybe it's their first time ever on the show. Maybe it's their first time doing comedy. Either way, I try my best to find out as much about them that's interesting as I possibly can. Make some noise for your first bucket full of the night. His name is Tyler Wayne, everybody. Here we go. Tyler Wayne.
Hello, everyone. I hope you guys had a good 420 or Easter if you're gay. I hate when people say that he doesn't like have any medical benefits. We can save your life, you know. Like I was a piss test away from working at Walmart, you guys. It is good to be here. I'm having a weird day though. I'm having those days where your ex calls you from the psych ward. Anyone else date the homeless? It's fun. There's benefits, like you know, you get to fuck at the park. You just have to sleep there too. That sucks. That sucks. But we wound up breaking up because I got a place, you know, and I brought her indoors. She kept doing homeless shit inside. You can't be doing this, you know. We gotta be better people. Get that piss jug out of here. Thank you.
Tyler Wayne. You think homeless people piss in jugs?
Yeah, when you're sleeping in the car.
Okay, that's a more specific type of homeless. Homeless, carful person in a piss jug. Normally they just piss outside.
Yeah, I have respect for the other homeless.
If there's any homeless people listening, they will be proud to know that you think they piss in jugs. Okay, Tyler, how long have you been on stand-up?
6 years.
6 years, where at?
I started in Iowa.
Okay. Is that where you were born and raised?
I was born in Louisiana, but raised in Iowa.
What do you do for work?
I'm a cook at Creek Cave.
Wow. Cook at Creek Cave. What's that? Is that you, Tommy? What was that?
I just put on this jewelry because I'm fucking feeling it.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I just
Let me tell you
noticed
something
that.
about your set right now, man. You're doing real good out there. Keep it going.
Hell yeah. Absolutely.
That's my real last name, by the way. Yeah. Isn't that cool?
Really?
Yeah.
Your real last name is Papa?
Yeah.
And you go by Pope?
Oh, yeah, I just changed it.
You could be Tommy Papa?
Isn't that cool?
Why'd you change it?
Oh, there's another one.
Oh, there is Tom Papa.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. And he bakes bread and is very, very liberal guy.
You know what I'm going to do?
Yeah.
I'm going to get on the show with him. Show up with his fucking Vietnam helmet. With this on. I'll say, fight me to the fucking death.
That's right.
The rights of the name.
That's right. CrashOutBuckets.com. The exclusive place to get a helmet like
Look how
that.
cool this looks, dude. Imagine.
So Tyler, you are a cook at the creek and the cave. What do you do for fun?
I like to go skateboard.
You have a skateboard.
Yeah.
Okay. You picked that up recently.
Yeah, about a year ago.
Okay. How the hell did you just hand me a little skateboard?
That's a Kill Tony skateboard.
Oh my god! Where did you get this from? Wow, fucking
Heath Cordes.
you wrote in on it. I love it. That's incredible. Okay, Tyler, you have a girlfriend?
Yeah.
Okay. Is she really homeless?
No, that was, well, when I was dating that girl, we were both homeless.
Really? So you really were in a double homeless relationship?
Yeah. I like roommates, you know. I don't want to be alone.
What are some highlights of a double homeless relationship?
Well, one time I was taking a dump and she was talking about how she worked for the government.
Hold on, where were you taking a dump at exactly?
This is when we were inside.
Inside of a house?
Yeah.
The good old days. I don't mean to brag. I was shitting indoors.
Yeah. Absolutely incredible. So the door is open? Is this a studio apartment, I'm guessing?
Yeah, it was a studio. The door was closed. She opened it to tell me that I didn't have to work anymore because she worked for the government. She was lying.
She was just lying for you. What did she say that she got hired for the government to do?
Spy work.
Oh, yeah. Oh, totally. That's a real thing. Anytime your homeless girlfriend tells you she just got hired by the government to become a spy.
Did you know the ultimate kickflip, dude? Just skateboard jump.
Yeah. So what did you say while taking a shit when she tells you she got hired by the government?
Well, it was my first time watching someone having a psychological break right in front of me, so I just kind of agreed that I was hoping she didn't have to.
How did this relationship end? Take us through the breakup there.
You want me to drop you off at your dad's house or the shelter?
No, seriously, come on.
No, I'm serious.
No. Oh, but seriously, like, how does it start to end? Like, what are some highlights of the end? Not the last words.
Sorry.
I'm like, how did it end? He's like, I said goodbye.
Well, she was unhealthy mentally, and I started to realize that after about a month.
Yeah, but I mean, you were still fucking her, correct?
Well, she great head.
What about that vagina, though?
It gripped like no other.
It what?
It gripped like no other.
It gripped like no other. Okay. So you're saying that homeless vagina is better than a vagina that has a home?
No.
Oh, okay. But that one gripped like no other. Okay. So some highlights at the end of that relationship.
She told me that she cheated on me when we were living in the car with a guy who had a house.
Wow. Oh, see, that's why I do the interview portion of the show. We never would have found that out. That has to be the worst. Most people never even fathom anything like that. Most people in a relationship are like, man, I hope my significant other doesn't cheat on me. But to not have a home at all, and for her to tell you that she cheated on you with a person that sleeps in a bed.
Yeah.
I mean,
and I remember the night too, because I had parked under the bridge on 6th Street and was waiting for her all night.
Jesus. Wow.
Sorry. Oh.
This is incredible. No, this is great. This is amazing.
It got better, dude. Like, I'm fine now.
Are you fine?
I don't know.
It's diary right now. It's insane.
Antonio Brown is smoking some amazing to help him cope with your life, Tyler Wayne, just so that he can even listen to you. He is smoking some of the StayAnchored.com marijuana, in which he is either I believe, the owner of the company or an official sponsor. Is this helping you deal with his life?
He said he had me going. He said a homeless designer vagina.
This is the best.
Karma, this man. He just locked eyes with a homeless vagina. And I was like, yes. Fucking yes. Whatever you said, AB, I'm fucking it. Absolutely.
Antonio, I pretty much imagine that you can have sex with anything in the world that you would ever want. I mean, one of the greatest football players of all time. You're covered in absolute blank. I used to say when I was a little bit younger. And so, what is like the lowest? Can I ask you that with a piece of pussy? Now, I'm not expecting pure homelessness. I know for sure you never parked your car waiting for the girl to come home to the car. I know you've never hit the low lows of Tyler Wayne. However, I'm wondering, is there maybe a time in your life in which you were just like, you know what? I just want to bust a nut right now, and I want a human to help me with it. What's the lowest you've ever gone? Slightly above jerking off, but below your normal quality. What's the lowest you've ever gone, Antonio? Perfect answer. That's a great way to avoid any lawsuits or anything like that. That's exactly what a Democratic candidate for president would have said. Perfect. Should I give him this fucking thing? I mean, I've never seen this before. Where did this come from? Oh, this is one of your finger things. I'm not going to give away this fucking... No, I can't give away. This is like Colt's livelihood. Colt literally does the fucking skateboard with his finger shit. I'm not going to take your one kill. Do you have another one? You have another Kill Tony skateboard? Guess what, my friend? You are the first ever recipient of a Kill Tony skateboard.
Tyler Wayne, ladies and gentlemen. Wow.
Yeah. Gary.
Yeah. Fucking right.
There he goes, Tyler Wayne.
Thank you guys.
He's still up there. He's looking for a place to sleep on this stage. Wow. Amazing. A cook at the creek and the cave. Anything can happen. Here, there's the lovely Heidi. The boys are drinking tonight. Antonio Brown with White Russians. Is that what that is? Hell yeah. What are you drinking, Tommy?
It's just whiskey.
Just whiskey straight up on the rocks. I love it. Grab it.
Jungle fever.
What was that?
I'm having a jungle fever.
You having jungle fever. Black man with a white Russian. I get it. That makes perfect sense. Hey y'all, this podcast is indeed sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, have better sex with Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And starting now, Blue Chew is offering a combo so strong, it'll knock your socks off and your neighbor's socks off. You'll have to move towns with the amount of noise you'll be making with that mighty Chewbacca in your pants. Blue Chew Max has arrived, and it combines the active ingredients of Viagra and Cialis into one chewable. This combo acts fast and lasts. Guys, be ready when she needs it, or he needs it, and get your first month of Blue Chew free. Great sex is a few clicks away, so sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and you'll be approved. And once you are, you'll receive your prescription within days. Blue Chew tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped directly to your door. The best part, it's all done online. That means no visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy.
Tony, I love Blue Chew. They're providing the best ED treatment out there. Blue Chew won't stop until every man is bricked up like a brick house. That is the mission. You could be missing out on some of the best sex of your lifetime.
Wow, me. making life easier by getting harder, and do it yourself. Discover the options at BlueChew.com, and we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try your first month of Blue Chew free when you use promo code Tony. Just pay $5 shipping. That's promo code Tony. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. Oh, you're popping a little belly right now. Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. This podcast is sponsored by Nick. You've heard us talking about Nick because they've taken nicotine pouches to the next level. Heck, they're the only pouches we use these days. My favorite flavor, you guessed it, citrus ice. Nicked is a step above any other pouches because they use the best ingredients for a cleaner, more refined experience. They're made with natural coconut fiber instead of wood pulp for a smoother, better experience that won't hurt your gums. Plus, Nick pouches come in different strengths to help you hit the sweet spot. 12, 6, and 3 milligrams with a range of refreshing mint, bold fruit, and unflavored options. There's always something to keep you satisfied, and Nick will have a 0 milligram option available this month, so you can dial in the perfect experience to suit your needs. So whether you're trying to kick chewing tobacco, traditional smoking products, or vape, Nick flavors hit just right. Red band.
Cruddy nicked rules, period. I love that nicked cans come with this built-in disposable lid for used pouches, meaning no litter and no mess.
Wow, unbelievable. It's time to upgrade to Nick nicotine pouches just like we did. Right now, our listeners get 35% off when you order through our exclusive URL, nykdpouches.com/Tony. And you can use this code up to 3 times. Don't wait, get 35% off now at nykdpouches.com/Tony. That's nickpouches.com/Tony. Nick products are only for adults of legal age, and every order is age verified. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. Your next bucket full goes by the name of Dylan Jarbo, everybody. Dylan Jarbo. We're having fun here tonight. Here we go.
I just found out high blood sugar. Doctor asked me what I've been eating. I said a lot of blood, a lot of sugar. You know, I was in high school. I thought it'd be really sweet to go to prom with my grandma, but it wasn't. She went home with somebody else. I think water bottles are getting too big. Like you go to the gym, you see a girl, she just has like a scuba tank with a straw in it. You gonna climb it to drink out of it? I like to do this thing. I'll go to the gym with like a gallon jug and I just fill it full of white water. So all the ladies were like, wow, good for him. I'm like, you want to see how much I can bench press? Do you take fish oils? Can I have a cigarette? I did a dry January this year. 31 days, no crying. Thank you so much.
Dylan Jarbo, getting laughs throughout the set. Welcome back, Dylan. You've been on this show before?
Sarah, good to be back here.
Yes, absolutely. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I just hit 9 years.
Wow, 9 years. Incredible. Where have you been doing it for 9 years?
I did 5 years in Jacksonville, and I moved out here 4 years ago.
You moved out here 4 years ago. Okay, what do you do for work?
I have a IT job.
Okay, work from home. Yeah. How many hours a day do you work from home?
Technically 8, but really like 2.
Yeah. Okay. And how do you, what do you, I mean, there must be a lot of spare time. So what the hell are you doing with your life other than comedy?
During work or other than comedy?
In life, overall. The other 22 fucking hours of the day.
I foster dogs.
Wow.
Yeah. Take care of animals. Yeah. I just rent an apartment until someone finds one, and then.
Oh, you have an apartment. What a huge upgrade from the other people that have been on this show so far. Yeah. Okay. And you live by yourself?
I do.
And how are you able to afford that? Just with your IT job?
Just with my IT job. It's 5.
Okay. How many dogs do you foster? Have you fostered?
1.
Oh, wow. What an amazing
Foster
dog.
That's just singular. Yeah.
Did you eat it?
No.
Nuts.
Did not eat it. No, it was a puppy, so it was like Black Friday. It was gone in seconds.
So you got a dog.
Yeah, I adopted it. I helped with the dog.
You gave it away. How long did you have it for? Wow. And out of all the things that you could have answered about your entire life, I specifically made a point to say the other 22 hours of the day, what do you do with your life? It's I fostered a dog. It was actually a dog. It was one day.
One puppy.
One day, one dog. So I guess everybody here is a fucking dog foster.
You could be.
Wow. Anything else about your entire life, Dylan Jarbo? I mean, anything at all? Have you ever seen the show before, Dylan? I know you've been on it, but have you ever watched it?
No, I'm a big basketball guy. I'm undefeated, of course. That's another one.
Really?
I like to walk. Yeah.
Wow. Are you undefeated?
Yeah. 2-0.
Wow. This is incredible. He played one day, ever. He had a dog for a day, and he played horse one time.
It's twice. 2 games, 2-0.
Wow. This is a shocking interview. Dylan, what scares you?
Oh. Dogs. No. Wasps.
Wasps?
I can't deal with a wasp.
How often do you see wasps?
At least once a week. There's just one wasp floating around my apartment.
The white Anglo-Saxon.
Yeah, he's pissed at me. I fucked around this wasp. He's around.
Have you ever been stung by a wasp?
No, thank God.
Why are you so afraid of it? Why are you so traumatized by a thing that's never even affected you?
I just can see my future, and I don't want that. It's gonna hurt.
These people that work from home are losing their goddamn minds. I don't know if anybody else has noticed.
This, dude. What?
You seem like you would have a weird porn fetish. Like, what is your porn category when you search?
That's a good question. You are on IT. There's a lot of spare time on that computer. You definitely don't have a girlfriend with that school shooter face. I mean, you look like you have dirty thought. Absolutely. I agree with Red Band. You have a fetish like mine. Tell the truth. Spill the beans. What are you into with porn?
A lot of solo stuff.
Wow. That makes sense. You live a very lonely life. It's relatable to you and your life being solo so often. Oh, yes. I can see why you would be into solo stuff. What do you like to watch them do solo? Talk.
Masturbate.
Like penetration? Is it the wasp thing? You don't want.
No, there's no wasps in it. It's strictly maybe a dildo for getting crazy.
Wow. Wow.
So you guys were on the opposite. I'm pretty vanilla.
Oh, you're pretty vanilla, right, dude? You are the root. You are vanilla extract, my friend. I mean, I have been trying for the last 5 fucking minutes to get anything out of you whatsoever. We got one day you fostered a dog, and you literally shot a basketball for what comes out to about 12 minutes.
He's blinked twice. So like he falls in the dog and the dog was like, "Mom, can you come pick me up, dude?" This dude's out of his fucking mind.
You think you might
girls finger themselves all day long? I'm fucking hungry. Walk me. I got a shit. Said the dog.
You don't have a wild side at all. There's nothing like something like every once in a while you do something.
Staring at me. Tony, he's talking.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking
Well, control your fucking eyeballs. This is insane. Give me your helmet, dude. This boy is insane.
I'd rather be homeless. I'm sorry, Tim.
No, you're good. I love it. I love it. What kind of car do you drive?
Ford Focus.
Oh my God.
Jesus. Checks out.
Fucking Christ. You might be one of the scariest people we've ever
Don't
had.
look at him in the eyes, Don't look him in the eyes.
What color's the Ford Focus? Is it white?
It's black.
Whoa. Oh, look at that. What an amazing twist. I can't believe that. That's like shocking to me. Speaking of black focus, Antonio Brown. Have you ever seen anybody quite this boring before? Is this like, this is like, you're used to this, like this would be like the guy that like irons the jerseys and hangs them up for you guys or something like that, right? Everybody's like kind of special needs and everyone on the team's nice to him, right? Something like that. Who does this remind you of? Have you ever been around this specimen, this fucking ball boy?
Oh, man.
Well, Dylan, next time you come on, you know, think about what the podcast part of the show. You know what I mean? The millions of people watching and listening. Think about that part. The 60 seconds, you have a pretty good grasp on. You already have a little joke. You have a big one? You know what I'm thinking? Just based on. Wow. That's what happens when you sit at home all day watching people finger themselves. Absolutely incredible, Dylan. Get some fresh air, pal. Go to a park or something. Get your joke book. Get your joke book. This guy has no idea how to be in society. There he goes. Dylan Chardo. This guy has no idea. He can't catch a bug. It went over his shoulder. He just stood there while it just floated by him. Oh, Heidi brings life back to the show. Like one of those resuscitator things. They give the zap. Clear. Clear. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket full. We know him. Fuck. Funny man. This is the long-awaited return of Ike Rafferty, everybody. Ike Rafferty. Here we go.
Tyler Perry just got the rights to remake Schindler's List. Yeah, the original was in black and white. This one's just going to be in black. They're going to go with the tagline, "You thought Ashley Elbows was bad." And instead of one movie, it's a whole Medea franchise. Diary of a Mad Black Nazi. The Manny in the Striped Moo-Moo. Medea's Big Fat Holocaust. Sorry, Holocaust. I know you ain't putting me in the back of this train car.
Hell yeah. Ike Rafferty. An unbelievable premise.
Thank you, Tony.
If that movie came out, I would love to see it.
Unbelievable glasses.
Thank you. Thank you, Ike. You know what? I think you're the best performer of the night so far.
Flattery will get you everywhere.
That's right. Flattering and fattering. Amazing. Is that really true? Tyler Perry didn't get Schindler's List. It's a great one. There you go.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I love apologies on the show. It's always good. Amazing. Ike, how's comedy been treating you?
It's been good. I moved out of my car.
Wow. This is an extra homeless episode of Kill Tony tonight.
No, I moved out of my car.
Right. Yes. Okay. How long were you in your car for?
It was about a year, Tony.
What kind of car was it?
A Chevy Spark.
Wow, a Chevy Spark. The cars and the living situations of tonight's bucket pulls. Antonio Brown literally has more value on any finger or wrist than every bucket pull combined. This is absolutely incredible. Yes.
That's something.
Yes. Amazing. So now what is your living situation?
I'm living in a full-blown house with my wife.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Let's go. You had a wife in a Chevy Spark?
I did, yeah. She wasn't living here at the time. I moved here before her, and she came. Yeah.
Congratulations. What does she do for a living?
She works in HR.
Okay. How do you make your money?
I work at Red Band's Comedy Club.
Whoa, Red Band's Comedy Club.
The server at the Sunset Strip.
Absolutely. How many people work for you that sleep in their cars, Red Band?
One less now.
Yeah, one less. Wow. And take us through your writing process of that type of Barry Schindler's List trip. Did you think about perhaps adding in the fact that they put 8 million chickens in the ovens? I would.
I think that number is debatable, Tony.
It would be the best part of the joke. If Michael didn't do that stupid drum hit thing afterwards, it would have actually gained momentum in the room. I know these things. I study everything. You kind of look like you're losing your mind. Before you had facial hair, a little bit of color to you. Is living under a roof affecting you in a negative way, perhaps? You don't quite have the spark that you used to have.
I'm getting considerably less sun these days. Inside a lot, not seeing the daylight. This is the most I've been outside in my house. This is pretty exciting. Still no daylight.
What's something crazy we should know about you? You never told us before.
Oh, wow.
Does anybody tell the bucket pulls what the show is before they come out here? I mean, this is absolutely incredible.
This is Call Her Daddy, right?
Okay. Okie dokie. So how about that answer to the question from a minute ago?
I was hit a lot as a child. I don't know.
Is that true?
I feel like I'm looking at my stepdad again.
You make me miss New York. Because you look like a pizza man. You know what I mean? You look like a guy at like 2:30 in the morning with you blacked out with your friends. And you go, what do you want? Oh, what do you want, pal, huh? What do you want? Pepperoni? How many? Come on. How many? That's you. This flour dust all over your fucking fat man jeans. You're wearing white shoes because you want to protect the black ones. It's a racial. I support you. I wish you the best with you. What?
Wow.
This was very cathartic.
You are an interesting psychological case. It does seem like things have slowed up a bit with you. Just like, are you like tired today?
No.
Are you on medicine?
No, I'm unmedicated. I've actually been going through Adderall.
Oh, wow. So who would have guessed that the thing that gives you energy and pep you were on before,
yes,
and now you're not. Wow. It almost seems like that's the exact answer that I was looking for this entire time. Holy shit. That's incredible. I had no idea you were on Adderall. Normally fat people aren't on Adderall. It's the whole thing. So when did you stop taking Adderall?
Back in December. There was a shortage.
And so you went cold turkey? Cold turkey.
And ham.
Yes. Is it really true that it's really true that you were beaten as a kid?
I was.
Wow, that is so interesting to me. Are you still in communication with your parents at all, with the beaters?
Not with the beater.
Okay. But you think it affected you, perhaps, in life in some way?
Probably psychologically.
Okay, this is perfect because we have a very special guest here tonight at the Comedy Mothership. And here to give a little psychoanalysis, I was hoping I was going to get an opportunity to use him tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us just for a quick pop-in, make some noise for one of the most brilliant minds in the world. This is the one and only Jordan Peterson, everybody. Here we go. Wow. Live in the flesh. One of the great, brilliant, beautiful minds, the great and powerful Jordan Peterson. Jordan, sweet little Ike, going through Adderall with Rawls.
Been there.
Yes, you have. Interesting. We have. What do you? Can you help this guy? Can you tell him something, or ask him some questions, or what would you do to make him feel better through this process? What would you ask him, or say, or do, or some advice for him, or something?
Oh, I'd get him off the stage and away from you mean bastards right away.
He signed up for it, Jordan. He signed up for it.
I've been watching all of you, eh? And he's saner than any of you folks. And he's a lot saner than most of you. So, just a casual observation. I'm happy to be here.
With that said, you are a genius. Do you have any advice for someone that is going through Adderall withdrawals or something like that?
There's almost nothing that 40 ounces of rye won't fix.
That's beautiful. I love that. Hell yeah. I didn't realize you were Italian, Jordan Peterson. That is the answer to a lot of questions.
Yeah, well, what's Homer Simpson say? Alcohol, the cause of and solution to all of life's problems. Yeah.
I love it. I never would have guessed that Jordan Peterson would be quoting Homer Simpson. Up here, only in the Kill Tony universe do you see something like that.
Look at me sandwiched in between these two dudes. It's fucking nuts.
It's Neapolitan. That's what's going on here. Neapolitan.
We're gonna work out. Look at me now.
We got chocolate, strawberry, and vanilla. Who doesn't love a little?
We clearly share a fashion sense.
Absolutely. Antonio Brown iced out. Chocolate swirl. He talks like he tweets. I'm so starstruck. It's unbelievable. I fucking love it.
I'd also congratulate our comedian here for his bravery or his masochism. Yes. I'm not sure which.
Yeah.
Might be a fetish, but it might be humor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is risky business. Yes, it is Russian roulette here on Kill Tony. You never know what kind of food we're all in, the panel, the set, and the interview. It's always a different episode. It's always a different vibe. I mean, who would have guessed that we'd have Antonio Brown and Jordan Peterson on any of the same show ever in the history of all of entertainment? This is two absolute opposite sides of the spectrum. I'm happy to be hosting here. Jordan Peterson is the founder of the Peterson Academy. So for anybody out there, just know that you can go to petersonacademy.com and it went from $5.99 a year to $3.99 a year. This is true, Jordan?
Yeah, well, you all could be a lot better than you are. So that's a cheap way to start. It's effective too.
I want that on a t-shirt. Peterson Academy. You all can be a lot better than you are. Let's make some merch. Get it at petersonacademy.com. $5.99, or now it's $3.99 a year. Make your life better. Be a better human. Make some noise for the great and powerful Jordan Peterson, ladies and gentlemen.
Good to see you all.
Ike, you already have a big joke book? There he goes. Ike Rafferty, everybody. We're having fun here tonight. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Voodoo Ranger Mini Rippers. Hey, Rabbi, guess what? The best beer on the market just got a whole lot better, my dude. Voodoo Ranger Mini Rippers are mini cans of extremely drinkable juice Force IPA or Tropic Force IPA. These mini cans deliver a quick, impactful hit at 9.5% alcohol and are great for moderation, storage, portability, and convenience. Don't believe me? Then let me throw it over to the Kill Tony resident beer expert.
Tony, I love Voodoo Ranger Mini Rippers. You gotta try them if you like your beer staying cold down to the last sip. Plus, the mini size makes them perfect for a pocket beer. It's a 12 out of 10 for me, Tony.
Wow, your pockets are loaded with Voodoo Ranger and baked potatoes. That's right, Red Band. From here on out, it's mini can full throttle because Voodoo Ranger Mini Rippers are the new go-to bev to start your night with a bang. These mini cans are fun, portable, and pack a hell of a punch. There's nothing worse than drinking a humongous beer and feeling like you ate a loaf of bread, right? Who likes eating a loaf of bread? Find them nearby at VoodooRanger.com. Do it right now. Fill your pockets with a VoodooRanger.com. It's time for another golden ticket winner, ladies and gentlemen. Your next comedian won his. Well, he is the newest golden ticket winner in the history of the show. This is only his third ever appearance. I love this fucking guy. I'm so excited to see another minute from the one and only, the brand newest golden ticket winner. This is Kansei Yasuda.
Hey guys. I don't like when people in North America say, hey yo, respect. Instead of saying bye, because in Japan, we take respect to a whole nother level. Like, for example, I'm 28 years old. Make some noise if you're younger than 28 years old. Nice. So you guys mean nothing to me. In Japan, we ask ages all the time because we have to decide what kind of relationship we're going to have going forward. Like, are you going to be my daddy or are you going to be my bitch? That's why, you know, because in North America, it's not good to ask ages. That's why I have no choice but guess people's ages by how they look. And that's why I respect so many white people. Because you guys ate these like a banana in hot summer. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Kansei Yasuda with a brand new minute 30 seconds. I love it. Welcome back, Kansei.
Thank you very much.
I love your style. Unbelievably soft, crisp delivery.
Thank you.
Yes. One of my favorite interviewees in the history of the show. You and Hans Kim, the Asian staples of the show. I don't know what it is with Asian people. They are the best people to interview in the history of the show. Why do you think that is?
Because I don't know. I'm it. I am good person. have a conversation with us because I have a good parents. And Zen.
Absolutely. That makes perfect sense. Kansei Yasuda. So you live in Toronto, Canada, correct?
Yes.
And you mostly hang out at a ramen place where your girlfriend works. Is that correct?
Every day.
Every day, he sits at the ramen place and you eat
ramen.
That is correct. And you hang out with your girlfriend, who's a waitress there.
Yes.
You don't work at the ramen place, but you are probably the very popular patron.
Yes.
Did we shout out the ramen place, the name of it, last time you were on?
Oh, no, not yet.
And do you think it'll help business there?
Yes.
Do you want to help business there?
Yes.
What's the name of the ramen place in Toronto, Canada?
Tondo Ramen.
Wow, okay. Do it again. Since you pointed so aggressively at the camera, can we do a thing where like you zoom in real hard or something like that? Can we do a thing? Do it
I didn't
again.
know where the camera was, dude.
Yeah,
I didn't know you were over there.
it's a fucking ninja. He knows where everything in the room is right now.
Focus, dude.
Yeah.
Laser focus, these chaps.
Yeah.
Got eyes on everybody.
Yeah. When he's not on stage, he wears a helmet from CrashOutBuckets.com. Okay, let's do it one more time. The ramen place and our great camera woman slash extremely amazing producer Christy is going to do some kind of special zoom actually on this. So I ask you again, what is the name of the ramen place?
Tondo Ramen.
Tondo Ramen.
Dude, it's like that cookie.
I hope we can do some. I hope we do some cool trickery there. Make that part extra special. Tondo Ramen, has it been in business a while?
10 years.
Wow.
We just hit the 10-year anniversary.
How do you spell it?
Tondo.
Yep, that's what I would have guessed. Red Band's the only person in the world that would have a problem finding that. I actually go up to the number one. Is it called Ryuko Shinmin Tondo Ramen?
Yes.
Oh, yes, that would be a whole different place. Why don't I ask you again, and you do the point thing and you say the actual name?
It's called JoJo's She Steaks and Ramen.
Yeah.
You'll find it. It's
So what is the name of this ramen place in Toronto?
Ryukyu Tondo Ramen.
Wait. We still have the wrong place, we think. Because this one that we found that's popular on Yelp is called Ryuko Shinmin Tondo Ramen. What's the address there? Give me the address. Is it on College Street?
Yes.
Okay. So, again, you have no idea the ramen place that you sit at every single fucking day.
Your girlfriend better be hot as fuck. She better be so hot.
Yeah, she better be so hot that you have to let it sit and blow on it for 10 minutes before you can eat it.
A Pizza Hut
Again,
pussy crib.
So stressful. So stressful.
He's gonna break out with her and this place is gonna explode.
Okay, let's try it again.
Okay.
Again, it's Ryuko Shinmin Tondo Ramen. Are you ready?
Yes.
And I ask you, my good friend,
Yes.
Kansei Yasuda, what is the name of this ramen place in Toronto?
Ryukyu Shimen Tondo Ramen.
Wow, absolutely incredible. And now let's read some fucking Yelp reviews. This is one of my favorite things to do. It's a new segment on the show. We go straight to the 1 stars and we start there. You can learn a lot about a restaurant by going directly to the 1 star reviews. And here, please. No, this place is gonna be packed. We've done this before. There was a guy in San Diego. What was it like? It was a hookah and restaurant, and literally the guy's like, Tony, you changed our fucking lives. They're literally making like $1 million a month.
It's a place now with a Kill Tony pizza in New York.
So that's a whole different fucking thing that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Okay. All right, here we go.
If you did a Portnoy review for only Asian restaurants, that would be so fucking funny.
Oh, it's amazing. This
only
is,
Asian.
oh, well, we do them all. We do them all. We're equal opportunity here. A lot of.
I thought that was gonna be fucking interesting.
Now, your girlfriend.
Full Japanese, you understand? All right, sorry.
Now, your girlfriend works as a waitress. She does the whole place. There's a patio there too, right?
This patio there too.
And she's a waitress of the whole place.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. First 1 star review of Ryukyu Shimen
Tondo Ramen.
Tondo in the past. This is from Mitchell L. It says 221 likes, 133 stars. It's a 1 star review from over 4 years ago. You're not going to be able to read it from there, not with those eyes, can't say. And here we go. Tondo in the past has been all right, but quality of service with patio dining has severely deteriorated during COVID. Oh, okay. But you know what? We'll skip that one.
Thank you.
1 star review over 6 years ago from Bradley J. This is the second time we've been here, and the food is pretty good. The shoyu is delicious, but the ... late night service isn't the greatest. And there was a karaoke party? 3 question marks. On a Friday night? 2 question marks. In the back? 3 question marks. It was like an awful, awful private concert that literally no one wanted. I hope they had a real great birthday, but the volume could have been turned down by about 100%. No one needs to hear a grown man singing Fergie. That's literally the whole review. Did they sometimes do karaoke in the back?
Yeah. I enjoy it.
Karaoke in a Japanese restaurant is just fucking dessert, dude. Tell you end every night. All right.
They do love karaoke. Do you do karaoke sometimes?
Yeah.
What is your go-to karaoke song?
Is it Japanese?
Okay, can you do a little acapella?
Acapella?
Yeah, give them the right lighting, Kino. This is Kansei.
Natsu no owari, Natsu no owari ni wa tada anata ni gaitaku naru no, itsuka to onaji kaze ga fukiareru kara.
Wow. Gerald W. left a review. He's considered an elite Yelp reviewer. He has a special red banner next to his name. I went to Little Italy for a street festival. I walked by this Tondo ramen place. They were selling yakisoba on the street for $10. I ordered one, but was surprised that the box they put it in was not filled to the top. The portion was so small.
It's a fun white man. It's a fun.
The taste was pretty decent, but it was not worth it. Also, I thought that the cook has to wear a hairnet or a hat while cooking. This one wasn't. Probably won't come back. Okay, go. Here we go. Some more 1-star reviews. Find us a good one.
5-7.
Mila N says, came here on a Saturday night with my friend. There was a line outside, but when we entered the restaurant, we got seated right away in the corner. I guess the line was for takeout. We waited about 10 minutes to be served water. And before our order was taken, we had ordered 5 pieces of gyoza and 2 regular-sized ramen bowls. Our gyoza took about 10 to 15 minutes, and it was good, but wish it was more crispier. We waited another 30 minutes, wondering why it was taking so long. I even noticed all the tables around us, even the people who got seated after us, got both of their bowls of ramen for us. My friend then asked the server if our ramen was on its way. It turns out they forgot to put it in. Shortly after, our 2 bowls came. The ramen was good. Not too salty, but the wait isn't worth it. Go somewhere else unless you want to wait an hour for a bowl of ramen. It's worse there. Does that happen a lot there?
I believe not. Oh, it's maybe sometimes.
Your girlfriend, she's Asian as well, correct?
Yes.
What kind of Asian is she?
Half Filipino, half Japanese.
What kind of Asian are you?
Half Korean, half Japanese.
Wow. When you guys disagree about something, what is it usually about? Your girlfriend wise.
Disagree.
What?
One second. Disagree. She works at because she's Filipino, so she works a lot. So she works all day in Toronto, Ramen, and then I'm like, I have no job, so I have to wait for her. So that's hard.
Wow. How did it feel, that hug from Tommy just then?
Warm.
Oh, yeah. Kansei Yasuda. Should we read one more 1-star review?
One more 5-7.
After coming back from Las Vegas, Lena D. Only 3 years ago. After coming back from Las Vegas, I was really craving for ramen. I stumbled upon this place and found there was a vegan ramen for $23. I was stoked when I seen this on their menu. It must be good. It was the most expensive ramen bowl on the menu. Is this true? The vegetarian one is the most expensive.
I never eat vegetarian, but maybe. No, I don't know.
My expectations were really high. I also ordered the curry chicken katsu for my friend to cure her hangover that day. These people are real pieces of shit. The food arrived in time, and I hurried to open it to eat. I was surprised by the size of the ramen bowl. It seems to be a ton of bread. It was all capital letters, tiny. So I thought the tiny bowl was stuffed with ramen and toppings. Wrong! Exclamation point, all capital letters. The toppings were separated from the ramen with a top lid to separate the ramen noodles from the ingredients. There were instructions to heat up the soup, then pour it into the noodles and loosen the noodles up since they were stuck together. There was a very small portion of noodles, which made me question if this was even going to get me full for the day. Wow, this piece of shit thought they were going to get one meal for the day. This is incredible. These 1-star reviews are the greatest advertisements for restaurants ever.
No.
People are like, I was hungover and I just needed one meal to get me through the entire fucking day. And 1 star, this place didn't. Anyway. There were barely any toppings either. There was more soup than noodles. Yeah, well, that would fucking make sense. Yeah, that would be crazy if the noodles were above the broth. It's certainly not worth $23. It was more like a snack. On top of that, my friend's curry chicken was raw. Yes, the chicken was raw. My dog can't even eat this. I am shocked that the kitchen even allowed this kind of quality to be delivered. I was still hungry after my tiny bowl of $23 ramen, and my hungover friend had to recook the chicken. This is probably the worst ordering experience I've ever had. Fortunately, we got a full refund for our entire order. They should reprice the menu or change the portion size. I still justify selling ramen at $23. I'm never eating there again. Period.
It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a different ramen company attacking Ryukyu Tondo Ramen.
Red Band is showing me a picture. He's saying it's a red. I would complain about that.
That's just so.
Our senior health correspondent, Brian Redband, says that it's not raw. Let's go to our senior chicken correspondent, Antonio Brown. Let's see. You are the chicken specialist of the show. Would you eat this, Antonio? I mean, look at that middle there. What do you think?
Man, I fucked it. I did all my digging in. Balls and everything. I just fucked that chick. Chick comes to me, little bitch, I fuck you. You understand?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The verdict is in. Antonio Brown would fuck it. Kansei Yasuda. And without a doubt, let us mention that there are, it sits at a 4.1. It is a very highly reviewed restaurant. Check out Ryukyu Tondo Ramen on College Street in Toronto. If you live in Toronto, you will be supporting Kansei Yasuda, the only Asian, Canadian, Japanese, Korean nomination. It's a combination dish. A24 combination dish. I love the Kansei Yasuda. There you go, it's Kansei Yasuda, ladies and gentlemen. We're having fun here tonight. Whew. You guys having a good time? Back to the bucket we go, ladies and gentlemen, for your next comedian. Goes by the name of Busco Jones, everyone. Make some noise for Busco Jones. One more time for Busco Jones.
So they say if you do what you love, you'll never work again in your life. So I smoke weed every single day. Thank you. But I do wish I would have been a cokehead, to be quite honest. At least for a little bit, because I would have got like social media calls into higher value rooms with higher value people, like for better networking skills. It would have done great for me. You say you can't make a hoe a housewife? Right, maybe true. Real fucking easy to make one a co-parent, I'll tell you that much. Right now. And if you're an AB, a single parent, you know. I'm not saying the mother of my first child's a hoe. I'm just saying that she was pregnant the first time we got together. And we were both in our 20s, so we were both hoes. I've been Busco Jones. Thanks for your time.
Busco. You go by Busco or Busco?
Busco.
Busco. Okay, Busco. So the girl that you had sex with pregnant already?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
It was, but the timing, it was like the first or second week of us.
Wow.
Looking up.
So it was very fast.
Yeah, we got in there. Got in pretty quick.
Were you coming inside of her?
I mean, that's how that tends to work, yes, sir.
Well, I mean, like, were you finishing your entire load inside of her and then she got pregnant immediately?
I got Chappelle. You know what I mean? When they whisper in your ear? I was young and dumb.
I don't know what that means.
She said, tell me where to come. She said, come inside me. And I just, okay.
Why is that called Chappelle?
Good.
Oh, okay. All right. So give us a little. Your answers come with a homework assignment.
Yes. Sorry about that.
It's okay. Somehow you're already the best interview of the night. So Busco, let's talk about it. How long you been doing stand-up?
Roughly about 10 years now.
10 fucking years. Where at exactly?
Mainly Dallas.
Dallas. Okay, what do you do for a living? White trash.
East Texas. I'm a real estate broker.
Real estate broker, really? My God. I mean, everybody here tonight, every bucketful has fucking pizza chef energies. Meanwhile, here you are.
Moonlight at a pizza shop, actually.
You what?
I moonlight at a pizza shop.
Get out.
As well. Yeah.
What do you mean you moonlight at a pizza? Well, explain exactly what that means.
Basically, there's a small place in East Dallas that I used to work at when my daughter was born. And it's a small place. They need help sometimes, so I'll go in and manage.
You manage at a pizza place. What's the name of the pizza place?
Scalini's.
Scalini's Pizza. Can you spell it for us? Nice and slow. I'm shocked at the tech genius Red Band's typing.
S-C-A-L-I.
S-C-A-L-I.
N-I-S.
N-I-S.
Let's go. You're going to have to go to Google or Yelp. Yeah, it's on Yelp.
Scalini's. S-C-A-L-I-N. Okay, we got it. And this is located on
Abrams Road.
Abrams Road. Okay, we got it. And you only work at nighttime?
Yes. And sometimes Monday morning shift.
Okay, what do you do on the Monday morning shift?
I take care of the whole fucking front house.
Perfect. This is 1-star reviews of Scalini's. 4 months ago. You were working there 4 months ago, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's an easy question. I've been going to Scalini's since the 90s. Tonight I was verbally insulted by the female that handed me my to-go order when I called to complain that my order was wrong. Do you know the female that maybe has an attitude there?
Yeah, I know that one. I remember that night.
You've seen her like yell at people before?
Oh, she's no longer with us, but yeah. She came in a wig. She's no longer there.
Okay. She got fired?
I don't know if she fired. Some people like fire quit there. It's a small place.
Here's one from Shannon 1 year ago. The pizza was just okay, but more importantly, the female was extremely rude. I fell victim to a scam online to a website identified as Scalini's. The manager continued to press me about the payment while I showed her the withdrawal from my bank account. Thank goodness for online banking, it says. And stated that I was confused regarding payment. That was until a bar patron eating her pizza overheard the conversation, held by interceding in the conversation thanks to her. It's not the first time. Okay, yeah, that's a lot of typing. Let's get to the final line. Will not return, and I will spread the news due to the condescending attitudes there. It's plural.
It's
Do you ever talk directly to the customers?
Oh yeah.
Do you think you have a little bit of an attitude?
I'm pretty good actually. I'm pretty decent. I have a few on there, but nothing.
The female, was her name RJ?
That's RJ's me actually.
Perfect. Oh. Well, I got one for you. Leslie L. 1 year ago. Rude asshole manager RJ. That is the first line of this 1-star review. Let me read it again.
Yeah, buddy.
Rude asshole manager RJ to this 30-year customer told me I abused a fellow child customer. A fellow child customer would mean that this is a child leaving a 1-star review. That's crazy. Do you already know what happened here?
I know exactly that.
Well, let's just wait. I'm going to read the review, and then we're going to get your response to this. Let me read that second line again. Told me I abused a fellow child customer. I did no such thing, and know her name and age, and she and her parents and I all bonded. He said servers didn't feel comfortable serving me a third glass of wine. I was so confused since I was not drunk or obnoxious. When I went to the counter to ask him about it, my server said there was no problem whatsoever, but he accused me of abusing a customer. I was floored. I had no idea what he was talking about. The tiny kid and her parents and I bonded. When I questioned RJ, you're RJ. When I questioned RJ because I didn't understand, he picked up the phone and called the cops or pretended to. I was so pissed that I told him to stick my leftovers up his fat ass. I did absolutely nothing wrong, but he treated me like shit. I'm furious because I was treated unfairly. RJ is an ass. So, break it down for us. Tell us what happened here, RJ.
Okay, so number one, it's a very small restaurant, about 20 tables. It was a Friday night. Right in the front row, you got two six tops, but there are 4 top and 2 tops. So sometimes it's a small family and like a single lady. The lady was sitting there. This is like a rich East Dallas neighborhood, professional drunks. So like people are sauce 24/7. So sometimes you know, sometimes you don't. She was 2 glasses in deep. My server came over, who was basically a teenager, a little bit of 18, and she said, "I don't feel comfortable, blah, 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 you need to cut her off." I went to cut her off, and at the end of the day, she was meowing with the kids.
She was
No, she
what?
said she was meowing at the children.
Like a cat?
Like a cat.
What's wrong with that?
What? Okay, Red Man.
No, keep going. Stick with it. Stay in the pocket here.
Notice in the use of the word bonded twice. She was a very creepy old lady. She was creeping out the 4 top. She was definitely hammered. And I asked her to leave multiple times after explaining things before I picked up the phone and acted like I was going to call the cops.
You did a pretend phone call to the police.
Fuck yeah.
And what do you say on these pretend phone calls? Can we get it?
It was a white woman. Like as soon as I did it, she basically just fleed. Like she knew she was drunk. She knew she wasn't sober.
Antonio, what do you think about this situation?
Yeah.
This is absolutely hilarious.
Yeah.
I agree completely. So let me ask you this, Busco. Why do you go by RJ in your secret pizza job and Busco in comedy?
So Busco is not my real name. RJ is my name. I'm actually named Richard. I go by RJ all my life. Busco, I started for comedy. Just stuff in real estate. So when people Googled my name, they wouldn't find big jokes and memes, and I would have a chance to get their business.
Do you think a lot of successful real estate agents moonlight at pizza joints?
Well, I'm not your average successful real estate agent at the end of the day. And right now, a lot of real estate agents ain't doing shit, number one. But no, not at all. Honestly, I took a job with half of the fantasy that they'll sell the place to me because it needs to be sold. Bro, you got a unibrown mayo on your shirt.
Do you have mayonnaise on your shirt?
Sound like you're real estate, bro.
Oh, I'm not. Yeah, we're good. We'll be all right. I'm a discount realtor. I charge 1%, so I don't have to put on the suit, act like I care.
Busco, tell us more about your real life. Give us a fun fact about you before I get you out of here that we will find unbelievably interesting.
The nickname comes from the guy who died from being struck by lightning.
See, Busco is someone that you knew.
No, he named me Busco when we were in 8th grade.
Okay. And he got killed by the lightning?
Yes.
When did that happen?
I was in 9th grade,
So he named you Busco, and then a year later he got struck by lightning and was killed.
Yes, sir.
Wouldn't that be bad to go by the name that the guy is struck by lightning?
Nah, it's all in good fun now. We're 20 years old.
It's all in good fun.
Yeah. It's more of an homage to him giving me the name as a nickname. Like the last name Jones was his last name. So Busco Jones.
Oh boy. Busco. Okay, Busco. Here's a little joke book. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Whoa. This is it's a very interesting episode. Not a lot of book catches here. Okay. All right. Next bucket pool goes by the name, one word name. It is just one word. Make some noise. Ladies and gentlemen, for your next comedian. He goes by the, oh, here he comes, everybody. His name is Will, everyone. His name is Will.
What's up, guys? So there's this video I know a lot of people have seen. It's this primitive African tribe trying Fanta for the first time. And it's like, it's crazy. Like, they're trying to like open the bottle with their teeth. You know, eventually they cut it open with a machete. They drink the soda, and it like completely changes their life. Their eyes just light up. You know, like they just completely change people from before they drink the soda and after. Like, they give something to their elders, like, oh, please try this soda. This is amazing. You know, and I'm just like thinking to myself while I'm watching this video, like, this is incredible. I hope they don't let them try the grape flavor, because that's going to turn that village upside down. Yes, we no longer herd the goat animal. We grow a yellow five crop now. Yes, we worship the god of high fructose corn syrup. That shit is good, my nigga. So, whoa, wait a second. Where'd you guys hear that word from? Is that a side effect of the soda? What was that? All right, appreciate it, guys.
All right. Will. One word name. How long you been doing stand-up, Will?
2 months.
Very good. 2 months. That's a great answer. A lot of the people that did just as good as you have been doing it 10 years or more here at tonight. So we're happy to hear that you've only been doing it 2 months. Where are you from?
I'm from here. From Austin. Yeah.
From Austin. Born and raised?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
How old are you?
34.
34. What made you want to start stand-up comedy 2 months ago?
I hang out with a lot of comedians, so it was just kind of a smooth transition for me. It's kind of like,
How did you end up hanging out with somebody? Drug dealer?
Retired. Never such.
Anyway, well, how did you end up hanging out with so many comedians?
Drug dealer? No, I think just hanging out in Austin a lot. I mean, I've met a lot of guys from this scene for sure. You know, I don't like to name drop. I don't even like that type of shit. So. But yeah, I know quite a few people.
Okay.
So, you know, yeah, it was cool for me to do. It was easy. I've been writing for a long time, so getting on stage was something I kind of wanted to try next.
Okay, what do you do for a living?
I work kind of like a stagehand job at the Moody Center, just like putting together like concerts and stuff like that, lighting, audio, video. It's pretty cool. Get to meet a lot of people and stuff like that. So.
I just made eye contact with Antonio Brown, and I can't not laugh.
I just noticed that. I just realized. I thought it was I just under the Civil War helmet. I did not know that was AP.
How dare you? That is not a Civil War helmet. That is a crash out bucket.
Maybe.
It's an anxiety relief.
I'm hammered.
Oh yeah, it is true. A little fun fact is I have seen only in the. I don't know what he's been doing all day. I know he flew in today for this. I have literally seen him drink about 12 White Russians since he arrived an hour ago. This is
absolutely
incredible.
Jointed Bailey.
Turned up.
Yeah, absolutely. We like it. We like you're gonna need that helmet later.
Kill Tony.
Hell yeah, we're living the dream, buddy. We're living the dream. Will, what are you into? What are some hobbies of yours?
I'm pretty tall, so basketball. I know I look like a
Okay.
NBA 2K creative player right here, obviously, but yeah. That was fun for a while, but now like 2 months in, I'm trying to like do comedy, so that's obviously what I do most of.
But you play basketball in real life?
Real life, yeah. In college, I played for a little bit. So.
Okay, where'd you go to college?
I got like a half-ride scholarship in California. So
half-ride?
Yeah, no, they didn't believe in me for a full-ride scholarship, so we'll pay halfway, and if you do all right, then we'll see how it goes. They took a gamble on me. It was fun.
You have a girlfriend, Will?
I don't, no.
When's the last time you had a girlfriend?
It's been a while. Yeah, there you go.
Why do you, what's up with that?
Looking for love in all the wrong places, guys.
You got no bitches.
Antonio is asking you, do you have no bitches?
I need the Pearl Harbor helmet, and then I think I'll probably land something.
You need a crash out bucket.
That's what I'm missing.
That's AP.
It was something.
That's AP's condom, dude.
That's the spot. Yeah.
Put a condom on real quick.
I need my protection.
What do you mean you're
Protect your break.
What was that, Antonio?
I believe in God, not in Trojans.
That's right. That is yet another t-shirt. We are just merch makers here today. Get your I believe in God, not in Trojans. Go to his Twitter at AB84 and the links will lead you there. He is an absolute merch machine, a branding genius. I believe in God, not Trojans. Antonio, I really don't know. I'm genuinely curious. Do you have kids?
I do.
Okay. Dare I ask how many you have? Do we
kids.
7 kids. Okay. How many baby mamas?
Football team started.
It's
Will, shut the
Mama's
fuck up.
baby.
Mama's babies. 4 different mamas' babies. Okay. That's perfect. That's actually
Throw that P. Hail Mary wide open.
Absolutely. And X route Y corduroy panther 26 blitzkrieg on 3-on-3.
Blue with the egg.
Yeah.
Blue with the egg.
Flag on the play. Cream pieing. Be a 15-yard penalty. I love it. Will, so when's the last time you had sex with a woman? maybe even just a half ride. Didn't have to be a full ride. Maybe just a half ride.
Last time I got a full ride was definitely before I started doing comedy. Once I started hopping in 2 months, so probably like 2 months. I'll say like 2 months for sure. Yeah.
Okay. And how did that go for you?
I think I got a touchdown for sure. I think I got.
Okay. Do a lot of girls flirt with you? Do a lot of girls flirt with you? Okay. We got it. You don't have to explain.
That was good. I would say, yeah. Then I started talking, and then it fucking ruins it.
Yeah.
So, you know.
You get nervous around girls.
Not too much, to be honest. Not too much. It's just I end up saying some crazy shit, and then it's like.
I would think that you would do really well with women since you look like all the members of the Black Eyed Peas combined. Here it is. It turns out he opens his mouth and gets you in trouble. Well, Will. Any other fun facts about you that we should know about before letting you go?
I have to go with.
Did you hear that fucking noise? Look at me thing. Oh, skinny black man getting up from a recliner. Fun facts about me, Batman. Where do I begin? For your half ride will be your last ride.
That's fair. I'm gonna have to go with my granddad. Just died. He was like 93, and he had like a 40-year-old girlfriend who died. So R.I.P. Grandpa.
Hell yeah! How did he die?
He just got old age. Just kind of it was about that time. So yeah, no, he was killing it.
He was killing it. Do you ever think about banging his ex-girlfriend? You ever think about throwing on a crash out bucket helmet and just fucking?
Yeah, see, no, I didn't. You know, honestly, it's like, hey, look, from a football helmet to a fucking Civil War reenactment helmet, my guy is still. Hey, the CTA, you know, he's still holding down, my guy.
CT ESPN. Shout out to Will. That's right. Shout out to Will. Here you go. A lot of people haven't been catching these joke books tonight. I expect you, for many reasons, to be able to catch this. Are you ready? It was a short throw.
We got it. There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Will, everybody. There goes Will.
All right. Let's do one more bucket pull before we get to him, and then we'll keep it going. Ladies and gentlemen, another bucket pull. Nate. All right. That's literally just did nothing there. That was nothing. She lifted it up and set it back down. It's incredible. Yeah, we love her. We love Heidi. America loves Heidi. Everyone loves Heidi. Make some noise for your next bucket pull. It is Nate Lorette, everyone. Nate Lorette.
Hey. I'm from Oklahoma, which is just here but worse. Not good. Very religious state. But somehow we also legalized weed a few years back. Only state that I've ever seen a dispensary advertised with Bible verses. I remember there was this one ad on the radio. I'll recreate it for you guys. It started out. It was like, aha, Lord, you are the Most High. Amen. Buy one, get one free at Jebediah's Burning Bush all week long. Can't spell salvation without sativa. Spelling joke. Sometimes when I say that I'm from Oklahoma, I'll get these people making really racist jokes towards Native Americans at me. They're like, oh, Oklahoma, what'd you learn in high school? Bird calls, gambling, hardy R.
Boom. All the way to the limits. Nate Lorette with his Kill Tony debut. Welcome, Nate. Wow, big bird call audience we got here tonight.
Hi, Nate. How old are you?
25.
25. How long you been doing stand-up?
2, coming up on 3 years.
3 years. All of it in Oklahoma, or do you live here now?
I've been here for like a year, and then I started in Wisconsin. I've never done stand-up in Oklahoma.
You went to college in Wisconsin?
No, I went to college in Kansas.
Okay. Started in Oklahoma, went to college in Kansas. What took you to Wisconsin?
It was like my first job out of college.
What was that?
I did medical software bullshit.
Okay. What do you do now?
I do DoorDash on a bike.
Wow. Mama, we made it. Yeah.
Dreams, don't let your dreams be dreams.
Hell yeah. What kind of money are you making weekly on DoorDash?
Yeah, like $100. Sometimes like 400, and then I'll just get really high and be like, nah, I'm gonna give myself a day off.
That makes sense.
I earned it.
Yeah. I hate it when I order food and it turns out that it's on a bicycle. You see that little bicycle icon pull up and you realize that you hit the unlucky lottery that your food is going to be cold.
I've spilled so many coffees.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't ever order coffee from a bike guy.
Well, we don't get to choose. I really wish... You know what?
Double the tip. It's not like, oh, this guy's got a Corvette. Like, he's going to get there really fast. No?
No.
Okay.
We wish that there was a part of the app where you could shut off the possibility of bicycles. Do you ever order DoorDash?
No. What a horrible... No, I honestly, every day that I get an order, I'm like another sucker every minute. It's just, what a horrible business thing. I want to pay $40 for a medium fry and a Sprite at McDonald's.
Wow. Okay, what are you going to do for work now?
Motorcycle,
yes.
Bike. DoorDash.
Love it. What do you do for fun? You're a 25-year-old. You're young and sprite. We had a lot of beat up older people on this show today. We had Busco on, who's a 1% real estate agent that moonlights at a pizza joint. You seem like you have all your life ahead of you, like a young Eminem type of character here. You seem like you're young and sprightly. You have a lot on your mind, fully operational. You're not on an Adderall like some other bucket pulls tonight. You're fully operational.
Stone cold sober.
Okay.
Except for all the weed I just did.
Whoa, you Oklahoma rebel. All right, anchor, my friend. I wish we could just have Antonio Brown, like perhaps like every episode, just like in your own like section up there, just smoking blunts, drinking White Russians, and jumping in anytime you want. Just know you're always welcome here, Antonio Brown. I love it. I love it. This guy's unbelievable. It's so good. They say never meet your heroes from Twitter, but Antonio Brown is the absolute fucking man. So tell us more about you. You're 25. Tell us about what's going on in the life of a 25-year-old.
This one time I refereed a midget wrestling match. That was pretty cool.
How do you get a gig like that?
It was just like on the website, like tickets, $10, $200. You get to be in there with them.
Oh my God. And you took 2 weeks of DoorDash pay and you're like, I'm fucking in.
2 weeks is pretty generous. It was an investment. I financed it. Klarna. Shout out.
Great reference. I believe that is the first Klarna reference in the history of Kill Tony. Amazing. Amazing. I fucking did it. Making payments. Are you still making payments on your midget wrestling referee?
All paid up on that one.
Hell yeah.
I financed the bike, though, actually. Like, I did do that one. And I got that paid off, like, last month.
Yeah, so, people are loving this. People are loving the unbelievable payment process of the Lorat. Tell us one more fun fact about you. Anything else crazy? What are your parents like? You seem like a something.
It's a good way of putting it. But my mom, she's a speech therapist, and all I've ever gotten out of that was that she told me when I was young, she thought that I might be autistic. And so I'm wondering, like, oh, if she didn't do that, would I just be like nonverbal? This is an autistic thing to say.
Uh-huh. You haven't looked at us in the eyes at all. Or now you're
I'm bad. I'm looking at the camera the whole time.
I'm trying. Well, that's where the more people
Give
are.
him a restaurant to fucking.
Yeah. Can you say Tondo Ramen to that camera?
Tondo Ramen.
What's crazy is he had no idea that Kansei Yasuda, he was not in the room. He has no idea that he pointed at that camera every time. Yet meanwhile, I don't think you can say Tondo Ramen without pointing exactly at a camera. We're figuring something out here today. This is incredible. Nate, what's your big goal here? You're a couple months in. You're you're 3 years into comedy. You've been here for a year. You're DoorDash.
Yeah.
It's a goal.
Making it happen.
What's a goal of yours?
I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of having fun for now.
Perfect.
If I didn't have to do DoorDash on a bike, that'd be sick. So once we can make $20 more a month, I think I'm there.
Okie dokie. These goals brought to you by marijuana, everybody. All right. Well, congratulations, Nate. You're getting a big joke book.
Hey! Go!
There he goes, Nate Lorette, everybody. There goes Nate, everyone. There he goes. Go ahead, Nate. There he goes. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian is, without a doubt, one of the greatest regulars in the history of the show. He is here. He is live in the flesh. This is the Estonian assassin, Ari Mäki.
Happy Easter! I love how religious Americans are. On God! Estonia is one of the most atheist countries in the world. You ask an Estonian, do you believe in a higher power? We're like, I don't even believe in myself. Dude, you tell us there's an afterlife, we're like, fuck, there's more? Can I just fucking die? I went on a date with like a religious girl there, she's Catholic. And then after the date, we go to her place, and she's like, don't worry, you can still do anal. I love how religious chicks treat their asshole like an offshore account in the Bahamas. It's outside the jurisdiction. I love how she thinks she's gonna get to the pearly gates. God is gonna be like, what the fuck? And she's like, you never said. And God's gonna be like, get in here, you little slut. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
So, another minute 30, brand new for Ari Mäki. We've missed you, Ari. You were in Estonia for a while. Now you're back.
Want to see my kingdom.
That is right. You are the king of Estonia. A fun fact. Kill Tony, I believe, touched #1 in America for a quick bit. We had a on Netflix. We had a very, very interesting time of our release. It came amongst the third most watched episode of Raw, WWE Raw of the year, as they led up to WrestleMania. There was a new season of Black Mirror, a new season of Love on the Spectrum. It was a very amazing week to come out. We touched one for a second. We were #1 in Canada for a few days, and we were #1 of all places in Estonia. I think we're still #1 in Estonia.
Still #1, baby.
It is unbelievable. You are
Tony. You come to Estonia, you can do a fucking 160 seater.
Yeah, really.
You can sell out.
It really seems like it. What is the population of Estonia, ballpark?
It's like 1.4 million, but let's be honest, there's a lot of filth out there.
Okay.
It's like 60,000 actual online people. I mean, there's a lot of people in America too, but
how many of the people in Estonia look at or act at all like Antonio Brown here?
Dude, I'd love to see you walk around with that helmet in Estonia. They're like, who the fuck is attacking us now? Holy shit. Jesus Christ, these guys are explosive.
Where the women at?
Red Band has literally taken the time to look up the black population of Estonia. And Google's first sentence is, the black population in Estonia is small, comprising a fraction of the total population. According to a 2011 census, 414 people, or 0.0315%, had at least one parent that is African, which means that's even your mixed kids and everything. 414.
I don't want to clarify. That was in 2011.
Right?
We got him out. Like dick. Happy birthday, Hitler.
What do you? What do you think about this place, Antonio Brown, the country of Estonia? What do you think about them only having 414? That includes mixed people. Does this sound like a fun place for you to visit? Were you interested at all in visiting Estonia?
Yeah, I want to check it out.
You're gonna fuck every woman there.
Fuck! We want to fuck!
Hell yeah. I think he can single-handedly change the percentage of African Americans, of African Estonians.
Keep looking at me.
Antonio, you're drinking White Russians?
Yes.
You're a White Russian with titty milk?
Titty milk, yeah. You know, when the baby's born, you know, they put them on the titties.
You know that cord can come out too.
Malnutrition.
There's a lot to digest there. You said titty milk. He said when the babies are born, that's what they drink. Like perhaps that's a fun fact that we've never heard of before.
To the titties.
Have you had a White Russian with titty milk, Ari Matty?
Yes.
Really? Tell us about this.
I was partying on a boat with Russians, and then we were making White Russians. We only had the liquor, ran out of the milk, and then one of the bitches was lactating. Meow, 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 meow. Look. Fresh.
How was it? Was it good?
I gotta say, titty milk is fucking delicious.
Have you ever drank titty milk before, Antonio?
It's called colostrum.
Now, what's crazy is I was making fun of you before for not for stating something that was obvious, and now look at you now. You're like the doctor of titty milk. You were like a solvent all. Well, it's another episode of Antonio Brown sipping titty milk. The master of titty milk, Antonio Brown. I love it. Have you ever thought about having a White Russian with chocolate milk, having a Black Russian?
I've never seen a Black Russian.
No one has, and
Neither a Black Estonian either.
Ari Matty, you are the fucking man. We love you. A real life rock star, live in the flesh. The man, the myth, the legend, Ari Matty, everybody. And we move on to our next and second to last bucket full. Make some words for Mike Love. Mike Love, everyone.
Well, some people are addicted to porn. Yes, I'm addicted to Tinder. It's like I always swipe right for everybody because it's a numbers game, kind of like Russian roulette. Well, if they're Russian, I swipe left because I'll fuck white bitches. But no, seriously though, like I had bad luck dating. Don't know why. So every time I'm on Tinder, I send the same message, right? Like, hey, my name is Mike Love. I like long walks on the beach. I like to go dancing. Ultimately, I'm looking for the cheeky things. I thought it was a good message. One girl responded, "You're an asshole. You're not funny." I'm like, what did I say? Then I found out she was in a wheelchair. That's from that bad. Long walks, dancing, someone I can kick it with. Yeah, good thing I didn't tell her I was into stand-up. But no, seriously, I recently just seen that she was like dating somebody, and the funny thing is, right, he's beating on her. But she's rolling with the punches. All right, Cal, thank you.
Yeah, Mike Love. So how'd that go? Is that real? Any of that real?
I'm really addicted to Tinder, man.
Yeah, but not a chick in a wheelchair.
I did date a blind girl once.
Ooh, tell us more about that.
She had 4 kids. She couldn't tell who the dad was.
Wow.
That was kind of funny.
That should be. Do you talk about that in your stand-up?
Every once in a while.
Okay,
Especially the kids. They're bad as shit. Her youngest son, right? He always like knock shit over, break shit, and then like run away. And he's like, don't say shit. You know, he's like, what was that? You know? I actually stole her TV. But she wasn't watching it. She wasn't even watching it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think she don't wonder why we don't trust him, dude.
Wow. Yeah. What made you steal her TV?
No, see what happened was, right? Mine. No, wait. What happened was, right? Here. I didn't really steal it, right? Because, like, see, I got a new TV, right? Then I took her TV and put it in the box and then returned it. And, yeah, a piece of shit.
Wow. So you ordered the same TV that she had.
Nice. I'm like, she ain't watching it. And then I got mine, but mine was broken. And I'm like, all right, well, we take hers and then return the broken one. It made sense to me in the moment. But now I'm like, yeah.
Wow. Mike, how long have you been on stand-up?
Since the pandemic, so about going on 5 years.
Okay. And what do you do for work?
OnlyFans. No, seriously. I have a content creation company called 143 Media, and I'm also a consultant for AT&T.
So you're a consultant for AT&T.
Yeah.
That was a long way to get there.
I'll just try to plug that shit. What about it's AT&T.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And this content creation, what exactly are you doing?
All right, so I meet up with small businesses and I find like other comedians or people that have high viewers and I match them together. Kind of like, like Hinge for like businesses, like social media content creators, and like make sure they get paid and then they help them get more.
All right.
Clientele.
Mike, where are you from?
I am from Rochester, New York, but I'm currently living in San Antonio.
You live in San Antonio?
San Antonio right now. Yeah,
what made you move to San Antonio?
Man, just comedy. I want to be close to here, but I'm also a military veteran, and there's a lot of bases in San Antonio.
Oh, nice.
So this kind of made sense.
Okay, what did you do in the military?
Oh, man, I was in the Air Force, and I was only refueling myself. So much.
Hell yeah. What did you do in the Air Force?
Just identify aircrafts.
You flew aircraft?
No, identify. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, absolutely.
I see it.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, right. Identify if there's friend or foe. Work with Bradley work with Bradley tanks. Use Stinger missiles to knock down foes and shit like that. But I never really did it. Only in a simulator.
How many people you killed?
I don't want to talk about that.
Antonio Brown with a great question.
Before or after?
Top Gun Maverick.
Yeah.
How many people have you killed, Mike Love?
I can't talk about that, man, because after the military, I went to prison. So, yeah. Oh no! All right. Stereotypes. The black guy went to jail.
Yeah, let's talk about that. What did you go to jail for?
I can't talk about that because a lot of my employers don't know. But fraud. Okay, yeah.
What the hell?
No, the guy that stole the blind lady's television?
Yeah.
Get him a crash out button.
Yeah, man.
A lot of you can't tell, but D Madness has been muttering angry things back here ever since he found out that this guy stole a blind woman's television.
Oh, shit!
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. He's fucking pissed. He just took his earpiece out. He's never even done that before. So he's basically senseless right now.
It's not like he's gonna see me later on and do something about it.
Whoa, D, what do you want to?
I'm only 5'3" and I'm white.
D, what do you think about this piece of shit stealing blind women's televisions? D Madness.
Well, I have a brand new cane. I hope I don't have to use it later.
Yeah.
All right. It's like blindfolded pinata.
Okay.
Deep,
Surgical with that shit. Okay.
D-Madness would fuck you up, Mike Love.
I don't know why, but I believe him.
Yes.
And I got nothing but love for the disabled community or handy-capable.
Wow.
But you don't. You told her television. Nah, I was doing her a favor. She wasn't watching it.
He is digging himself a deeper hole.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Mike Love, what's a redeeming quality about you that'll make
A
everyone like
redeeming quality about me, I am an active father of 3 kids.
Wow.
They love me sometimes. What else? I actually work for a charity.
What charity?
It's called the Parker Project.
Okay, this sounds like a made-up scam.
No. You know what? I'm not even going to talk about that. I want to be like, no, don't say that. We're not associated with you.
Okay, what is the Parker Project?
The Parker Project actually helps the families with kids with cancer. Helps raise money for taking care of the household things like
this does
rent,
not
mortgage.
sound real.
No, it's legit.
Here's a little joke book. Mike Love, everybody.
All right.
There he goes. Congratulations, Mike Love. You will forever be remembered as the guy that stole a blind woman's television.
From charities also.
Yeah, fake charity. We're going to look up Parker Project and read its 1-star reviews here in a second. All right, we realized that we have not had a female comedian pulled out of the bucket all night tonight, so I pulled until I found one. This looks like a very fun name. Make some noise for Andriy from Russia, everybody. Andriy from Russia. Oh, okie dokie. All right. Looks like I fucked up. It's okay. I guess it's Andre, spelled with a Y. One more time. Andre, perhaps, from Russia?
Okay. I'm not good, but I do yoga sometimes. Because back home in Russia, you need to explain these kind of hobbies. It's very homophobic place, you know. You wash your hands twice a day, good. You cut your hair twice a year, gay. You went to Thailand and rented Ladyboy for 2 weeks, well, package was cheaper, okay? And cheaper than a real woman too. Congratulations, guys! America is great again. Yeah. You feel it? Yeah. No genders, no immigrants, no abortions. Feels like Mother Russia. I think you guys can change the name from USA to USSA. That's it for me. Thank you.
Wow. Andre from Russia.
Yep.
You're really from Russia, huh?
Yes.
How long have you lived in America?
6 weeks now.
Okay, so how old are you?
33 this summer.
33. Okay, very good. And so you live in Russia full time. You're just visiting for a while?
Yeah, I'm visiting. I actually live in Asia for the last 8 years.
Where in Asia?
First when I left, I lived in China, then Indonesia, and last couple of years, it's all over the place. It's Thailand, Malaysia.
Thailand, yeah, I could tell when you said all over the place that it's Thailand. No doubt about it. You're having a good time over there.
Yep.
Because from behind, it's all the same.
You don't see?
That's right. Speaking of white Russians, let's check in with 14 deep here, Antonio Brown. Have you ever been to Russia, Antonio?
Never been to Russia.
There is nothing you can say that isn't hilarious.
You're in Russia right now, dude. You fucking gone, boy.
Okay.
Right to the movie theaters.
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
Someone take me home.
What do you do for work?
I do a bit of crypto and a bit of affiliate marketing.
Okay, crypto and affiliate marketing.
Of course.
What's the second part?
Affiliate marketing. It's like you sell links, whatever, and get commissions.
Another scam artist. This is great. Absolutely incredible.
Most people are scam artists.
Yeah, we get well with black people. So.
You do?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Maybe you've seen someone where you're from that looks like Antonio Brown?
We have a whole university with a program, but they're not African American. They're like African.
What? Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. What do you mean there's a whole university? What exactly are they teaching these people?
You got a program.
That's insane. You called it a program. It's 2025. You're in America. You can't be called a program.
I'm learning, okay?
Okay, so what goes on at this program?
So the university has the highest amount of black people there, and it's called Russian University of International Friendship.
Of international friendship?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And where is this? Is that in Moscow?
Yeah, that's in Moscow. Of course. They wouldn't survive anywhere else.
Right. That is just, he's just being honest there.
Yeah, just being honest.
Do you, have you ever been to this university or driven by it or seen it? Do you know anything about it? Do people go around there? What's it like?
It's
just tell the truth.
Okay, it's a lot of not stylish black people. It's.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by not stylish?
Okay, for me it's Russian. There are black people on television. They're stylish. And there are black people from university. They're not.
Yeah. When you say they're not, you mean they're just wearing like normal clothes, like flannels, no
chains.
No chains.
You gonna take that? You gonna take that, AP?
That is one of very Russian popular rapper. His name is No Chains.
I meant golden chains, guys. I didn't even think about any other. No, hey, no.
No one else was thinking about that either, by the way. You just had your own little breakthrough. I was not even thinking about slavery.
Sorry?
You need a crash out bucket.
He does need a crash out bucket. But for now, you're going to settle for a big joke book. Congratulations. There he goes. We're moving along.
Thank you guys.
Through it. There you go. Andre from Russia. I found what has to be our real first female comedian of the night, and your final bucket full of the night. Make some noise. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Anna May. Anna May.
What's up, y'all? My name's Anna, and I live in a van. Some people van life is like, and I just tell them it's a lot to unpack. Some people are mad at me for living in a van, and I'm like, that's crazy because I'm a nomad. I'm no mad at you for living in a house. And some people think I'm a hippie because I live in a van, and I'm kind of a hippie because I don't shave my armpits. I was free bleeding at a Planet Fitness this week, and I use essential oils for everything from insect repellent to chlamydia. But I'm a bad hippie. I'm not really a hippie because I drive a diesel, I love a good steak, and I have my license to carry. But I only got it to prove to the cops in my hometown that I wasn't mentally ill. Pew pew! Got him. But dating's hard on the road because every time I invite a guy over, it feels like an abduction. I'm not really into kidnap roleplay. And that's all I got for you guys.
It's exactly 60 seconds from Anna May. All right. Okay. All right. How long have you been doing stand-up, Anna May?
About 6 years.
6 years. Where at exactly?
All over the country.
Well,
But
you do live in a van. That makes sense.
yeah,
You are.
I'm a natural born comedian.
Of course, I gotcha. How do you make money? What exactly do you do to make money?
I'm an artist, so I sell art and candles. And, I've done a lot of different things on the road for money.
Like what? What is something you've done for money on the road? This is a very a compelling part of the show.
I know I sometimes present as a truck stop hooker, but I'm not one of those. I work for a contracted app. It's like called Below. So I've cleaned hotels. I've
Yeah. What do you mean
heard of
hotels? What is that?
It's an app where you can pick up work wherever you are, and it's like
Call alcohol.
Yeah, warehouse jobs.
Oh, so it's like just road jobs, nothing steady.
No,
nothing actually prosecuted.
No, I just hustle.
You hustle.
Yeah.
Okay, what's your least favorite job you've ever done off of that app?
The hotel cleaning. I made one. The extended stay Americas, cleaning those. They're rough.
Oh yeah, they are rough. That is not a job for white people. We are not built for that. Anybody groaning, you clearly haven't stayed at an extended stay America. It's a special type of place.
Sometimes they let you stay there if you work there, and I'm like, I'm all set. I'll stay in the van.
Yeah, exactly. It is crazy. There's been a couple times where, you're out there on the road and there's not much else. Small clubs in the suburbs. Anna, what's the craziest thing that's ever happened living in a van? Give us a real gritty Antonia.
The craziest?
Yeah.
Craziest thing? I've never gotten a knock on my van before, but I got a knock on my van in a Walmart parking lot after I masturbated in the parking lot. And I was like, it was like 2 p.m. too. It was like I wasn't even like parking overnight or anything. And the Walmart parking lot security was like, "You've been here for too long." And I was like, "What do you mean I've been here for too long? I've been here for 20 minutes because that's how long the porno I watched was."
You were watching a porno in the van?
If you weren't close enough to Walmart, you get the Wi-Fi.
Oh my goodness.
Hold on.
Wow.
You jerked off for 20 minutes?
Yes.
That's insane.
Yeah,
That's the craziest part of everything you said.
Yeah.
Beating off for 20 minutes is ridiculous.
Was that
you scroll the thumbnails? 30 seconds.
30 seconds?
In and out.
It had been a while, so I wanted to take my time.
Candles.
And
not in the van. There's propane in there and shit. You can't have candles.
There's propane leaking. You're just all high as shit, diddling.
Wasn't the only thing that was leaking.
Minutes in a parking lot. No wonder security came up, dude. That's insane. You know you're fucking nuts, right?
So, yes.
Not because of all the other shit. Jerking off for 20 minutes. It's fucking nuts. I'm sorry. Happy birthday.
What kind of porn were you watching in the Walmart parking lot?
Don't worry about it.
What?
It's okay. It doesn't matter. I don't remember.
What kind of porn do you like to watch?
Well,
does it look? Does every thumbnail look like Antonio Brown?
It doesn't matter.
Okay. I don't want to pressure you. I don't want to pressure you because Lord knows you are looking for a lawsuit. So, anime. Anything else interesting about your life before I let you go?
Well, I was just gonna say that I was upset that the parking lot security knocked on my van window, and so I went into the Walmart because he was like, "You need to go shopping," and I was like, "I'm gonna go shopping right now." And I walked in there and I bought water and cigarettes because that's what you buy after you come. And I took it a step further because I was real pissed. I was honoring my fucking divine feminine energy and shit. I got harassed by this parking lot security, and I went to customer service. And I was like, your parking lot security is harassing paying customers. And then I was like, I'm never going to come here again.
Boom. There you go. Anime, here's a little joke book. I'm going to toss it to you. I went a little short there as to avoid hitting her with the joke book. For those of you keeping track of my avoiding a lawsuit with Anna Mae, who literally came here to sue somebody. And sometimes people sign up just to try to sue you. Okie dokie. All right. Okay. One more time for Heidi, everybody. Isn't she lovely? We've come to the part of the show. This is it. The grand finale. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the man with the record for all-time appearances, all-time interviews, all-time everything. He is the Kill Tony Hall of Famer, originally from Memphis, Tennessee. Now he is the ambassador to Austin, the Vanilla Gorilla, the Memphis Strangler, the Pope of Piracy, the King of Conundrums, the Memphis Strangler, the Big Red Machine. This is William Montgomery, ladies and gentlemen.
Carmelo Anthony has had quite the month of April. I mean, first he's inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame, and then he travels to a high school track meet and kills someone. He claims self-defense, which would be the first time Carmelo Anthony attempted defense. Everybody gives Santa all the props, but what about the Easter Bunny? He has to hop his ass to every Christian household in America. Santa's fat ass rides in a chariot eating cookies and drinking milk. Meanwhile, the bunny is a one-man band, and all we leave them is nothing but, oh, and by the way, Jesus died and rose from the dead, so have some respect. The Pope died yesterday, and it's kind of weird because he died the day after J.D. Vance came to see him. I mean, it would make a lot more sense if it had been Hillary Clinton, but who had been the last person to see him alive, but J.D. Vance? And by the way, I heard after he died, they scheduled a meeting of the Cardinals, and I had no idea the Pope had played professional baseball. Okay, this is my time, Tony.
Wow. My God. You would think that the man that has done it the most would come in and just cruise by leaning on his laurels, but not at all. Boom, boom,
Not
boom,
tonight,
boom.
Tony. I'm at fucking 94 miles on the row machine already this month, Tony.
Wow.
400 miles since January, Tony.
Wow.
I'm going across the Atlantic this year.
Wow. You will row 500 miles and you will row 500 more to be the man that rows 500 miles and knows down at your door. I like that, I like that, I like that, I like that. All right. Okay. That was incredible. Very topical. Carmelo Anthony, the Pope, Easter. You covered it all. I mean, you are
covering it, dude.
You are dialed in. Let me ask you something, William. You are one of the most interesting creatures, in not only in the history of the show, but I think in this modern era of comedy. And you are always so entertaining to watch, interact with guests. And my friend, we have a very special treat. This is Antonio.
No, it's Antonio Brown. It's so nice to see. What are you smoking there? Is that a blunt?
That's the Anchor Cannabis.
Yep, stayanchored.com.
Can I hit your blunt with you, Antonio?
Hit the za.
And also, Antonio, Tony might remember this. Red Band might remember this, but it's so weird. White Russians were actually my favorite drink. I'm almost at 4 years sober here very soon. But Antonio, maybe tonight, would you give me a little sip of your drink?
Yeah, taste that.
Thank
No,
you.
don't. William, don't. William, don't.
Don't. Yo, you failed the test, man! It's been almost 4 years,
You
dude!
can't do it. You can't do
Holy
it.
shit! You were gonna let me drink your White Russian, which I appreciate, but yeah, be a nightmare, Antonio. been almost 4 years, man. I was about to kill myself.
He was. William can't have a
Is it
drink.
funny?
William can't have a drink without. Are you getting that? Is someone? Please tell me you're getting that Antonio Brown laugh. You have it. You'll get it. Well, get it. I mean, you will get it. Williams up, you motherfucker. Get it. Antonio, give me that the fucking test. Got it? Do that one more time. Do that little laugh for us. Did you get it? Let's try it. Hit it. Oh, well.
Antonio White Rush.
Antonio White. Do you have any questions for one of the greatest wide receivers, football players of all time, William? William is a sports fanatic and the legend of the show.
What? How old were you when you figured out you could catch a football?
That's a great question. That is a great.
Because it can be hard to catch footballs. I remember my hands were so small growing up, I couldn't catch the fucking football. When my dad would throw it to me, I had really small hands.
Yeah. He has famously tiny hands.
Yeah, these tiny little hands. I don't even like showing it to people. Yeah.
There we go. We got it. I love it. Antonio, did you always play football when you were in high school and grade school?
Always played football. Football, football.
Where do you think you get your hilarious sense of humor from? That is the correct answer. That is straight CTE. A fun fact is that a lot of the best comedians of all time, Roseanne Barr, Sam Kinison, Richard Pryor, all had extreme brain trauma. The little fun fact, this is an actual fact. Roseanne wasn't hilarious until she got hit by a car. Same with Sam Kinison. I do believe he was hit by a car or something crazy like that. You're in good company, Antonio. There are no coincidences here. I used to do pro wrestling. We would jump off the trampolines and literally land on my fucking head all the time. A perfect example. Red Band never hit his head on anything. That's why you could tell.
I always open the freezer right in my face sometimes.
In Antonio, not a lot of people know this, but Red Band's mom and I, who's kind of elderly now, we have sex with each other. What do you think about that? Antonio, he's got like this old ass mom and we fuck each other whenever I'm in Ohio.
Hey, what is that?
I got you a present.
Oh, Red Band got you a present. What is
really?
that? What is that? Open it up, William.
Snuffleupagus? I'm going through the spirit Snuffleupagus face right now, Tony, and this is perfect. Rabbi, thank you.
That's adorable.
Well, I regret telling Antonio about your mom and I. Seriously, I really do. You gave me a present tonight? Wow.
Yeah, that is adorable. Snuffleupagus from Sesame Street.
Take care of my pussy.
Antonio, would you ever be willing to travel with me up to Ohio to have sex with Red Band's mom? Seriously.
That would be great.
Like maybe that's when I start drinking again. We can maybe do a sex tape or something with his mom. Would you be open, maybe?
That sounds like a yes to me.
I'll pass on that.
Normally he catches, but tonight he passes. William, what else?
Oh, you don't want to know, Tony.
Oh boy, that's a first. I've never gotten that response.
Do you remember it's the little toy, they have little pieces, Legos?
Yes.
Well, I have been looking on eBay and I've been finding all of my classic Lego sets that I've had, and I've spent over the past, I think, month, all this growing, the endorphins are flowing. I've spent over $15,000, Tony, on old Lego sets. They're all unopened, and
what do you do with it?
I kind of regret bringing it up, Tony. I don't really.
No, I like this. I like it. I like it. $15,000 in unopened Legos sets.
Yes.
Are you going to play with them?
Yeah, I think we're gonna open them up. And Antonio, this is what happens, man. I come up here and I just start bombing, and it's just like turns into this nightmare. Like it was fun at the beginning, and now it's like I'm bombing up here right now, and I've snuffleupagus under my arm. I feel like I'm looking like an idiot in front of your ass. Or saying you don't want to fucking fuck Red Band's mom with me. I can't believe you wouldn't be willing.
Remember any of this, dude? You are so sick. You can tell him anything. He's wearing a military helmet. He's had 17 joints. Let it out. Let him know what you feel. No shot. He's remembered where he was.
Antonio, I love you.
Give me a hug, bro.
Yeah. Antonio Brown and the Big Red Machine. That is, together they are the Big Brown Machine. Make some noise for the great William Montgomery, ladies and gentlemen. And make some fucking noise for the great Antonio Brown at AP84. CrashOutBuckets.com. Over its party. That's is that your, what is that, Antonio? What's the Over Its party? What did I write?
The song is called Over It.
Oh, Over It on Spotify. That's what I scribbled here. Over It is on Spotify. Antonio has a song. And go listen to it. It's on Spotify now. It's called Over It. I didn't even know you did music, but I bet it's the shit.
Kill Tony.
You're damn right, baby. We're doing it. Living the dream. Please follow him on Twitter, but I'm sure you already are at AB84. I swear to God, it's the funniest shit. He calls everybody gay, and it is hilarious.
The other day.
That's right. That's right. Cracker Awards, the Cracker Awards. We are hoping to one day win the Cracker Award for Live Podcast of the Year. There's really no other competition. So we're hoping we'll get it this year at the awards. We're literally fingers crossed. How about one more time for the great Tommy Pope, everybody?
Tommy the Legend.
Tires, Season 2, June 5th. Look at Dish on YouTube and Stuff Island, available everywhere where podcasts are available. Thank you to Talkspace, Shopify, Via, and Built. This was their episode. PetersonAcademy.com. One more time for the great Jordan Peterson, everybody. The drawing from Ryan J. Eveld is in. It is awesome. The drawing from Chris Rogers tonight is me.
Oh, that's a good one.
Me. Look at my eyes in that. I'd be wearing sunglasses in that, too. Can we draw some sunglasses on those eyes? God, that actually, all right. I love it.
Check out the Sunset Strip, ATX.com. I love you guys.
We love you guys so much. God bless America. We did it again. We'll see you next week. We love you. Good night, everybody.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Jason Rodriguez, everybody. That's good for me. I have a mustache now. Everyone likes it. Mostly guys. Mostly guys with mustaches. Love my mustache. There's a whole facial hair community. They're all into it now. It gets weird. One guy with a mustache, and he's like, anyone ever say you got like a pedophile stash? I was like, no. And he's like, I get that all the time. Like, that's just you. It's probably a shame. It's how you don't want. Yeah, no one says about me. No one says I have pedophile stash. I think because I have a body of a victim. I think that's why. And people see my face, like, oh, what a creep. They look down, like, it's an Indian teenager. Never mind. Like, I wish I had a beard, though. A beard seems manly. Like, you work with your hands. I like I work my hands in, like, a different kind of, like a... Was that good form? I don't fucking know. I don't know. Who knows? Okay, what else is there? Yeah, I remember my buddies. Oh, I'm done. Cool. What do you do for work, Jason?
I work at a poke place.
A poke place?
Yeah, you know
oh,
poke.
My goodness. Bobby.
You know what poke is.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I knew you did. I know that for sure, but...
Oh, he said you do for sure. I don't know. Oh, my goodness. Do you have any special skills or talents that we'd be surprised to know about you?
I can build furniture really fast. So
Okay.
I can,
so you are Latino. That checks out.
Yeah,
Is there anything that we'd be surprised to know that you can do?
Yeah. Oh, that's good. I can do like 30 push-ups, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
You think you can do 30 push-ups?
Yeah, not in a row.
I can do 30.
You can do 30?
You can do 30?
I've never done it, but I think I can.
Let's do it. The old Dirty 30 with Bobby Lee and Jason Rodriguez. 30 push-ups. Wait, Jason, you gotta do them too. I gotta do 4, 5, 6, 7, 28, 29, 30. He's dead, everybody. He's dead. Oh my goodness. Welcome to Kill Bobby. Oh my goodness. How about a hand for Bobby Lee, everybody? Wow, that was so good. Jason, I'm gonna get off that. Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh my god, the machine! Live on Kill Tony!
Fucking 50 clean, baby.
Hell yes!
Shout out to Ways to Well, testosterone's doing good.
Yeah!
I don't come anymore, but that's cool.
Bert, the machine Kreischer is joining the party, everybody. This is one of the worst podcasting segments of all time. For those of you listening to the show, people are doing push-ups. And here we go. 1,
It's not happening.
3.
It's not happening.
28, 29, 30. Jason Rodriguez, Grant Adcock, everybody.
I love drinking. People actually tell me I drink too much. I tell them all the same thing. I say, you don't even fucking know your alcohol. Are you guys a couple? Yeah, a couple dipshits. All right. Welcome. I read a cool stat. 2023 officially had the highest percentage of mentally handicapped homeowners of all time. Yeah, guys, get out for that. That's a big deal. That's got to be a tough guy to have as a landlord, right? The 4th of the month comes up, you haven't paid rent. You get a text message, it's just a voice memo from your retarded landlord. All it says is, time to pay the piper. All
All right, 60 seconds from Grant Adcock. Rock solid. What do you do for work?
I work at Sunset, actually. I'm a barista.
Oh, barista at Red Band's Comedy.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, second highest. Oh, never mind.
There you go. Do you have any special maneuvers in the bedroom or something that you do to please her, the rent-paying woman that cleans up after you?
Yeah, that was a bunch. No, I need to fucking keep it together, I guess, because that's I sometimes I try to talk.
Like direct sex?
Yeah, I'll be like, do you like that dick? Or something.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's like a genuine question. Do you like that?
Yeah, that's how it comes out. It's not really hot, so.
Yeah, you sound like you were genuinely asking. As though you had another dick that you could put in there.
Or you work for the census.
Am I the one hearing like a Norm Macdonald vibe from him a little? Yeah.
He's a little thick though, like Norm Macdonald's. Karen Jones, everybody.
In your interview on the Rogan show, they were just Joe Rogan was reading what the paper wrote that I stormed a line.
Is that when I was on an episode of Rogan? I talked about how you got in trouble for storming the Capitol on January 6th.
No, because the newspaper accused me of that.
Right, and you
I
said
didn't say
you
I
can
did
neither
it.
confirm nor deny that you were in Nancy Pelosi's office on that day.
No. I can deny that. But anyway.
A patriot. There she is.
Well, I felt safe.
I would have been storming the Capitol. I am so shocked I'm standing next to one of them. It's like,
you should be.
You guys are like great white sharks. We never see you.
Exactly.
Exactly. I was thinking about a traumatizing thing that happened in my life, and one of them was I was 15 years old. I went to my first strip club, and the person that took me was my cousin Natron. Now, whoever you see when I say Natron, that's that nigga, dog. My uncle looked at his newborn baby boy and was like, Decepticon. That's crazy as fuck, dog. He gonna be two things in life, an NFL player or a prisoner. And Natron was both. So
this is the first we're hearing of Natron.
Yeah, my cousin Natron.
My goodness.
Yeah.
It's amazing. You have so many of these references and stories. I've never heard of Natron before. Does he live in
he live in Temple.
Where?
He live in Temple.
Tampa.
Tampa. Okay.
I grew up in Tampa, and I know black guys from Tampa.
I thought for sure he was saying temple there. I thought maybe he was at a Jewish synagogue of some kind, but no, Tampa is where Natron lives. What's Natron up to nowadays? What does a guy like Natron do for a living?
He doing good, man. He own like a bouncy house business right now.
Bouncy house business?
There's a lot of money in that. There's a lot of money in that. Yeah, because you buy it and then you pay dudes $50 a day to set it up. Yeah. And to buy it's cheap and you can rent it out for $500 a day. It's a good business.
Nah, he doing great. Yeah,
it's a really good fucking business.
Wow. I didn't know Bert was in the bouncy house business.
I had 2 daughters. I still have them, but I have 2 daughters. It's a great deal. For a day, you rent one of those bounces, especially the slip and slide one.
That shit, yeah.
Fuck yeah.
That's $750.
$750.
Extra for the water, you know what I'm saying?
And you and him have been close for a long time?
Yeah, but he like my cousin. So
your actual cousin, I do believe that means.
Yeah.
Wait. That's what that means?
Yeah. Well, no, he my real cousin. That's my cousin. I mean, I know my whole life. Okay.
Yeah. So, like, when he says cousin, that could mean a friend of more than like a year. But if it's a cousin, that means that it is your uncle or aunt's child.
That's my first cousin.
What? Oh, that's his second cousin. Right. Yeah. Yep. Bobby was right.
They don't get to say dad, so they say cousin a lot.
That's good.
I That's not cool, but
that's hilarious.
thank you.
That's funny as hell.
I take that appreciation coming from you. You're funny as fuck.
Is Natron's dad in his life?
Yeah.
Oh,
Walking
okay.
yeah.
He didn't bounce?
What's a real cousin then? Like if you were to say like a real cousin.
My first cousin. That's my cousin. That's my cousin.
Well,
Redman, you're Joe Rogan's producer.
Fuck you, man.
you just worked with Shane Gillis this weekend.
Yeah. That shit was fun.
Yeah,
that shit was
amazing,
great.
right?
We was in Peoria and St. Louis. That shit was crazy, dog.
Yeah.
It was a good time. I saw snow for the first time. Yeah.
Wow.
I was frolicking and shit. It was crazy.
You were frolicking?
I was frolicking, nigga. I was gonna make a snow angel, but I got down. It was cold as shit, so I got up. But it was fun, dog. I really enjoyed that shit, man. It was a good time, bro.
Hell yeah.
That shit was fun, bro.
Okay, one more bad joke. When black guys make a snow angel, do you make it like that?
If you didn't get it, that's supposed to be a dead body.
I fucking love this kid.
He's amazing. I'm telling you.
I wish my son was black.
You could have doubted me, nigga. My dad can't spell.
Carlos Lopez, everybody.
The back part of my dick is more dangerous than the front. Not because it's big or nothing, but it means my stomach's pressing on me. It gets harder to breathe. So I haul horses for a living, and I found myself up in Chicago making friends with thugs like one should. And I was deep in the conversation before I realized I don't think smoking pigs in Chicago is as safe as in South Texas. Gang, gang.
How does one become as manly as you?
Grew up in South Texas, I guess. Even the women are manly down there. So the women are some of the toughest young men you ever meet.
Carlos, you're funny as hell. How long you been doing stand-up?
It's my first time ever.
No fucking way. No fucking way. No way. No way. How long have you been planning for this in your head?
Fuck, probably since I was a kid.
Wow. How old are you?
29.
Oh my God, you're 29? Holy shit.
Hey, but I fuck like I'm 60 and I look 46.
Wow. Oh my goodness. That is incredible. You are a fucking machine. This is unbelievable. And you haul horses?
I haul horses for a living, yes, sir.
Wow. So like the little horse carriage things with the horses? No? You're saying no already.
I haul horses like in a big truck, an 18-wheeler.
Wow. Oh, I think I hear them now.
No, that's my ex-wife.
Oh shit. Carlos Lopez is a fucking natural.
Dude. This is an epic first time on stage, brother.
You are just a real fucking man. You have a lot of chest hair?
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
You got all the taco meat, hold on.
Oh my God, look at that. Oh.
I've been growing it since I was a little girl.
Oh my God. Wow. I am. I am. I really am. I wanna get on top of the old Brokeback Mountain over here.
Well, lucky for you, this ain't a mustache, it's a saddle.
Oh well. You know what? Well,
Jesus.
you know what? I think we could trade belt buckles tonight. You know what I'm saying?
When you're driving horses and you stop short, do they all fall?
Yeah, they'll fall, break their legs and stuff. You got to be real careful.
I think that all the time.
Yeah, me too. That's why when people cut me off, I pull my gun out so they don't do it again.
Wow. Now let's talk about your love life, because seriously, you seem like you could walk up to any fucking woman in the world and have a chance at stealing them away from a man. Do you have any special lines that you say with women or something like that?
Hattie.
Oh, that's it. That's all day. I just came in my pants for the first time since my first hangout with little Esther.
I feel like he's got an answer for everything.
He does.
Let's be the woman getting back on him. I want to see how quick he is.
Okay.
Okay.
You should be the woman here. I'm very excited about this. I'll do it.
Okay. Yeah.
I like acting, if you know what I mean. Oh my God! Look at that thing he just did with his hair. You are a fucking. Hi. How you doing?
Oh, you're asking me?
Always playing hard to get.
That was cute.
Hi.
Hattie. Do you come here often, or you wait till you get home?
He's too good. I'd like to introduce you to her Asian friend.
Oh, you doing a scene?
Yeah, we're all
Start over.
Okay. All
right.
What do I play?
You're gonna
An
play.
Asian chick.
Yeah, you're gonna be an Asian chick.
Have you ever had sex with an Asian chick before?
No, but I heard the crippled feet look better behind the ears.
Oh my God.
My mom does that.
I remember.
What is happening? Jack Schwartz, everyone.
Fun fact, turkeys can blush. Isn't that cute? Another fun fact, I'm pretty sure scientists are flirting with turkeys. Why do we know that? How did that experiment happen? It's just some dude walking up to a bunch of turkeys. He's like, turkeys are like, oh my God, stop. I can't with you. Oh, that's where that experiment ends. I don't want to hear more. I don't want to hear more from now. Fun fact. Turkeys put out, bro. You can fuck turkeys. A lot of people say turkeys are dry meat, not when I'm done with it.
Jack Schwartz. What's your love life like?
I'm in a relationship.
Okay.
And,
what does she do?
She's a comic.
Whoa.
Wait,
Is she on the show?
No. She's in the waiting area, hoping to make it up, and it doesn't.
She signed up? She signed up?
She did, yeah.
Okay, what's her name?
Matilda Epstein.
Matilda Epstein. Go grab Matilda Epstein. I've always said that I've wanted an Epstein on this show before. I've never gotten one. They're going to go grab her. The Kill Tony debut? Matilda Epstein, everybody. Here we go.
My friend's dog ate all of my antidepressants recently, so doing really well. Thank you so much for asking. She was really mad at me. She was like, how could you leave these out? You could have killed them. I'm gonna kill myself. That is what they were for. The dogs are thriving. They've actually never been better. They're texting their friends back. They're making their thing.
What's up?
They do have trouble reaching orgasm. Just kidding, don't worry. It's easy to make them come.
I'm well, how are you?
I don't know.
So I'm going to ask the question that your boyfriend somehow has. Are you any relation
Yeah,
to
big dog,
Jeffrey
I'm
Epstein?
tired.
No, I wish. No.
So do I. Originally from? Okay.
But
You started in Austin or Maryland?
DC. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, we're from DC.
Oh, you guys are both from. So you guys met each other in DC, moved out here?
No, we don't live in DC.
Well, you guys still live in DC? Oh, wow.
He's
Just crashing.
How long are you guys in town?
Till tomorrow.
Oh, you fly back tomorrow?
And does he want me to stay forever?
No, we'll go back tomorrow.
You go back tomorrow. She has stuff she needs to get back to.
Yes.
She has dogs that need their antidepressants waiting for them. Very interesting. How long were you guys here for?
Since Saturday?
Okay. So you came in on Saturday. Literally, you came in hoping to get on Kiltony?
Well, we hung out. We went to the Museum of Weird.
Oh, okay.
It was if anyone would like to spend $20. It's a good place to do it.
Wow, the rare Jewish wanting to spend money. Jesus. Amazing. You guys are breaking stereotypes down. Martin Phillips, everybody.
I don't like it that they call Big Bird Big Bird. You don't think he's aware he's an abnormally sized bird. You don't think he's seen other birds. If I what the fuck? I'm a monster. Oh my god! It's just his name is a reminder of the curves he bears. Anyway, I was at a coffee shop today. I went to the bathroom. They had a sign that said, "Don't flush anything except toilet paper." I was like, "Oh man, what am I gonna do with all this shit?" Oh my god! Oh, damn! Oh, fuck.
You spit on me.
Oh, dude. I do spit a lot when I talk. That's true.
Whatever you call it. You know what I mean?
A lot of saliva.
It's not contagious. I knew.
What if it was?
Bobbing Lee. Wobbly Lee. Reed Conklin, everybody.
I met a hot girl on 6th Street the other day, and she was like really into me, so I knew something was up with her. Finally, after talking to her for over an hour, I realized that this woman is homeless. So I took her home. What was she gonna say, no? I'm just mad I didn't notice it sooner. Like, I should have seen the signs. I mean, she was literally holding a sign. It ended up being some of the best sex I've ever had, though, once I got past the smell. She was a freak. This woman put the hoe in hobo. And not once did she ask me for change, but I did, on the inside. I now have a UTI. I burned for this woman. I think we could all change our view of the homeless, and actions speak louder than words. So instead of saying fuck the homeless, start fucking the homeless. Thank you.
All right, Reed Conklin, welcome to the show. This is your first time here, right?
Yeah.
I remember if I've seen you before. You look like a giant sperm.
You do.
You do. You have a tiny head for such long arms. You a swimmer?
I swim, yes.
My God. You must be unfucking believable. You're like aerodynamic. Look how long your arms are. It's very bizarre. You know you're strangely built.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Jesus. All right. Reed, how long have you been doing stand-up?
A couple years.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
I'm a traveling street performer.
Okay. What do you do on the street?
So like a circus-style show.
Juggle?
I can juggle. I do like I
Can we
juggle.
get a few? Can we get some limes from the service bar? Let's see. Maybe some lemons. Lemons are a little bit easier to see, maybe, right? What else do you do in your street performing?
I do a lot of whip cracking these days.
Whip cracking.
Yeah.
Whoa. John Dee's not excited. Here we go. I'm just going to throw you some limes. Here we go. You ready? All right, start juggling, and I'll keep throwing them to you. You want more? Oh, shit. All right. Oh, shit. Oh, whoa. All right, here, keep juggling. Here's one more. Can you juggle 4? Whoa. Hell yeah. This guy gets all the homeless pussy. You want another one? You got another line? Uh-oh. I'm going to hit for Christy, everybody. Got another line here. We got a lot of lines. You'll be amazed how many lines you can afford with a Spotify deal. Wow, look at that. That's right. You can keep those. I don't think we're going to feed them to people after this. Fucking homeless people, being a street performer. You get to keep those lines.
Thank you. I've been to 50 countries.
Whoa, what's your favorite?
I do like Vietnam.
Oh, okay.
Quite a bit. Yeah.
Why do you like it?
It was beautiful. Everything's kind of easier to get to. It's small, but the food's good. People are nice, cheap.
$2 sucky.
All right, Red Band. Red Band. Yeah, he has it. His soundboard is out of control. What's that one? What's this one? Oh.
I'm in Texas, kind of performing at a fair, like 3 hours east, at a Renaissance festival.
Okay, what are you doing at the Renaissance Festival?
Doing my whip cracking show.
Wow, what do you dress up like?
I do wear the pants and then some boots and a pirate shirt.
Okay.
And a white hood.
There is something scary about you at first, but then when I saw you juggle, now I feel safe.
Yeah. I do that before I talk to every pretty girl.
Oh.
Are you blind too?
Well. British police are investigating the rape of a 15-year-old girl in the metaverse, and I'm just over here trying to figure out how Bill Clinton was able to squeeze his fat ass in there. An Indian tech CEO just died when the wire holding the cage he was being lowered down on during the opening ceremony snapped, causing him to fall and land on his head. Kind of crazy because you'd have thought his turban would have broken the fall. And y'all know I don't like Indian people. Silence is violence. Shit, if that's true, I kind of wish my dad would have just given me the silent treatment instead. Okay, that's my time. Thank you. All right. I don't know if y'all like Sumo Citrus, but they are actually my newest sponsor. They're really good. What is that? It's a citrus fruit. Yeah, Rabbi, I'm sure you're shaking your head, you fucking nasty fat ass. I'm sure you don't know what a fucking fruit is, you sickening piece of shit. Don't tell me like that, you bitch. Stop acting. It's not genuine when you do it.
Whatever, every time you talk, you smell like shit.
It's not fucking genuine. Everybody knows you're acting, dumbass. Seriously, stop fucking trying to act tough out here, dumbass.
Fish mouth.
Why are you yelling over him? What is fish mouth?
You're
fucking idiot.
Stop.
Oh my god.
Fish mouth. Oh, that's a good one, idiot.
The Red Band's standing up for himself, kind of.
Just
Every time you talk,
this
it
smell?
smells like fucking pussy that's moldy or something. Stop talking.
Oh, that's actually funny. Oh,
yeah?
fish mouth.
Wow,
My
you
breath
wrote
smells
it.
like pussy. Oh, good one. I get it now, dumbass. Yeah, drink some more, you fucking
Yeah,
nasty
why don't
alcoholic.
you drink some more soda water, you bitch?
Huh? I can't even understand. Go. Okay, Red Band.
I really hope my baby can't hear yet.
What is happening, man?
Your baby has no ears, William.
Good night, everybody. Thank you. We love you. Good night.
This is Joe Biden.
Wow.
My fellow Americans, I want to thank you for allowing me to be the first black woman president to run this country. Good shout out to the moderators in the back for keeping this debate going.
There's no moderators. Joe, you're on Kill Tony.
Huh?
Has anybody told you where you're at tonight?
Brian Redband, everybody.
How the hell do you know who Brian Redband is?
I follow him on Facebook.
Shit is wild out there for you right now. Coming off of
Wild times. We're doing it though. We did for the COVID. What we did for COVID.
That's right.
What we did for we beat, and that's what I do. That's what we beat Medicare.
Wow.
We took out Medicare. Us and Megatron and the rest of the G.I. Joe, Get Bangarang Hook. Look, I'll tell you something. When I was 10 years old, I used to ride a bike. We had all sorts of bikes back then. We had
Get
wheels.
this liquid death away. You already have enough death around you, Mr. President. We're gonna.
Yeah, I can't have water after 4 p.m. Oh, hey. All right.
Over 250 comedians signed up for the chance to get pulled out of this bucket.
Huh?
250 comedians signed up for it. If I pull their name out, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear.
Sounds like Kamala. I'm going for 4 more years. Stay with me. 4 more years. 4 more years. Stay with me. 4 more years. 4 more years. No one's gonna stop me.
Wait, what in the world?
What's that?
It is our responsibility and our duty to confront this danger together. Every step we take down this dark path increases the peril we face.
What in the world is going on here? Wait a second. Oh my God! Oh my God. Wait, you guys. This is an unbelievable moment. You do not look at Joe Biden. Sit down. So scared.
Tony, what an unbelievable experience it is. What a great show this could be. It's we've got an absolute idiot here running the show.
This is incredible. What a shocking surprise. No one more shocked than President Joe Biden. He looks so scared.
Who just shit my pants?
President Trump, I believe you know how the show works, right?
Of course I do.
There's the lovely Heidi, everybody.
Oh, hey. What a great lady. I talked to her backstage, and wonderful woman. The tits are real. Excuse me. A lot of people are saying her tits are fake. They're not fake. I touched them, and great tits, wonderful tits, American tits, and that's the thing that we've lost under this administration. Where are the American tits anymore? 4 years ago, there were American tits. Now there's no American tits. Mexican tits. Mexican tits are streaming up the border, and no one's stopping it. Fentanyl tits. Fentanyl. One shock and you're dead. Can you believe this? This would never.
I smell her tits too. They're great. Everything's great. We're fine now. We're fine then. We're fine. Hey, you're the sucker. I bet I can smell her. I bet I can do it first.
Joe, you're an idiot. Please stop.
Hey, say it to my face.
Matt Sturm, everybody.
There's like a better purple thing to fuck like Grimace or something. Hell yeah.
All right, Matt Sturm going over his time at 1:15. A lot of references there. How do you feel like that went, Matt?
It was okay, Tony. I think
It was okay, according to you.
It was not. It was. Frankly, you should be embarrassed about it. I would.
Yeah, this is the first thing we agree on. That was dog shit.
He pulled him in with a handshake.
Where's your dad right now?
He died.
Who?
You said,
where's your dad right now?
He died.
For what?
No, he's alive. He's good. He's in the city, New York.
He's in New York City?
Yeah, he's in New York.
Okay.
Yeah.
What a wonderful city that is. Great city now. Homeless. This guy's dad. Ruining New York.
There's a lot of fake dead dads right now.
What do you mean by that?
He said his dad died and he goes, he's alive.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of fake dead. Red Band hit me with something.
Okay, you don't.
Yeah, perfect, Red Band. Jesus Christ. Like Dr. Fauci over here.
Working the door at Maggie.
I used to work at Caroline's in New York before it closed and shit.
Uh-huh.
That was fun for a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
All types of small businesses.
It's true that did close during the Biden administration.
Whoa! I got tons of black friends.
I like to, look at bugs and lizards and shit outside. I build terrariums sometimes.
Jesus Christ!
You find a lizard or a fucking cricket. There's not much to do,
Wow.
Yeah.
You have a lot of work to do. You should stop collecting bugs and get a job. I mean, what are you doing?
Last hookup you had, where was that? How long ago was that?
Fucking Connecticut.
Wow.
It was like 5 months ago or something. Yeah, it was a long time ago. Yeah.
So you got pussy 5 months ago?
You could say that.
For a guy who collects bugs, frankly, that's not bad, honestly. A sad woman in Connecticut fucked the bug guy. And now she's watching this right now. She's at home going, I fucked that guy and he collects bugs in a jar.
Bruce McElderry, everybody.
What do the Japanese call the Chinese as a racial slur? Fucking short Chinese. I'm so white trash I take naps at Walmart.
Should have opened with that one. That's the one.
You look like you sold the bugs to the last guy.
What do you do for work?
Somewhat retired.
Okay, what did you do before you retired?
Software development.
Did you develop some software that made you enough money to retire?
I mean, just enough to be a poor retiree.
Who was the president when you sold this software company?
It was still Trump.
Of course it was. We used to be able to develop things and create things. You always dress like this? You wear any pants?
I have one pair.
When do you wear them?
When I'm like super special occasions.
Well, like what?
Like when I get married.
Fuck, that was sad. All right.
Okay.
He's saving his pants for marriage, and I think that's extremely American.
So you've been married twice? Three times you got married.
Honestly, that's not that bad. Coming from a guy who likes to watch women change.
Wait, what? Who doesn't want to watch women change?
I saw it on the internet, sorry. I love to watch them change. Who doesn't? Your wife changed into the afterlife. Hey, you want a knuckle sandwich? Give me a punch sound effect, right, man? Perfect. Take that. What, you stick your dick in a bucket of Mountain Dew? Listen to this guy. Joe, you could do nothing to me. I would hurt you severely, and everyone here knows it. I would beat Joe's ass so badly, frankly. Oh, yeah? Hit me, right, man?
I got him. How old were you your first marriage?
17.
And how long? Wow, Jesus.
That's a great age. For getting your high school diploma. You can do it if you want to do it. Or for showering with your dad the way his daughter did. Look it up. You're going to be very, very surprised that this man showered with his daughter. Do you believe this? Until she was 13. I love my family.
How long did that marriage last? How old was the girl that you married?
She was like 19.
She was 19. So technically, you were being statutory raped.
For a couple of years. It was awesome.
For a couple of years. It was awesome, he says. You were both in high school.
She was in the parking lot.
So, you said a couple of years before you got married? Biden, what do you think about this?
Oh, it's great. I just scared. So what's her name? Where's she now? What's she doing? She have a job?
She works at a bank.
So you're real
in Illinois.
You just made that up. Where's that at? Oh yeah, no, I've been there. I campaigned there. You never went there. Meningitis, Illinois. Joe, you've never visited the Midwest. Everyone knows it. Illinois loves Donald Trump.
That is.
I wish I had a joke there, but I'm getting into character too much.
That's great. How did it end?
She's a whore.
Right. I had a feeling that the 19-year-old woman marrying a 17-year-old, she cheated on you?
No.
Who did she cheat on you with exactly? Do you know?
A couple people that I did not know at the time.
How did you find out that she cheated on
you? The computer.
Right, you're a fucking software engineer.
Yeah.
That'll make your hardware turn into software real quick. Finding out that the woman that you're married to is fucking everything in mid-area.
How many of them were black is the real question here.
That was my next question. Were any of them black? No. Cannon Miller, everybody. You're 21 years old. What do you do for fun?
Just whatever. Play a lot of basketball. I'm no good, but I play a lot of it.
Where do you live 13 hours away to where you're the basketball player in the city?
I'm from Noonan, Georgia, but I live in Dahlonega currently. I go to school at the University of North Georgia.
Are there black people around there?
Not a lot at the school, but there are some.
President Trump, I noticed you grabbed your microphone.
Say it. Whatever you're thinking, say it. What a great institution.
Your parents still together?
No.
Okay. How long have they been separated for?
Almost 10 years, probably.
So that affected you deeply when you were about 11 years old?
Something like that. Not really too bad.
How did they break the news to you that they were separating?
They just called us out to the back porch one by one and let us know. It was a nice moment. It wasn't nothing.
Here, I'll be your dad. John, you be his mom. Let's recreate it. Get out here, little man. Come here. We got something. Man, you're a piece of shit, father. Have something to say. You're not doing it. What did I tell you as a young boy? You got to do it.
They broke up. They broke up because of you. It turns out.
Oh, if you're gay, just tell us. It's fine. We've known you're gay. You are gay. We know you're gay. We saw the way you look at John Taylor Thomas. You being gay has shattered this family, frankly, broke us apart. We can't eat dinner in the house anymore. Your father and I are disgusted because you are gay. Why can't you meet some nice girl that hot toes all over your cock? She's obviously voting for me.
That is
what a patriot.
That is very true. There is no doubt about that.
It's
What's
fine.
the gayest thing you ever did, Cannon?
Good question, Tony.
You can tell us.
Played gay chicken one time.
What's gay chicken exactly? Explain to us.
You and a buddy close your eyes and you fuck your lips like you're gonna kiss, and you both walk towards each other until one of you chickens out moves away.
That's very funny. Joe Biden did that with Big Mike. They played gay chicken every day. She'd say, "Joe, this is a chocolate cone." He would go, "Whoa, this is a dick. You've got a dick." A huge snake, a white snake, a black snake. Michelle Obama has a giant black dick. Hey.
This is Hans Kim.
What's up? It's good to be here.
You have a gun?
Yes, AR-15. I'm gonna get another one, a little concealed carry, so I can walk around 6th Street.
I do firmly believe every autistic man should own. Let's get this guy a bump stock. Why not?
Is that your first gun, an AR-15?
It's my second. I have a Shadow Systems MR920L.
Jesus Christ.
When they say it like that, you know they mean business. And if you're at the Pittsburgh, fuck. I have a few Bud Lights. I'm going to turn into Sleepy Joe in a minute. We're both going to be doing a Joe Biden impression. I'd like to see you turn into me. Hit me, Red Man. Red Man, You are a fucking idiot.
I'm Korean.
Right.
South Korean. Thank you for.
Gross. Ew. Took the words right out of my mouth.
People will let me hit them with it because I'm Asian. So.
Not for long, not in a few more months. We will take this country back. The Asians keep hitting us with sticks. This never happened when now Asians are hitting us with sticks. The blacks are fighting back against the Asians in the inner cities, and no one's giving them credit.
Ain't Barnard, everybody. Your chin and your neck are one.
Yep. There's nothing wrong with that, though. I'm a women like that.
Thank you, Mr. President. I love that. I work dairy at Whole Foods.
Ooh, dairy at Whole Foods.
Ladies.
There you go.
Is that the dream? What's the American dream for me?
Whole milk at reasonable prices.
That is
whole milk. Very expensive. Why is it so? It's actually going down. The price of whole milk's going down, just like you this November.
Well,
Maybe Red Man.
No, it's definitely
there. It is.
It's definitely gone up. You watch a lot of porn, Nate?
Yeah.
What type of porn do you like to watch?
What's your favorite category?
Favorite category of porn?
I'm kind of going back to softcore now.
The men now are going back to softcore. Can you believe that? Softcore porn. Can you believe this? Well, it's better. It's better. 40 years ago, we were into tranny porn. We were doing. The men in this country were being men. We watched gay porn. We had gay sex. And now faggots are watching softcore porn. Now we've got a faggot epidemic in this country. Hey. When I was hey, that faggot's got rights. He can watch whatever he wants. Hand job, soft job. What's your dad do for work?
He's a banker.
Where?
I don't know, somewhere.
Is he still working for the banks?
I have no idea.
You don't talk to him?
Yeah, I stopped talking to my dad.
Why did you stop talking to your dad?
He's kind of crazy.
But why?
How crazy did he say? Stop working at a fucking grocery store. Stop doing comedy. Get a real job. I'm a millionaire banker, and my son is a retarded anime pussy. Hey. I'm in character.
Brittany Martinez.
My husband's an Army Ranger. People try and compliment me with, you're so strong, you're with someone who's fighting for our country, and I just agree and say, yeah, thanks. But I don't tell them that I just binged 12 seasons of Supernatural, masturbated 3 times, and ate some slices of pizza in between, so you're welcome for my service. Just doing my job. My husband's a tattoo artist now. He sometimes tattoos these tiny little bitches, and they go, ooh, that's spicy when he's tattooing them. And I'm like, nah, you know what's fucking spicy, bitch? When your husband just pounds 2 pounds of freaking buffalo wings and plays more with your fucking clit without washing his hands. That's fucking spicy. Okay, that's what I got.
Okay. He thumbs your clit without washing his hands?
Absolutely. We're dirty as fuck like that.
Wow, and you like that.
They're sending their worst.
So we own a tattoo shop up in Tacoma, Washington. We actually just moved here to Austin. We're transitioning our lives, but right now I'm working at Trader Joe's.
Okay. What are you doing at Trader Joe's?
Just like
Trader Joe, that's what we call this guy. He's sold out this country.
Yes.
What made you want to sign up here tonight? Is that your first time doing stand-up, right?
Absolutely is.
What made you want to try it here?
I'm just a big fan of the show. My husband got me into it a couple years ago. Honestly, we have bonded over Kill Tony. This is our shit, and we're super into it. We look forward to this shit every Monday.
Did he sign up tonight? One more time for Giovanni Martinez.
One of the things that pissed me off about racism was how black people get compared to monkeys all the time. I think it's horrible. I think it's bullshit. I think they're more like dogs, and not in every way. Not in every way. For instance, you know, if you get a bunch of them together, the dogs won't try killing each other. Yeah, you can't count on a black man for emotional support. But in ways that they're alike, you can't understand them when they're trying to talk. The female ones are bitches. And it really sucks when you have to hit one. It's horrible. What a great set.
Absolutely perfect. How long have you been doing this? It must be 20, 30 years at this point. That was some of the finest stand-up I've ever heard.
Oh my God.
Can you do that whole set again in Spanish?
Shorty, I think that's the first time that didn't work, bringing the husband. Like, that was, I thought it was fucking unbelievably hilarious. You know, for a first timer, he took massive risks. I mean, I was looking at...
Hopefully he understood the risk and wasn't being totally honest.
This might be the first episode where I literally pass out in the middle of the show. Just with the blood rushing to my head.
Welcome to my world. I should be in bed right now with a melatonin and a book.
You have a teardrop tattoo. What is that?
It's a nail. I got a tooth and a nail tattoo.
You got a tooth and a nail, but they're both shaped like teardrops, which means that you killed somebody. Have you ever killed anybody?
I plead the fifth.
Oh, he pleads the fifth. President Trump, what do you think about him?
I also plead the fifth a lot. And what a witch hunt. Why are they attacking you? You look like the security guard for the Ninja Turtles.
So now you own a tattoo shop. Is there anything you miss about Tacoma?
They're coming up through the sewers as well.
So, the black people not being like monkeys, but more like dogs, where were you when this idea came into your head? What is your writing process, Giovanni Martinez? Were you sitting at a desk? Were you driving? Were you in the shower? Where exactly were you like this?
Obviously, he was driving.
President Trump, I must say, you know, no one gives you credit, but you're the one that got us out of Afghanistan.
I wanted out of there, and then what Joe did, what an absolute disgrace this was.
Horrible.
Horrible
So
disgrace. You could say it, right?
It's so bad. My friends are pissed. Yeah.
Your friends are mad. My friends are mad.
We killed Bin Laden. We killed Bin Laden. We went back there. We got all the weapons. We got all their Connect 4 boards.
She had
a bunch of blood. What?
Giovanni, let's talk about Giovanni calling you a dog.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. That went crazy.
That was crazy.
So you agree with this fucking nigga for that?
There's good people on both sides of this, and we need to get to the bottom of this.
You said it was a great set. I heard you say it was a great set. You enjoyed that set.
Fake. And the liberals, they keep lying to the blacks, and they tell you I'm a bad guy. I'm not a bad guy. I'm a good guy.
What's a liberal? A liberal?
Yeah. gays.
We're up here with the two candidates for the president of the United States. Do you vote, Cam? My guess is absolutely fucking not.
I be voting where I be voting.
What exactly are you voting for? American Idol, AGT? What are we talking about here?
My mama tell me who to vote for, and I just do that.
Cam, can I tell you something? I'm good friends with Kodak Black, and he comes to Mar-a-Lago. He has a great time. And what do you think of that?
Oh yeah, nigga, you free Kodak.
Free Kodak, free ASAP.
I'm on the Trump, nigga.
Wait. Hey.
You are a huge Kodak Black fan.
That's my dog. Yeah, I love Kodak. He the president of Florida.
He what?
He the president of Florida.
That is my nephew. That is my Gemini.
Yeah, Gemini twins.
Shout out to Snipe. A huge shout out to young Snipe.
You do some shit like that, fuck nigga. Oh, that fuck nigga. They're my dog. They're my twin right here. My slime.
Why are you tougher to understand than me? Where do you get all that youth energy, huh? You came up here. You're a young guy, right?
Yeah.
How old are you?
25.
Yeah. How do you get? What do you wake up? You attack the day. What do you do? How do you do it?
Fuck, we talk about it.
You're J.K. Spindler. Why do you look like that?
Are you one of the kids from the Nickelodeon documentary? Clarissa explains it all, huh?
What does Black Friday mean to you?
Oh, it's a great holiday. It's a time when black people can buy TVs and printers. We can cut this out.
Obviously, I like to shoot guns. I'm big on guns.
Yeah?
Yeah, dude. I got ours.
Where do you shoot them?
Yeah, I just go to rifle range. I really like getting a sniper rifle and try to go as long as possible.
Yeah. That's what Austin needs, is another great sniper.
Yeah, dude.
We've got a tower here. You're not going to believe how wonderful the tower is. You could get dozens of people before the authorities.
Tell us a secret, JK.
Yeah, only thing I'm guilty of not paying taxes. The only thing I'm guilty of.
So, are you making money?
I made more money this year than video I can possibly imagine. Like, I only graduated college like a year and a half ago.
That's crazy. I thought you were 75 years old.
Yeah, dude.
Thank you so much.
Drew Nickens, ladies and gentlemen, with another high energy, brand new minute, barely understandable. President Trump, I see the wheels turning in your head. What do you think about young Drew Nickens here?
I thought he did a great job. I thought everybody in this room was totally captivated. And everyone understood exactly what he was saying, and he didn't scare anyone. No one was scared, and everyone knew exactly what you were saying. I think you're a great American.
He loves you, Drew. Are you voting for Trump in November?
I voted for RFK Jr.
I thought his set was absolutely terrible. What a complete mess that set was. What an embarrassment, truly. Everyone was scared. No one understood him. He, frankly, came off worse than anyone yet, including the racist Mexican OT.
I'm sorry, Trump. Sorry, Trump. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit now. I'm very good now.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Whoa. Hey.
Yo.
Hey. Oh my goodness.
What was that?
Hey.
Whoa.
Hey.
Oh shit. Whoa. Whoa. Wow. That was,
Take that.
without a doubt,
Take that, you sucker. That was a hand job from a Sesame Street character. Tony, how many more retarded guys do you have back?
anything can happen.
This crowd is hungry for more retarded guys, and frankly, I don't think we've seen enough retarded guys. How about a retarded racist? Would you like to see?
Jacob Barr, everybody. Jacob Barr. Oh, my God. Holy shit.
Thank you.
Well.
I'm not.
Oh, my God. Okay.
Careful what you wish for.
Okay, hold on. We're going to reset this, Jacob.
What's up, everybody? I had sex today. Thank you. All right. Who wants to smell my knob? Thank you. No. I used my dick. The first time a girl ever saw it, her reaction was, oh, thank God. It was my beautiful fiance. She's up in Michigan. She's a beautiful woman. She's a scientist. She's trapped. She's a beautiful woman. Whenever she tells everybody she's a scientist, I'm always like, and I'm her experiment that went horribly wrong. All right, shut the fuck up. I'm very anxious. Shut the fuck up. All right. I was born without an asshole. Now the hands don't seem like shit anymore. There's a funny thing. When you're born without an asshole and you got a new one, your muscles don't work good down there. So I have to sit when I pee because the muscle that uses to piss also shits. So if you're in the bathroom, you ever see me standing up to pee, I'm either living on the edge or you're about to get fucking pranked. All right, good night. Thank you.
I didn't realize the letter W could be so hilarious. I give it
Wu-Tang.
Let's talk about it. How long have you been doing stand-up?
About 10 years.
10 years. Where at?
Michigan.
Oh, that makes sense. You've been drinking the Flint water.
Oh, yeah. Nice and metallic.
Absolutely incredible. Now, what would we call that condition exactly?
I have Bacterial syndrome. It is an acronym for 7 birth defects. Most people only have the limb one, which is this one. I got all of them, so that's cool.
So you have that. What's so?
What the fuck? The 7 deadly symptoms, and you've got them. You've got all of them. But for a guy with mangled arms, you talk very articulate.
It's very good.
Yeah, you're very good, very bright guy. It didn't affect your brain. Good brain. Great brains.
It is incredible, Jacob.
What did you say about your asshole being broken or something?
Oh yeah. So I was born without an asshole. I have Crohn's, so I got a lot of shit and stuff.
So wait, you were born without an asshole? Did they make you one?
Yeah,
they made you one.
Yeah. They used a surgical hole punch.
Yeah, no one else.
Right.
Under my administration, Tony.
Born without an asshole. So when you were, they do give you.
Just as God intended, men should not have assholes. That is gay. Having an asshole is gay. Frankly, under my administration, no men will have assholes. You can have whatever you want if I get reelected, okay? We'll make you a new butt. We'll put a pussy in your butt. How about that? You'll have the first ever pussy butt.
Hey, I used to have a colostomy bag. Yeah, that's before I had a real asshole. I had a bag.
That's extremely sad.
Scar, you can see it.
Giant scar being one of the least creepy things about you, Jacob. It's amazing. What's your
now? When Dr. Graham stood still, why couldn't you see him? It's a Jurassic Park joke that was so good. You stupid pussies didn't get it. You see, that's what you're going to get with Trump. Movie references from before 1995. 1997, great year for Jurassic Park. No one saw the second one, Don.
What is your love life like exactly?
I'm engaged.
Wow.
Yeah. Clever girl.
Did you say clever girl?
Another great reference from the smash hit film Jurassic Park. Wait, do a scene. Say hey. Is that a real velociraptor? Wait, what was that?
I thought you said do an impression.
No, I didn't say you be the dinosaur.
All right.
I guess that would have been the obvious choice, so. Oh, shit.
That's not it.
Hey, there you go.
I know one. That's the only one I know.
Hey, I'll be Samuel L. Jackson. Ready?
Huh? Wait. He's not in that movie.
No, it's just gonna pay off. Trust me. Ready?
Okay.
I don't want to fuck it up.
Here we go. You be Laura Dern. I'll be Samuel L. Jackson. Okay?
Who's Laura Dern?
God damn it.
I don't know, man.
Ready?
What's his line? What should he say?
You say, hey, are you sure we should go out there?
Are you sure we should go out there?
Hold on to your pussy butts.
Do your hands get cold easily?
Yeah.
I'm getting some questions from my mother back in Youngstown, Ohio. Do you need special mittens for your hands?
My fiance makes me special hand warmers.
Really? Is that true?
Yeah. But if I'm cold, like right now, I just kind of stand like this, so I shake a lot.
No, Joe. No, Biden. Oh, he's giving him the jacket. Oh, he stepped up.
Can't watch you do this.
Get the fuck away from me, man. I got this. Watch me struggle. I got this.
You got it, baby. That's an American putting their mind and their heart together to make something happen. That's a true American right there.
Wow.
There we go. Halfway. He did it halfway, just like an American.
There you go.
Absolutely incredible. He's got the right arm in and the left hand out, and he's shaking it all about, ladies and gentlemen. This is absolutely incredible. He is doing the hokey pokey, and that's what it's all about, everybody. John D's with the actual instrument, for those of you wondering where that noise is coming from.
I'm just showing you guys my fucked up thumb. I got a dislocated thumb if you want.
Oh, your thumb?
Hell yeah.
You want to touch it? It's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah.
I'd love to get my hands on that thumb.
Oh my God! What? It doesn't even do anything.
Yeah, you can feel the bone. You can literally pick the bone.
Oh God, no!
Oh fuck! I'm gonna fucking throw it.
That's what my girlfriend deals with a lot of the time, and she makes do. She gives it head. She tries. She tries her best. She sucks then. And then it gets slightly hard, and I say, I'm ready, and I put it in there. Turns out I wasn't ready. I'm not hard.
Yeah. Hey, it's so crazy. I got handcuffed the other night, and believe it or not, Tony was there to save my ass. But when I was handcuffed, it was so weird because my girlfriend was there, and she's like, "Baby, give me the code to your phone so I can call your lawyer." And I was like, "Officer, take me to jail." I'm not gonna let you have fun in my phone, bitch, and block off my hoes. What the fuck? On your debate the other day, you said illegal immigrants are taking black jobs. What the fuck are black jobs?
The illegal immigrants are being extremely loud on buses. They are all types of stuff that we said this used to be blacks. Remember when this was black, so we liked it when they were black because they could dance and they were fun. And now the people that are Mexican are not fun.
Watching y'all niggas all night is crazy, brother. I've been up there laughing my ass off.
What's your stance on abortion?
Ask Tony. He's had two.
Wait, what does that mean?
I don't know.
I have babies pumped inside of me?
You one of the men that they can get pregnant.
Like Junior with Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Yeah, like that movie right there.
Remember that? Remember that Jurassic Park 5 or whatever the fuck you said earlier? Trust me, that was a great joke, and the internet is going to prove that I made a great joke and that this room is tired and dumb. David, you're like me. I lost the debate, but you're winning the buffet. All right, thought on the way up here. What you do?
I got a white girl pregnant. That's what I did.
Is white better than black? Be honest.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Now that's the type of talk that's going to get me a vote for a black guy. I love racist blacks against their own people.
What? Who are you hoping gets nominated?
Hey, Trump, because he was giving us that money during the pandemic. That's my sugar daddy. Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Trump 2024.
Hey, I was sending everyone $15 on Venmo. You just didn't have the internet. That's on you.
Yeah, fuck that, bro. I'm voting for Trump. Y'all know who I'm voting for. It's not a secret.
All right.
Yeah. Not you, Sleepy Joe.
That's coming from a diabetic that sleeps 14 hours a day.
Hey, you should vote for me. I stood for BLM. Black, large motherfuckers.
That's fucking dumb. Bro, this is crazy. It really looks like young Trump from Home Alone 2, bro. It's so crazy, bro. I'm up here.
You all got a Home Alone 2 reference, and no one knew Jurassic Park. What is this? A few years ago, excuse me, a few years ago, everyone would have got the Jurassic Park.
Bro, this is so crazy.
It was a Jurassic World under my administration.
David Lucas is a Jurassic Dark. Thank you so much.
What is that? That's not even Jurassic Park music.
It is. It's the theme of Jurassic Park from John Williams. Cherry Basechi talking about guys coming. Incredible. President Trump, what do you say when you're about to come?
I say I'm about to come. I'm going to come. I say, hold on, watch out, because there's going to be a lot of it. And if there was ever a nasty woman like you underneath it, I'd say, move, get out of the way. There's a lot of cum headed your way, bitch. Here's my impression of you getting ready to come. Ready? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, hey, have you seen Jurassic Park 3? Yeah, the one with Jeff Goldblum. Yeah. Yeah, no, the second.
Biden is ignoring everyone, telling him not to run. Earlier today, he said, "Hey, pal, I was the first black female to spend time in a concentration camp. We can beat Adolf Hitler." Is it just me, or have the dragons in House of Dragons gotten sexier? Back in the 90s, I actually stumbled upon a famous running back murdering his ex-wife, and I pulled out a cigarette to take the edge off, and he said, "Hey, don't smoke, kid." And I said, "Don't I know you from somewhere?" And he takes his little glove off. It says, "I'm O.J. Simpson." The Zen joke. Okay, that's my time. Thought the Zen joke might go a little better. What a shitty crowd tonight, Tony. I've been listening to you fucking pussies for fucking 3 hours or whatever it's been. I mean, I'm actually a huge fan of Donald Trump, so it's so weird you are here tonight, sir. Oh my gosh, how are you?
I thought you did a great job. I thought the Zen joke was incredible.
Thank you. Yeah, no, that was a hell of a Zen joke. I thought it would at least get something in the House of Dragons being sexier. I thought that was at least going to get something. And Tony, they actually fixed our air conditioner, but it's a horrible problem now because now it sounds like an airport in our apartment. It sounds like a jet engine going off in our apartment now.
Well, at least you got to enjoy some peace and silence during your 60-second set.
Are you going to clap at that, you nasty looking slut? Oh my God, is that really your fucking wife, dude? Yikes. Oh my gosh, Redman, is that a haircut? It looks like I could see that fucking fat roll on the back of your neck even better now, you nasty motherfucker.
Wow.
God, do your head back a little bit.
You got him straight to his head.
Your head back a little bit. Yeah, that's so sick.
It does look a little bit like a pussy bud right there. Shit.
Thank you, everybody. Good night, everyone. See you soon. Bye.
I want to be fun though. You ever see people that just have it where they're just like, you ever see someone with the right amount? Where you're like, damn, you have it. You just, it's all green lights for you. That's what I want, dude. Turn the lights down. Just barely. Just one more. Turn the lights down more. Not too. I don't want to be so dumb I can't live alone. I'm not. I'm not trying to burden the family member, but I just want to enjoy. Like, I would love to walk in a room and see a Fast and Furious trailer and be like, "You're going faster." Like, fucked up. Like, how? Hot people get to be pretty dumb. This is so hot. Hot people get to say dumb shit. We're just like, yeah, right? You know what I'm talking about? They're like, do you want to go dance in the rain? And you're like, God, you're a free spirit. If an Uggo said that, you'd be like, shut up, you wet dog. No. It's pouring outside. Hots know they get to say some stupid shit because they know if you disagree with them, all they have to do is touch you. You ever been touched by a hot? You'll buckle immediately. You go, actually, I don't think that's right. You should look that up. And they go, no, it is. And you're like, I want to write you a poem. I'll kill for you. About 10, 12 years ago, I dated a woman, very whimsical. She was very whimsical. And I never disagreed with her. And one time we were leaving a diner in Queens, and we were going back to my apartment. We had to go over an overpass over the highway. And we got to the top of the stairs of the overpass, and she looked back at me and she said, "Don't you ever feel like running?" And then took off. I've never felt like running. And she did the whole way. Across the overpass, down the other side, gone. Couldn't find her. Terrifying. She was gone. I legitimately could not find her for 5 to 10 minutes. One of the most terrified I've ever been in my life. Because I was like, she's dead. And there is zero chance the NYPD is believing my story. Showing up being like, let me get this straight. You got to the top of the stairs, and this woman said, don't you feel like running? Yeah, we got him. I didn't fucking kill her. But I was jealous. She would always like, you know, she was comfortable naked. That's gotta be cool. That's gotta be so cool. Hot people, man, they get to just fucking enjoy it. They just get to have sex come and then be like, where do you want to eat, man? I've never had sex without at least once being like, what is this? Who are you right now? This isn't you. You're a silly goose. And I'm sitting there being like, yeah, fuck yeah. Do you ever make a noise during sex and in your head you're like, what was that? I hate it. I talk shit to myself all the time during sex. I'll be like, oh, it feels so good. Like, oh, it feels so good. It feels so good. Shut the fuck up. Shut up, you idiot. sweating all over this poor girl. I thought that was going to calm down the older I got. Turns out it just gets worse. I'm 40, and it's not. I turned 40, was worried. It's not bad. It's actually fun. Well, not all. It's harder to do. But I'm less horny, and it's kind of nice. It's finally quiet. Since puberty, I've been dragged behind my dick like it was a runaway horse. You know? See big titties and like, ah! Now things are more settled, you know? I think that's why men are all messed up in our teens and our 20s, is because we go from being little boys to creeps overnight. You know, one day you're just like a little boy that just wants to talk about dinosaurs to anyone that'll listen. You know, you're just cornering your parents' friends. Like,
did you know the Stegosaurus was from the late Jurassic period and it was a herbivore?
And you wake up the next day, you're like, I want pussy. All I want is pussy. And now I'm 40 and I'm back to loving dinos. And a lot of good work being done in the paleontology world. I still like sex, but if we're being honest, at the age of 40, you know what I like more than good sex? Good sleep. If my fiance was like, do you want to sleep for 9 hours uninterrupted? I'd be like, fucking slut, get over here. I'm going to hold you? A blowjob? What is this, 09? I'm trying to stuff a pillow in between my knees. That's how you get sex noises out of me at 40. Put that pillow there, I'm like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, my hips are lined up. Oh. It's easier to navigate when you're less horny. Life is just easier, you know, Instagram, way easier. I still look at top models pictures, but now it's just to read the comments. It's my favorite thing on social media. Comments on sexy photos. See some big oiled up butt outside of Miami. 413 comments. You're like, let's rock and roll. Because immediately it's just dudes being like, Mia Bella. Hard eye emojis. Or you see the guy that's like, I hope you had a great day today. You're like, you! That's the horniest shit I've ever read in my life. Did you type that with your boner, you weirdo? Oh, man, right there. I bet. Go come and then come back with that same energy. I like Instagram because it'll tell on your friends for being horny. Instagram will be like, look at this fat ass. 35,000 people liked it. And Jeff. They're like, Jeffrey! Because that's what happens. When you get too horny, you get in trouble. That's just, as a man, if it breaches the horny level, you're going to do something stupid. I almost lost my fiance during COVID. Not even to the virus. To a Bluetooth speaker. And if you've been in this situation, you know where this is going. I brought the vampire into the house. I bought her a waterproof Bluetooth speaker so we could enjoy music in the shower. That was it. We both loved it, used it, had a great time. COVID hits. We're locked together for 7 weeks. By around week 5, you know, she's taking a probably watch some adult entertainment. On my phone? What could go wrong? I can't imagine how jarring porn is out of context. 100% out of context, that's got to be why. She's washing her hair, singing along to SZA. And then instantly it's like, it's got to be a lot. And I have no idea how that feels. I do know how it feels to watch porn and not know where the volume is. That's one I know, where you're like, what the fuck? This lady looks like she's screaming her head off. Just mushing on that up button, you know? Like, give me something, give me anything. Look through the wall, you're just like, fuck me! You're like, no! Ah! No. Even telling you guys that's making my pee hole snap shut. Oh my God, I heard it, and immediately I was like, run. Run. But I couldn't, you know, because there's a virus in the sky killing motherfuckers. At that moment, I was like, just tell her the truth. Tell her the goddamn truth. And I went and stood outside that bathroom door. I was like, you're going to tell her the truth. Then that door opened, and I was like, hey, I opened an email, and verbatim what I said. She told me when it happened, he tried to manually turn it down on the speaker, but because I was hitting the up, it just looked like I was bullying her with porn. You know, you're gonna fucking listen to this shit. She stayed, thank God. Thank God. We are getting married. I don't like calling her my fiance. I think that's too fancy of a word. I like calling her my wife-elect. Let her know, you know, I'm like, you got the votes, but you haven't been sworn in. No policy changes quite yet. One of my best friends just got married. You know, all my friends are married and got kids now, but my best friend just got married in Guatemala and invited me to really test the friendship. That's... Sorry, but you're two whites from Colorado and you're going to make me go to Guatemala? I was worried we were going to have to do those photos that white people love to do where all the groomsmen have to subtly act like we want to fuck the bride in all the photos. You know which one I'm talking about? Where like she has her leg across four of us and we're all holding a piece with our sunglasses down. Like, are we about to gangbang this bitch? Or a photo where like she shows us the wedding ring, like I'm not a whore anymore, and we're like, what? But there's none of that. Instead, they did a drone photo. That was the big one, and that was like the thing they were like, all right, guys, the wedding picture was like time for the drone photo. Gonna jump at point. Count of three, jump at point. I watched all my friends go, I don't want to do this. Then that countdown hit. It was like 3, 2, 1. Corniest shit I've ever done in my life. And easily the most privileged thing I've ever done. Because usually in a third world country, when a drone shows up at a wedding, a lot less jumping at point, a lot more running and screaming. It's fun. It's a fun joke. No, they're happily married. That was a good wedding to go to. I'm a child of divorce. Clap if you're from a divorced family. Sounds about right. Usually when you're under 10 and your parents get divorced, they tell you it's not your fault. They love to say that. It's not your fault. But that's the please drink responsibly of divorce. You know what I mean? You know when beer companies are like, drink all night, please drink responsibly in case you fucking kill anybody. That's why parents do it in case you grow up to be a psycho. Then they're like, I said it wasn't his fault. My parents hated each other. Hated each other. No internet. Went all through me. My mom lived in Denver, my dad lived in San Francisco, and I would travel between the two cities like a little shit-talking messenger. Show up in the Bay Area with a scroll.
I bring news from the Rockies. Patricia says you're a drunk, a loser, a liar.
Come home 2 weeks later.
I told him, Mother. He says, good luck getting child support.
I mean, you gotta respect the guy, never paid a dime. You gotta respect the stat line. It's true, never paid a child support. And in the United States, in 1997, the United States enacted the deadbeat dad law, which meant if you didn't pay child support, you were going to jail. My dad died in 1997. Buzzer beater! He Indiana Jones there, dude. He slid out and grabbed his hat. He was like, good luck on that big-headed weirdo. My mom hated my dad. My mom hated my dad so much, she dated my dad's ex-best friend. Also my godfather. Yeah, there was a little bit of alcoholic Hamlet going on. They used to get shit-faced at dinner and just talk shit about my dad. They get blackout, be like, he's a fucking loser. And after a while, you know, you're like, well, he's my dad. Start being like, well, he's pretty good at catch. They're like, how do you know? I hated my mom's boyfriend, man. He was so mean. He'd get drunk. He'd call me stupid because I'd speak incorrectly. He'd be like, you're a fucking idiot. You're going to grow up to pump gas. That's what he'd always say. You're going to pump gas. But yeah, Joe, like 2 states do that. Learn your insults. Who's the idiot? And I couldn't. Here's the thing. He never hit me. He never fucked me. Sorry, made love. I didn't have a case on him. Verbal abuse wasn't a thing in the 90s. I couldn't go to my guidance counselor at school and be like, I have a problem at home with my mom's boyfriend. They'd be like, what's going on? Is it touchy? Does he hit you? Like, this kind of owns my ass at dinner every night. It's just like a mean roast every night. Now, he did something worse than hitting me or touching me. He joined a 50 and over swim league. Masters. That means speedos. These are men over 50 swimming competitively. So every Saturday morning in the winter, they'd wake me up out of my warm bed. And I'd have to go sit in an indoor pool, fully clothed. How none of you know that hell? The smell of chlorine and you're just sweating in your pullover starter jacket. Then you got to watch a guy that hates your dad and is currently fucking your mom. You got to watch him just cut through the water like a dolphin. To this day, best swimmer I've ever seen with my own eyes. It was insane. First time I watched him swim, it took my breath away. First time I watched him swim, I was like, well, I won't be fighting him in the water. gotta take this guy out on the land or in the air. Do you know how bad it hurts to have someone talk shit to you and then put on swim goggles? He's like, hey, your dad's a fucking loser. That pool's wetter than your mom. I hate you, I hope you're drowned. I'm such a people pleaser. I tried to get him to like me my whole life, but I hated him. That's what sucks. If you're a people pleaser, it's one of the worst things because you oftentimes try to get people to like you that you don't even like. And it sticks with you your whole life. I think every American is afraid of being in a mass shooting. I'm specifically afraid of being the guy that accidentally lets the shooter into the building. All it would take is a guy going, hey, door's locked. That's it. I'd be like, oh, I got you. Yeah. 5 minutes later, it's like, they're like, I'm sorry. I thought you weren't here. As is, I just do dumb shit. I try to do good stuff, and it's just, it always goes wrong. Tried donating money for a while. That's stupid. First off, donating money is the most American way to help. Just giving money and being like, you do it. I'm waiting for an Amazon package. But one time I read this news article about this guy that got locked up in Rikers Island for a non-violent crime, and he ended up dying in there because he didn't have bail money. And I read that, and I was like, that is so fucked up. I should help. So I started donating to this place called the Bronx Freedom Fund. And I gave them money to help non-violent criminals get out of jail. And I felt so good. I was slapping my own back. I was like, that's so good. Then an article came out that the Bronx Freedom Fund released a non-violent offender, turns out, pedophile, went to Queens, got a kid, my bad. A month later, another article came out that the Bronx Freedom Fund let out another non-violent criminal. He was schizophrenic and beat 4 homeless people to death in their sleep. I read that, I was like, am I funding crime in New York City? I'm just the worst Batman villain of all time. It is I, Batman, the Donator. I've been releasing pedophiles and murderers. This is how dumb I am. I wrote him an email. I go, can I get a refund? It's like, that's not how this works. I don't know, man. That's one of the things that makes me feel older is I get nervous about technology where I was never nervous about it. You know, I get like scared by technology. Because we were the first, you know, if you're near 40, near the age of 40, we were the first generation to have the internet. Remember how mean we were to our parents? Remember that? They'd be like, I sent an electronic mail. You're like, it's email, you dumb bitch. Don't pick up the phone when I'm on the computer. And then now there's shit coming out that scares me. I was like, oh, what? It's AI? I was like, so the Pope wasn't wearing a puffy white jacket? It took me a week to learn that wasn't real. Of course, it's crazy. I don't have TikTok on my phone. I don't have it. My fiance has it on her phone, and she shows it to me like I'm her fucking grandpa. She really does. She shows me TikToks, and I'm like, oh! And those dogs are friends? Oh, I like this one. TikTok's wild, dude. If you go on there, you see some crazy shit. There's a whole trend on TikTok. I'm making none of this up. There's a whole trend on TikTok right now where people are self-diagnosing themselves autistic. No doctor. Not one medical professional consulted. It's just them, two camera, right down barrel. They have motivational music playing, and then they put text above their heads that they point to in like a real smug, shitty way. It's all regular shit. Like, I used to be afraid of large crowds. I thought I was socially awkward. Turns out, I've been masking my autism for 27 years. I'm autistic. What if we only use the word retarded for those people? That's it. That's it. Never for anyone with a disability or anyone with a special need. Just anytime someone is like, yeah, I'm self-diagnosed autistic, you can be like, oh, you're fucking retarded. And they'll be like, yeah, because they're full of shit. It's crazy to do that because that's the one good thing about the internet is you can prove people wrong instantly. You ever done that? You ever Googled something in front of your friend and go, look, how good is that feeling? Oh, it's the closest I've gotten to slam dunking this feeling. That is shutting an elevator door on someone. That is such a good feeling. You shut that door, you're like, I got into an argument with a younger comic. He's in his mid-20s, and I was telling him about the music that came out after 9/11. I don't know if you were old enough to live through 9/11, and you didn't forget. Ooh, let me get you forgetting. But the music that came out was bonkers. For 6 months after 9/11, all that came out was just like hyper-aggressive country music, which makes sense. They were getting us ready for war. But every song that came out was like, step on up and we'll kick your ass. And we're all like, ah! Toby Keith was just printing money. He made so much money he opened a shitty restaurant chain. But radio stations, back when they actually were powerful, radio stations did this thing where they took, I don't know if anybody remembers this, they took Enrique Iglesias' song, Hero, and then spliced news footage from 9/11. Clap if you remember that. See? I'm not making this up. What a lot of people don't know is that Enrique Iglesias wrote the song Hero trying to fuck Anna Kournikova. So it's a sex song that they put 9/11 audio. Once you know he wrote it for that reason, go back and listen to that. You can tell how horny he is in the song. When he's like, let me be your hero, baby. It's just him being like, please touch it. Please. Please touch my penis. And then randomly it's like, the second tower is falling. It's fucking wild. And I found it on YouTube. Because of this disagreement, I found it on YouTube. It's crazier than you remember. Go look it up. I'll give you a time marker. 53 seconds into the video. It's a clear sexual lyric. Enrique Iglesias goes, would you tremble if I touched your lips? And then you hear a woman go, I got thrown through a window. And you're like, what the fuck is that? And we put that out like that's for the first responders. I don't know, man. It's just, the older I get, I just keep being like, I'm losing touch and I still want people to like me. It's insane. We just moved from New Jersey back into New York City, and we were living in Jersey, and we had all these like 10 and 11-year-old kids in our neighborhood, these little river rats, just riding their bikes around and cussing. I wanted them to like me so bad. So bad. Then they caught me talking to their dog, and that's a wrap. You don't come back from that. I don't talk to my dog in a regular voice. I don't know what kind of fucking psycho does. Who's out there being like, are you ready to go outside? There she is. There's my snuggle bug. No, you gotta be like, look at you, little fatso. What are you doing? Oh, I can't wait to get home to her. When I see her, I'm gonna scream into her neck fat. You're like, where did you get all this? Where are you on to have it? You ever love on your dog and catch them being annoyed with you? Like, before I left yesterday, I grabbed her by her head. I was like, I love you. And you could feel her being like, okay. You ever love your dog so hard you wonder if you're special needs? Yeah, like, this is a lot. You guys are going to catch me on TikTok being like, I thought I loved my dog. Turned out I was horrible. I love her. Fuck, I love her. Dogs are awesome. They're proof we dominated the animal kingdom. We took a predator of ours and gave it anxiety. That's so awesome. We made wolves afraid of the doorbell. They used to hunt us in packs, and now we're like, I'm going to test them up like a fat little bumblebee. And, you know, living in the city, she took a dump, and I bagged it up, you know, showed it to her, as one does. I'm like, look what you did! Did it! And I heard this kid behind me go, this guy's talking to his dog! Like that. I was like, gosh! God, I wanted them to like me. Because they're funny. They're just 10-year-old kids that ride their bikes and they cuss. Kids cussing, especially when they don't know the word, because I hear them cussing sometimes, I'm like, you don't know what that word means. That's like one of the best parts of growing up, is finding out what cuss words mean. Just ripping one and being like, no, okay, that's bad. When I was 8 years old, I walked in the kitchen, my mom and my older cousin were having a conversation. And my cousin goes, yeah, it's not like I got a blowjob from her. My mom goes, don't say that in front of the kid. 8-year-old me immediately was like, that's my new catchphrase. I had no idea it was sexual. I legitimately thought it was a real job. I was like, if Andy's saying it, this has got to be cool. So immediately I'm like, well, I'm going to go down the street and call my friend Eric. He's got to hear about this. So I rode my bike to Eric's house. What I didn't know was that his sister was having her 10th birthday party. Yeah, it's going right where you think it's going. There was a 10-year-old birthday party in the backyard. Parents, kids, everybody. And I came around the corner and just screamed out, what are you, giving out blowjobs? Like a tiny little swinger. This is a key party, or? I thought I was going to kill. I thought everyone was going to be like, who's the big kid? Instead, I just felt Eric's dad violently grab me by my upper arm. You ever get picked up when you were a kid? You're like, oh, okay. You know? Your feet start clicking. You're like, yeah. I liked Eric's dad, too. He was like, you know, he was a good dad. Good dads are always nice to kids without dads. They always loved it. That's why they're always assistant coaches. Good dads love to take a kid without a dad. Like, keep trying, young man. But in your mind, you're like, fuck off, guy. That was the first time I ever saw him mad. He was legit mad. He sat me down in the kitchen. He's like, Where did you hear that word? And I just matched his energy. It's like, I'll never fucking tell you. You saw me like, hey, all right. This kid's from a volatile household. And then he just tried to first 48 me. 20 minutes. Just kept being like, you told me you can go outside. You go back to the party. When he put his soda down, he's like, you like Orange Crush? He kept saying, he's like, who said that? Where did you hear that word? And I kept saying the same thing. I was like, I can't tell you. Because I'm not a snitch. But he kept being like, who said the word blowjob? And I was like, I can't tell you. Now, if you're a man and you're raised by a mom, you know as a little boy you have feminine energy that you're unaware of. So by like minute 20, I'm standing there like this. He's like, where did you hear it? I'm just sighing. I'm going, I can't tell you. Then I saw it in his head. He was like, oh, this kid doesn't have a dad. I'll just dad on this kid. And he really did the whole thing. He's like, I wish you would tell me. And if you ever want to, I'll be right here. Fuck me up. Oh, God, man. I just left. I just remember leaving and riding my bike home. Like, what's this guy's problem with blowjobs? Because I had no idea what he was talking about. And then I grew up and I learned what a blowjob was. And I thought back to that moment and I was like, oh no. I might have unintentionally ruined a guy's life. I'm pretty sure my best friend's dad thought I was being sexually abused by my mom's boyfriend. Because he was like, where did you hear the word blowjob? And I was like, I can't tell you. And then I just rode my bike home like. Meanwhile, he's going to bed every night like, we gotta do something, Martha. That's not fun. We gotta do something. No abuse. Zero abuse. I was just 8 years old out having a cuss. I really did blow an opportunity. That should have been the moment where I'm like, it's Joe. Joe makes me suck his dick. Fight him for me, please. Just not in the water. He'll kill you in the water. So last summer, I'm out walking the dog, and I hear those kids on their bikes. And I hear the nerd of the group first. I just hear this kid go, stop pushing! And then I hear another kid go, shut the fuck up! I'll suck your cock! That little boy doesn't know what he's saying. That little boy has no idea what he's saying. And if he does, then he knows himself better than I've ever known myself. Portland, you were a lot of fun. I really appreciate this shit. Thank you guys very much.
Mm-hmm.